Recorded Books presents The Accidental Tourist by Anne Tyler. Narrated by Jefferson Mays. Chapter 1. They were supposed to stay at the beach a week, but neither of them had the heart for it, and they decided to come back early. Macon drove. Sarah sat next to him, leaning her head against the side window. Chips of cloudy sky showed through her tangled brown curls. Macon wore a formal summer suit, his traveling suit. Much more logical for traveling than jeans, he always said. Jeans had those stiff, hard seams and those rivets. Sarah wore a strapless terry beach dress. They might have been returning from two entirely different trips. Sarah had a tan, but Macon didn't. He was a tall, pale, gray-eyed man, with straight, fair hair cut close to his head, and his skin was that thin kind that easily burns. He'd kept away from the sun during the middle part of every day. Just past the start of the divided highway, the sky grew almost black, and several enormous drops spattered the windshield. Sarah sat up straight. "Let's hope it doesn't rain," she said. "I don't mind a little rain," Macon said. Sarah sat back again, but she kept her eyes on the road. It was a Thursday morning. There wasn't much traffic. They passed a pickup truck, then a van all covered with stickers from 100 scenic attractions. The drops on the windshield grew closer together. Macon switched his wipers on. Tick-swoosh, they went. A lulling sound, and there was a gentle patter on the roof. Every now and then a gust of wind blew up. Rain flattened the long, pale grass at the sides of the road. It slanted across the boat yachts, lumber yards, and discount furniture outlets, which already had a darkened look, as if here it might have been raining for some time. "Can you see all right?" Sarah asked. "Of course," Macon said. "This is nothing." They arrived behind a trailer truck whose rear wheels sent out arcs of spray. Macon swung to the left and passed. There was a moment of watery blindness till the truck had dropped behind. Sarah gripped the dashboard with one hand. "I don't know how you can see to drive," she said. "Maybe you should put on your glasses." "Putting on my glasses would help you to see?" "Not me. You," Macon said. "You're focused on the windshield instead of the road." Sarah continued to grip the dashboard. She had a broad, smooth face that gave an impression of calm, but if you looked closely you'd notice the tension at the corners of her eyes. The car drew in around them like a room. Their breaths fogged the windows. Earlier the air conditioner had been running, and now some artificial chill remained, quickly turning dank, carrying with it the smell of mildew. They shot through an underpass. The rain stopped completely for one blank, startling second. Sarah gave a little gasp of relief, but even before it was uttered, the hammering on the roof resumed. She turned and gazed back longingly at the underpass. Macon sped ahead, with his hands relaxed on the wheel. "Did you notice that boy with the motorcycle?" Sarah asked. She had to raise her voice. A steady, insistent roaring sound engulfed them. "What boy?" "He was parked beneath the underpass." "It's crazy to ride a motorcycle on a day like today," Macon said. "Crazy to ride one any day. You're so exposed to the elements." "We could do that," Sarah said. "Stop and wait it out." "Sarah, if I felt we were in the slightest danger, I'd have pulled over long ago." "Well, I don't know that you would have," Sarah said. They passed a field where the rain seemed to fall in sheets, layers and layers of rain beating down the cornstalks, flooding the rutted soil. Great lashings of water flung themselves at the windshield. Macon switched his wiper blades to high. "I don't know that you really care that much," Sarah said. "Do you?" Macon said. "Care?" "I said to you the other day, I said, 'Macon, now that Ethan's dead, I sometimes wonder if there's any point to life.' Do you remember what you answered?" "Well, not offhand," Macon said. "You said, 'Honey, to tell the truth, it never seemed to me there was all that much point to begin with.' Those were your exact words." And you don't even know what was wrong with that?" "No, I guess I don't," Macon said. He passed a line of cars that had parked at the side of the road, their windows opaque, their gleaming surfaces bouncing back the rain in shallow explosions. One car was slightly tipped, as if about to fall into the muddy torrent that churned and raced in the gully. Macon kept a steady speed. "You're not a comfort, Macon," Sarah said. "Honey, I'm trying to be. You just go on your same old way like before. Your little routines and rituals, depressing habits, day after day. No comfort at all." "Shouldn't I need comfort too?" Macon asked. "You're not the only one, Sarah. I don't know why you feel it's your loss alone." "Well, I just do sometimes," Sarah said. They were quiet a moment. A wide lake, it seemed, in the center of the highway crashed against the underside of the car and slammed it to the right. Macon pumped his brakes and drove on. "This rain, for instance," Sarah said. "You know it makes me nervous. What harm would it do to wait it out? You'd be showing some concern. You'd be telling me we're in this together." Macon peered through the windshield, which was streaming so that it seemed marbled. He said, "I've got a system, Sarah. You know I drive according to a system." "You and your systems." "Also," he said, "if you don't see any point to life, I can't figure why a rainstorm would make you nervous." Sarah slumped in her seat. "Will you look at that?" he said. "A mobile home's washed clear across that trailer park." "Macon, I want a divorce," Sarah told him. Macon braked and glanced over at her. "What?" he said. The car swerved. He had to face forward again. "What did I say?" he asked. "What did it mean?" "I just can't live with you anymore," Sarah said. Macon went on watching the road, but his nose seemed sharper and whiter, as if the skin of his face had been pulled tight. He cleared his throat. He said, "Honey, listen, it's been a hard year. We've had a hard time. People who lose a child often feel this way. Everybody says so. Everybody says it's a terrible strain on a marriage. I'd like to find a place of my own as soon as we get back," Sarah told him. "Place of your own," Macon echoed. But he spoke so softly, and the rain beat so loudly on the roof, it looked as if he were only moving his lips. "Well," he said, "all right, if that's what you really want." "You can keep the house," Sarah said. "You never did like moving." For some reason, it was this that made her finally break down. She turned away sharply. Macon switched his right blinker on. He pulled into a Texaco station, parked beneath the overhang, and cut off the engine. Then he started rubbing his knees with his palms. Sarah huddled in her corner. The only sound was the drumming of rain on the overhang far above them. Chapter 2. After his wife left him, Macon had thought the house would seem larger. Instead, he felt more crowded. The windows shrank, the ceilings lowered. There was something insistent about the furniture, as if it were pressing in on him. Of course, Sarah's personal belongings were gone, the little things like clothes and jewelry. But it emerged that some of the big things were more personal than he'd imagined. There was the drop-leaf desk in the living room, its pigeonholes stuffed with her clutter of torn envelopes and unanswered letters. There was the radio in the kitchen, set to play 98 rock. She liked to keep in touch with her students, she used to say in the old days, as she hummed and jittered her way around the breakfast table. There was the chaise out back, where she had sunbathed, planted in the only spot that got any sun at all. He looked at the flowered cushions and marveled at how an empty space could be so full of a person. Her faint scent of coconut oil that always made him wish for a pina colada. Her wide, gleaming face, inscrutable behind dark glasses. Her compact body in the skirted swimsuit she had tearfully insisted on buying after her 40th birthday. Threads of her exuberant hair showed up at the bottom of the sink. Her shelf in the medicine cabinet, stripped, was splashed with drops of liquid rouge in a particularly plummy shade that brought her instantly to Macon's mind. He had always disapproved of her messiness, but now those spills seemed touching, like colorful toys left on the floor after a child has gone to bed. The house itself was medium-sized, unexceptional to look at, standing on a street of such houses in an older part of Baltimore. Heavy oak trees hung over it, shading it from the hot summer sun, but also blocking breezes. The rooms inside were square and dim. All that remained in Sarah's closet was a brown silk sash hanging on a hook. In her bureau drawers, lint balls and empty perfume bottles. Their son's old room was neatly made up, as sleek as a room in a Holiday Inn. Some places, the walls gave off a kind of echo. Still, Macon noticed he had a tendency to hold his arms close to his body, to walk past furniture sideways, as if he imagined the house could barely accommodate him. He felt too tall. His long, clumsy feet seemed unusually distant. He ducked his head in doorways. Now was his chance to reorganize, he told himself. He was struck by an incongruous little jolt of interest. The fact was that running a house required some sort of system, and Sarah had never understood that. She was the sort of woman who stored her flatware intermingled. She thought nothing of running a dishwasher with only a handful of forks stacked inside. Macon found that distressing. He was opposed to dishwashers in general. He believed they wasted energy. Energy saving was a hobby of his, you might say. He started keeping the kitchen sink filled at all times, adding some chlorine bleach for disinfectant. As he finished using each dish, he dropped it in. On alternate days, he pulled the plug and sprayed everything with very hot water. Then he stacked the rinsed dishes in the empty dishwasher, which had become, under his new system, a gigantic storage area. When he hunkered over the sink to let the spray attachment run, he often had the feeling that Sarah was watching. He sensed that if he slid his eyes just slightly to the left, he would find her with her arms folded across her chest, her head tipped, and her full, curved lips meditatively pursed. At first glance, she was simply studying his procedure. At second glance, he knew, she was laughing at him. There was a secret little gleam in her eyes that he was all too familiar with. "I see," she would say, nodding at some lengthy explanation of his. Then he'd look up and catch the gleam and the telltale tuck at one corner of her mouth. In this vision of her, if you could call it a vision, considering that he never did glance over at her, she was wearing a bright blue dress from the early days of their marriage. He had no idea when she had given that dress up, but certainly it was years and years ago. He almost felt that Sarah was a ghost, that she was dead. In a way, he thought, turning off the faucet, she was dead. That young, vivid Sarah from their first enthusiastic apartment on Cold Spring Lane. When he tried to recall those days, any image of Sarah was altered by the fact that she had left him. When he pictured their introduction, back when they were barely out of childhood, it seemed nothing more than the beginning of their parting. When she had looked up at him that first night and rattled the ice cubes in her paper cup, they were already moving toward their last edgy, miserable year together, toward those months when anything either of them said was wrong, toward that sense of narrowly missed connections. They were like people who run to meet, holding out their arms, but their aim is wrong. They pass each other and keep running. It had all amounted to nothing in the end. He gazed down at the sink, and the warmth from the dishes drifted gently up into his face. Well, you have to carry on. You have to carry on. He decided to switch his shower from morning to night. This showed adaptability, he felt, some freshness of spirit. While he showered, he let the water collect in the tub, and he stalked around in noisy circles, sloshing the day's dirty clothes underfoot. Later, he wrung out the clothes and hung them on hangers to dry. Then he dressed in tomorrow's underwear so he wouldn't have to launder any pajamas. In fact, his only real laundry was a load of towels and sheets once a week. Just 2 towels, but quite a lot of sheets. This was because he had developed a system that enabled him to sleep in clean sheets every night without the trouble of bed-changing. He'd been proposing the system to Sarah for years, but she was so set in her ways. What he did was strip the mattress of all linens, replacing them with a giant sort of envelope made from one of the 7 sheets he had folded and stitched together on the sewing machine. He thought of this invention as a Macon Leary body bag. A body bag required no tucking in, was unmussable, easily changeable, and the perfect weight for summer nights. In winter, he would have to devise something warmer, but he couldn't think of winter yet. He was barely making it from one day to the next as it was. At moments, while he was skidding on the mangled clothes in the bathtub or struggling into his body bag on the naked, rust-stained mattress, he realized that he might be carrying things too far. He couldn't explain why, either. He'd always had a fondness for method, but not what you would call a mania. Thinking then of Sarah's lack of method, he wondered if that had got out of hand now, too. Maybe all these years they'd been keeping each other on a reasonable track. Separated, demagnetized somehow, they wandered wildly off course. He pictured Sarah's new apartment, which he had never seen, as chaotic to the point of madness, with sneakers in the oven and the sofa heaped with china. The mere thought of it upset him. He looked gratefully at his own surroundings. Most of his work was done at home. Otherwise, he might not have cared so about the mechanics of the household. He had a little study in the spare room off the kitchen. Seated in a stenographer's chair, tapping away at a typewriter that had served him through 4 years of college, he wrote a series of guidebooks for people forced to travel on business. Ridiculous, when you thought about it. Macon hated travel. He careened through foreign territories on a desperate kind of blitz, squinching his eyes shut and holding his breath and hanging on for dear life, he sometimes imagined, and then settled back home with a sigh of relief to produce his chunky, passport-sized paperbacks. Accidental tourist in France. Accidental tourist in Germany. In Belgium. No author's name, just a logo. A winged armchair on the cover. He covered only the cities in these guides, for people taking business trips flew into cities and out again and didn't see the countryside at all. They didn't see the cities, for that matter. Their concern was how to pretend they had never left home. What hotels in Madrid boasted king-sized beauty rest mattresses? What restaurants in Tokyo offered sweet and low? Did Amsterdam have a McDonald's? Did Mexico City have a Taco Bell? Did any place in Rome serve Chef Boyardee ravioli? Other travelers hoped to discover distinctive local wines. Macon's readers searched for pasteurized and homogenized milk. As much as he hated the travel, he loved the writing. The virtuous delights of organizing a disorganized country, stripping away the inessential and the second-rate, classifying all that remained in neat, terse paragraphs. He cribbed from other guidebooks, seizing small kernels of value and discarding the rest. He spent pleasurable hours dithering over questions of punctuation. Righteously, mercilessly, he weeded out the passive voice. The effort of typing made the corners of his mouth turn down so that no one could have guessed how much he was enjoying himself. "I am happy to say," he pecked out, but his face remained glum and intense. "I am happy to say that it's possible now to buy Kentucky Fried Chicken in Stockholm. Pita bread, too," he added as an afterthought. He wasn't sure how it had happened, but lately pita had grown to seem as American as hot dogs. "Of course you're managing," his sister told him over the phone. "Did I say you weren't? But at least you could have let us know. 3 weeks it's been. Sarah's been gone 3 weeks, and I only hear about it today. And by chance at that. If I hadn't asked to speak to her, would you ever have told us she'd left you?" "She didn't leave me," Macon said. "I mean, it's not the way you make it sound. We discussed it like adults and decided to separate, that's all. The last thing I need is my family gathered around me saying, 'Oh, poor Macon, how could Sarah do this to you?'" "Why would I say that?" Rose asked. "Everybody knows the Leary men are difficult to live with." "Oh," Macon said. "Where is she?" "She's got a place downtown," he said. "And look," he added, "you don't have to bend over backwards either and go asking her to dinner or something. She does have a family of her own. You're supposed to take my side in this." "I thought you didn't want us to take sides." No, I don't. I mean, you shouldn't take her side, is what I'm trying to say." "When Charles's wife got her divorce," Rose said, "we went on having her to dinner every Christmas, just like always. Remember?" "I remember," Macon said wearily. Charles was their oldest brother. "I suppose she'd still be coming if she hadn't got remarried to someone so far away." "What? If her husband had been a Baltimore man, you'd have gone on inviting them both?" "She and Porter's wife and Sarah used to sit around the kitchen. This was before Porter's wife got her divorce, and they'd go on and on about the Leary men. Oh, it was the Leary men this, the Leary men that, how they always had to have everything just so, always so well thought out beforehand, always clamping down on the world as if they really thought they could keep it in line. The Leary men. I can hear them still. I had to laugh. One Thanksgiving, Porter and June were getting ready to leave. Back when their children were small, and June was heading toward the door with the baby in her arms, and Danny hanging onto her coat, and this load of toys and supplies, when Porter called out, "Halt!" and started reading from one of those cash-register tapes that he always writes his lists on. Blanket, bottles, diaper bag, formula out of the fridge. June just looked over at the other two and rolled her eyes. "Well, it wasn't such a bad idea," Macon said, "when you consider June." "No, and you notice it was alphabetical, too," Rose said. "I do think alphabetizing helps to sort things out a little." Rose had a kitchen that was so completely alphabetized you'd find the allspice next to the ant poison. She was a fine one to talk about the Leary men. "At any rate," she said, "has Sarah been in touch since she left?" "She's come by once or twice. Once, actually," Macon said. "For things she needed." "What kind of things?" "Well, a double boiler, things like that." "It's an excuse, then," Rose said promptly. "She could get a double boiler at any dime store." "She said she liked ours." "She was checking to see how you're doing. She still cares. Did you talk at all?" "No," Macon said. "I just handed her the double boiler. Also that gadget that unscrews bottle tops." "Oh, Macon, you might have asked her in." "I was scared she'd say no," he said. There was a silence. "Well, anyhow," Rose said finally. "But I'm getting along." "Yes, of course you are," she told him. Then she said she had something in the oven and hung up. Macon went over to his study window. It was a hot day in early July, the sky so blue it made his eyes ache. He rested his forehead against the glass and stared out at the yard, keeping his hands stuffed deep in the rear pockets of his khakis. Up in one of the oak trees, a bird sang what sounded like the first 3 notes of "My Little Gypsy Sweetheart." "Slumber on," it sang. Macon wondered if even this moment would become one day something he looked back upon wistfully. He couldn't imagine it. He couldn't think of any period bleaker than this in all his life. But he'd noticed how time had a way of coloring things. That bird, for instance, had such a pure, sweet, piercing voice. He turned away from the window, covered his typewriter, and left the room. He didn't eat real meals anymore. When he was hungry, he drank a glass of milk, or he spooned a bit of ice cream directly from the carton. After the smallest snack, he felt overfed and heavy. But he noticed when he dressed in the mornings that he seemed to be losing weight. His shirt collar stood out around his neck. The vertical groove between his nose and mouth had deepened so that he had trouble shaving it. His hair, which Sarah used to cut for him, jutted over his forehead like a shelf. And something had caused his lower lids to droop. He used to have narrow, gray slits of eyes. Now they were wide and startled. Could this be a sign of malnutrition? Breakfast. Breakfast was your most important meal. He hooked up the percolator and the electric skillet to the clock radio on his bedroom windowsill. Of course, he was asking for food poisoning, letting 2 raw eggs wait all night at room temperature. But once he'd changed menus, there was no problem. You had to be flexible about these matters. He was awakened now by the smell of fresh coffee and hot buttered popcorn, and he could partake of both without getting out of bed. Oh, he was managing fine. Just fine, all things considered. But his nights were terrible. It wasn't that he had trouble getting to sleep in the first place. That was easy. He'd watch TV till his eyes burned, then he'd climb the stairs. He would start the shower running and spread his clothes in the tub. At times he thought of skipping this part, except there was such a danger in falling behind with your system. So he carried out each step, hanging the laundry, setting up the breakfast things, flossing his teeth. He couldn't go to bed without flossing his teeth. For some reason, Sarah had found this irritating. If Macon were condemned to death, she'd said once, and they told him he'd be executed by firing squad at dawn, he would no doubt still insist on flossing the night before. Macon, after thinking it over, had agreed. Yes, of course he would. Hadn't he flossed while in the depths of pneumonia? In the hospital with gallstones? In a motel the night his son was killed? He checked his teeth in the mirror. They were never entirely white, in spite of all his care, and now it seemed his skin was taking on a yellowish cast as well. He turned off the lights, moved the cat over, helped the dog up onto the bed. The dog was a Welsh corgi, very short-legged, but he did love to sleep in a bed, and so every night he stood erect and propped his elbows on the mattress and gazed at Macon expectantly till Macon gave him a boost. Then they'd all three settle themselves. Macon slipped into his envelope. The cat fitted her shape to a warm spot under his arm, and the dog plopped down near his feet. Then Macon closed his eyes and drifted off. But eventually he found himself conscious of his dreams, not borne along by them, but tediously constructing them, quibbling over details. When it dawned on him that he was awake, he would open his eyes and squint at the clock radio. But it was only 1 a.m., at the latest 2. There were all those hours still to be survived. His brain buzzed with little worries. Had he left the back door unlocked? Forgotten to put the milk away? Made out a check for his bank balance instead of his gas bill? He remembered all in a rush that he'd opened a can of V8 juice and then put the can in the icebox. Oxidation of the metal seams, resulting in lead poisoning. The worries changed, grew deeper. He wondered what had gone wrong with his marriage. Sarah had been his first and only girlfriend. Now he thought he should have practiced on someone else beforehand. During the 20 years of their marriage, there'd been moments, there'd been months, when he didn't feel they had really formed a unit the way couples were supposed to. No. They'd stayed two distinct people, and not always even friends. Sometimes they'd seemed more like rivals, elbowing each other, competing over who was the better style of person. Was it Sarah, haphazard, mercurial? Was it Macon, methodical and steady? When Ethan was born, he only brought out more of their differences. Things they had learned to ignore in each other resurfaced. Sarah never got their son on any kind of schedule at all, was lax and unconcerned, and Macon, oh, he knew it, he admitted it, had been so intent on preparing him for every eventuality that he hadn't had time to enjoy him. Ethan at 2, at 4, floated up into his vision as clearly as a color film projected upon the bedroom ceiling. A chortling, sunny little boy he'd been, with Macon, a stooped shape above him, wringing his hands. Macon had been fierce in teaching him, at age 6, how to swing a bat. It would have wrenched his soul to have Ethan chosen last for any team. Why? Sarah had asked. If he's chosen last, he's chosen last. Let it be, why don't you? Let it be? Life was so full of things you couldn't do anything about. You had to avert what you could. She laughed when Macon spent one fall collecting wacky packs, which had these jokey stickers inside that Ethan liked to plaster his bedroom door with. He'd have more than anyone in the whole 3rd grade, Macon vowed. Long after Ethan lost interest, Macon was still doggedly bringing them home. He knew it was absurd, but still, there was this one last sticker they had not yet managed to get hold of. Ethan went away to camp when he was 12, a year ago, almost exactly. Most boys started earlier, but Macon had kept delaying it. "Why have a child at all?" he asked Sarah, "if you were only going to ship him off to some godforsaken spot in Virginia?" By the time he finally gave in, Ethan was in the top age group. A tall, blond sprout of a boy with an open, friendly face and an endearing habit of bouncing on the balls of his feet when he was nervous. Don't think about it. He was murdered in a burger bonanza his 2nd night at camp. It was one of those deaths that make no sense. The kind where the hold-up man has collected his money and is free to go, but decides instead first to shoot each and every person through the back of the skull. Ethan wasn't even supposed to be there. He had snuck away from camp with a cabin mate who waited outside as a lookout. Blame the camp for not supervising. Blame Burger Bonanza for poor security. Blame the cabin mate for not going in too and altering, perhaps, what took place. Look out for what, for God's sake? Blame Sarah for allowing Ethan to leave home. Blame Macon for agreeing. Blame even, hell yes, Ethan. Blame Ethan for wanting to attend that camp, and for sneaking off from it, and for entering Burger Bonanza like some headstrong fool while a hold-up was in progress. Blame him for so meekly moving to the kitchen with the others, for placing his hands flat against the wall as he was ordered, and no doubt bouncing slightly on the balls of his feet. Don't think about it. The director of the camp, not wanting to break the news on the phone, had driven to Baltimore to tell them in person. Then he'd driven them back to Virginia. Macon often recalled that director. Jim, his name was. Jim Robinson, or maybe Robertson, a burly, white-whiskered man with a crew cut, wearing a suit coat as if in respect over a Redskins t-shirt. He'd seemed uncomfortable with silence, and did his best to fill it with abrupt little fragments of chit-chat. Macon hadn't listened, or he'd thought he hadn't, but now all the fragments came back to him. How Jim's mother had been a Baltimorean herself, born the year Babe Ruth was playing for the Orioles. How Jim's tomato plants had been acting queerly, producing only tiny green marbles that fell off the vines before they ripened. How Jim's wife was terrified of driving in reverse and avoided any situation that required it. Macon gave a lot of thought to that now, lying in his bed at night. Could you really drive a car without reversing? What about at intersections, where a bus driver pokes his head out his window and asks you to roll on back a few yards so he can turn? Would she refuse? Macon imagined her, staunch and defiant, glaring straight in front of her and pretending not to notice. The driver escalating into curses, horns blowing, other drivers shouting, "Aw, lady!" It made a nice picture. He kept it firmly in mind. Finally, he would sit up and wriggle out of his sheet. The dog, sighing, roused himself and dropped off the bed to pad downstairs behind him. The floorboards were cool underfoot, the kitchen linoleum cooler still. There was a glow from the refrigerator as Macon poured himself a glass of milk. He went to the living room and turned on the TV. Generally, some black-and-white movie was running, men in suits and felt hats, women with padded shoulders. He didn't try to follow the plot. He took small, steady sips of milk, feeling the calcium traveling to his bones. Hadn't he read that calcium cures insomnia? He absently stroked the cat, who had somehow crept into his lap. It was much too hot to have a cat in his lap, especially this one, a loose-strung, grey tweed female who seemed made of some unusually dense substance. And the dog, most often, would be lying on top of his feet. "It's just you and me, old buddies," Macon would tell them. The cat made a comma of sweat across his bare thighs. At last he would slip out from under the animals and turn off the TV. He would put his glass in the chlorine solution in the kitchen sink. He would climb the stairs. He'd stand at the bedroom window looking over the neighborhood. Black branches scrawled on a purple night sky, a glimmer of white clapboard here and there, occasionally a light. Macon always took comfort if he found a light. Someone else had trouble sleeping too, he assumed. He didn't like to consider any other possibility. A party, for instance, or a heart-to-heart talk with old friends. He preferred to believe that someone else was on his own, sitting up wide awake, fending off his thoughts. That made him feel much better. He returned to his bed. He lay down. He closed his eyes and, without even trying, he dropped off the edge into sleep. Chapter 3. Sarah telephoned Macon and asked if she could come get the navy blue rug from the dining room. "Navy blue rug," Macon repeated. He was stalling for time. "I wouldn't mention it except you never liked it," Sarah told him. "You said it was a mistake to have a rug where people were eating." Yes, he had said that. A crumb catcher, he'd said. Unsanitary. Then why did he feel this sudden, wrenching need to keep the rug for himself? "Macon, are you there?" "Yes, I'm here." "So, would you mind if I came and got it?" "No, I guess not." "Oh, good. My apartment has these bare floors, and you've no idea how—" She would stop by for the rug, and he'd invite her in. He'd offer her a glass of sherry. They would sit on the couch with their sherry, and he would say, "Sarah, have you missed me?" Or no, he'd say, "I've missed you, Sarah." She would say, "She said, I thought I'd drop over Saturday morning, if that's convenient." But people don't drink sherry in the morning. And besides, he wouldn't even be here then. "I leave for England tomorrow afternoon," he said. "Oh, is it time for England again?" "Maybe you could come this evening." "No, my car's in the shop." "Your car? What's wrong with it?" "Well, I was driving along, and you know that little red light on the left-hand side of the dash?" "What, the oil pressure light?" "Yes, and so I thought, well, I'll be late for the dentist if I stop and see to it now, and anyway, the car does seem to be running all right, so—" "Wait, are you saying the light lit up, and then you went on driving?" "Well, nothing sounded any different, and nothing acted any different, so I figured, Jesus, Sarah! What's so terrible about that? You've probably ruined the engine." "No, I did not ruin the engine, for your information. I just need this single, simple repair job, but unfortunately it's going to take a few days to do it. Well, never mind, I've got a house key. I'll just let myself in on Saturday." "Maybe I could bring the rug over." "I'll wait till Saturday." "That way I could see your apartment," Macon said. "I've never been inside, you know." "No, it's not fixed up yet." "I don't care if it's fixed up. It's a disaster. Nothing's been done." "How could nothing be done? You've been living there over a month." "Well, I'm not so wonderfully perfectly efficient as you are, Macon." "You wouldn't have to be efficient to—" "Some days," Sarah said, "I can't even make it out of my bathrobe." Macon was silent. "I should have agreed to teach summer school," Sarah said. Something to give some shape to things. I open my eyes in the morning and think, why bother getting up? Me too, Macon said. Why bother eating? Why bother breathing? Me too, sweetheart. Macon, do you suppose that person has any idea? I want to go see him in prison, Macon. I want to sit on the other side of the grill or the screen or whatever they have, and I'll say, look at me. Look. Look at what you did. You didn't just kill the people you shot. You killed other people besides. What you did goes on and on forever. You didn't just kill my son. You killed me. You killed my husband. I mean, I can't even manage to put up my curtains. Do you understand what you did? Then, when I'm sure that he does understand, that he really does realize, that he feels just terrible, I'm going to open my purse and pull out a gun and shoot him between the eyes. Oh, well, sweetheart, you think I'm just raving, don't you? But, Macon, I swear I can feel that little kick against my palm when I fire the gun. I've never fired a gun in my life. Lord, I don't think I've ever seen a gun. Isn't it odd? Ethan's seen one. Ethan's had an experience you and I have no notion of. But sometimes I hold my hand out with the thumb cocked, like when kids play cowboy, and I fold my trigger finger and feel what a satisfaction it would be. Sarah, it's bad for you to talk like this. Oh? How am I supposed to talk? I mean, if you let yourself get angry, you'll be consumed. You'll burn up. It's not productive. Oh, productive. Well, goodness no, let's not waste our time on anything unproductive. Macon massaged his forehead. He said, Sarah, I just feel we can't afford to have these thoughts. Easy for you to say. No, it's not easy for me to say, damn it. Just shut the door, Macon. Just walk away. Just pretend it never happened. Go rearrange your tools, why don't you? Line up your wrenches from biggest to smallest instead of from smallest to biggest. That's always fun. God damn it, Sarah. Don't you curse at me, Macon Leary. They paused. Macon said, Well, Sarah said, Well, anyhow. So, I guess you'll come by while I'm gone, he said. If that's all right? Yes, certainly, he said. Although he felt a curious uneasiness when he hung up, as if he were letting a stranger come, as if she might walk off with more than just the dining-room rug. For his trip to England, he dressed in his most comfortable suit. One suit is plenty, he counseled in his guidebooks, if you take along some travel-size packets of spot remover. Macon knew every item that came in travel-size packets, from deodorant to shoe polish. The suit should be a medium gray. Gray not only hides the dirt, it's handy for sudden funerals and other formal events. At the same time, it isn't too somber for every day. He packed a minimum of clothes and a shaving kit, a copy of his most recent Guide to England, a novel to read on the plane. Bring only what fits in a carry-on bag. Checking your luggage is asking for trouble. Add several travel-size packets of detergent so you won't fall into the hands of foreign laundries. When he'd finished packing, he sat on the couch to rest. Or not to rest exactly, but to collect himself, like a man taking several deep breaths before diving into a river. The furniture was all straight lines and soothing curves. Dust motes hung in a slant of sunlight. What a peaceful life he led here. If this were any other day, he'd be making some instant coffee. He would drop the spoon in the sink and stand sipping from his mug while the cat wove between his feet. Then maybe he'd open the mail. Those acts seemed dear and gentle now. How could he have complained of boredom? At home he had everything set up around him, so he hardly needed to think. On trips, even the smallest task required effort and decisions. When it was 2 hours till takeoff, he stood up. The airport was a 30-minute drive at the most, but he hated feeling rushed. He made a final tour of the house, stopping off at the downstairs bathroom, the last real bathroom, was how he thought of it, that he'd see for the next week. He whistled for the dog. He picked up his bag and stepped out the front door. The heat slammed into him like something solid. The dog was going with him only as far as the vet's. If he'd known that, he never would have jumped into the car. He sat next to Macon, panting enthusiastically, his keg-shaped body alert with expectation. Macon talked to him in what he hoped was an unalarming tone. "Hot, isn't it, Edward? You want the air conditioner on?" He adjusted the controls. "There now. Feeling better?" He heard something unctuous in his voice. Maybe Edward did too, for he stopped panting and gave Macon a sudden, suspicious look. Macon decided to say no more. They rolled through the neighborhood, down streets roofed over with trees. They turned into a sunnier section full of stores and service stations. As they neared Murray Avenue, Edward started whimpering. In the parking lot of the Murray Avenue Veterinary Hospital, he somehow became a much smaller animal. Macon got out of the car and walked around to open the door. When he took hold of Edward's collar, Edward dug his toenails into the upholstery. He had to be dragged all the way to the building, scritching across the hot concrete. The waiting room was empty. A goldfish tank bubbled in one corner, with a full-color poster above it illustrating the life cycle of the heartworm. There was a girl on a stool behind the counter, a waifish little person in a halter top. "I've brought my dog for boarding," Macon said. He had to raise his voice to be heard above Edward's moans. Chewing her gum steadily, the girl handed him a printed form and a pencil. "Ever been here before?" she asked. "Yes, often." "What's the last name?" "Leary." Leary, she said, riffling through a box of index cards. Macon started filling out the form. Edward was standing upright now and clinging to Macon's knees like a toddler scared of nursery school. "Whoa," the girl said. She frowned at the card she'd pulled. "Edward?" she said. "On Rayford Road?" "That's right. We can't accept him." "What?" "Says here he bit an attendant. Says, bit Barry in the ankle. Do not readmit." "Nobody told me that." "Well, they should have." "Nobody said a word. I left him in June when we went to the beach. I came back and they handed him over." The girl blinked at him, expressionless. "Look," Macon said, "I'm on my way to the airport, right this minute. I've got a plane to catch." "I'm only following orders," the girl said. "And what set him off, anyhow?" Macon asked. "Did anyone think to wonder? Maybe Edward had good reason." The girl blinked again. Edward had dropped to all fours by now and was gazing upward with interest, as if following the conversation. "Oh, the hell with it," Macon said. "Come on, Edward." He didn't have to take hold of Edward's collar when they left. Edward galloped ahead of him all the way across the parking lot. In that short time, the car had turned into an oven. Macon opened his window and sat there with the motor idling. What now? He considered going to his sister's, but she probably wouldn't want Edward either. To tell the truth, this wasn't the first time there had been complaints. Last week, for instance, Macon's brother Charles had stopped by to borrow a router, and Edward had darted in a complete circle around his feet, taking furious little nibbles of his trouser cuffs. Charles was so astonished that he just turned his head slowly, gaping down. "What's got into him?" he asked. "He never used to do this." Then when Macon grabbed his collar, Edward had snarled. He'd curled his upper lip and snarled. Could a dog have a nervous breakdown? Macon wasn't very familiar with dogs. He preferred cats. He liked the way cats kept their own counsel. It was only lately that he'd given Edward any thought at all. Now that he was alone so much, he had taken to talking out loud to him, or sometimes he just sat studying him. He admired Edward's intelligent brown eyes and his foxy little face. He appreciated the honey-colored whorls that radiated so symmetrically from the bridge of his nose. And his walk. Ethan used to say that Edward walked as if he had sand in his bathing suit. His rear end waddled busily. His stubby legs seemed hinged by some more primitive mechanism than the legs of taller dogs. Macon was driving toward home now, for lack of any better idea. He wondered what would happen if he left Edward in the house the way he left the cat, with plenty of food and water. No. Or could Sarah come to see him 2 or 3 times a day? He recoiled from that. It meant asking her. It meant dialing that number he'd never used and asking her for a favor. Meow Bow Animal Hospital, a sign across the street read. Macon braked, and Edward lurched forward. "Sorry," Macon told him. He made a left turn into the parking lot. The waiting room at the Meow Bow smelled strongly of disinfectant. Behind the counter stood a thin young woman in a ruffled peasant blouse. She had aggressively frizzy black hair that burgeoned to her shoulders like an Arab headdress. "Hi there," she said to Macon. Macon said, "Do you board dogs?" "Sure." "I'd like to board Edward here." She leaned over the counter to look at Edward. Edward panted up at her cheerfully. It was clear he hadn't yet realized what kind of place this was. "You have a reservation?" the woman asked Macon. "Reservation? No. Most people reserve." "Well, I didn't know that. Especially in the summer." "Couldn't you make an exception?" She thought it over, frowning down at Edward. Her eyes were very small, like caraway seeds, and her face was sharp and colorless. "Please," Macon said. "I'm about to catch a plane. I'm leaving for a week, and I don't have a soul to look after him. I'm desperate, I tell you." From the glance she shot at him, he sensed he had surprised her in some way. "Can't you leave him home with your wife?" she asked. He wondered how on earth her mind worked. "If I could do that," he said, "why would I be standing here?" "Oh," she said. "You're not married?" "Well, I am, but she's living elsewhere. They don't allow pets." "Oh." She came out from behind the counter. She was wearing very short red shorts. Her legs were like sticks. "I'm a divorcee myself," she said. "I know what you're going through." "And see," Macon said, "there's this place I usually board him, but they suddenly claim he bites. Claim he bit an attendant, and they can't admit him anymore." "Edward, do you bite?" the woman said. Macon realized he should not have mentioned that, but she seemed to take it in stride. "How could you do such a thing?" she asked Edward. Edward grinned up at her and folded his ears back, inviting a pat. She bent and stroked his head. "So, will you keep him?" Macon said. "Oh, I guess," she said, straightening, "if you're desperate." She stressed the word, fixing Macon with those small brown eyes, as if giving it more weight than he had intended. "Fill this out," she told him, and she handed him a form from a stack on the counter. "Your name and address, and when you'll be back." Don't forget to put when you'll be back." Macon nodded, uncapping his fountain pen. "I'll most likely see you again when you come to pick him up," she said. "I mean, if you put the time of day to expect you. My name's Muriel." "Is this place open evenings?" Macon asked. "Every evening but Sundays, till 8. "Oh, good." "Muriel Pritchett," she said. Macon filled out the form while the woman knelt to unbuckle Edward's collar. Edward licked her cheekbone. He must have thought she was just being friendly. So when Macon had finished, he didn't say goodbye. He left the form on the counter and walked out very quickly, keeping a hand in his pocket to silence his keys. On the flight to New York, he sat next to a foreign-looking man with a mustache. Clamped to the man's ears was a headset for one of those miniature tape recorders. Perfect. No danger of conversation. Macon leaned back in his seat contentedly. He approved of planes. When the weather was calm, you couldn't even tell you were moving. You could pretend you were sitting safe at home. The view from the window was always the same, air and more air, and the interior of the plane was practically interchangeable with the interior of any other. He accepted nothing from the beverage cart, but the man beside him took off his headset to order a Bloody Mary. A tinny, intricate Middle Eastern melody came whispering out of the pink sponge earplugs. Macon stared down at the little machine and wondered if he should buy one. Not for the music, heaven knows. There was far too much noise in the world already, but for insulation. He could plug himself into it, and no one would disturb him. He could play a blank tape, 30 full minutes of silence, turn the tape over, and play 30 minutes more. They landed at Kennedy, and he took a shuttle bus to his connecting flight, which wasn't due to leave till evening. Once settled in the terminal, he began filling out a crossword puzzle that he'd saved for this occasion from last Sunday's New York Times. He sat inside a kind of barricade, his bag on one chair, his suit coat on another. People milled around him, but he kept his eyes on the page, progressing smoothly to the acrostic as soon as he'd finished the crossword. By the time he'd solved both puzzles, they were beginning to board the plane. His seatmate was a gray-haired woman with glasses. She had brought her own knitted afghan. This was not a good sign, Macon felt, but he could handle it. First he bustled about, loosening his tie and taking off his shoes, and removing a book from his bag. Then he opened the book and ostentatiously started reading. The name of his book was Miss Mackintosh, My Darling, and it was 1,198 pages long. Always bring a book as protection against strangers. Magazines don't last. Newspapers from home will make you homesick, and newspapers from elsewhere will remind you you don't belong. You know how alien another paper's typeface seems. He'd been lugging around Miss Mackintosh for years. It had the advantage of being plotless, as far as he could tell, but invariably interesting, so he could dip into it at random. Any time he raised his eyes, he was careful to mark a paragraph with his finger and to keep a bemused expression on his face. There was the usual mellifluous murmur from the loudspeaker about seat belts, emergency exits, oxygen masks. He wondered why stewardesses accented such unlikely words. "On our flight this evening, we will be offering—" The woman next to him asked if he wanted a lifesaver. "No, thank you," Macon said, and he went on with his book. She rustled some little bit of paper, and shortly afterward the smell of spearmint drifted over to him. He refused a cocktail, and he refused a supper tray, although he did accept the milk that was offered with it. He ate an apple and a little box of raisins from his bag, drank the milk, and went off to the lavatory to floss and brush his teeth. When he returned, the plane was darker, dotted here and there with reading lamps. Some of the passengers were already asleep. His seatmate had rolled her hair into little O's and X'd them over with bobby pins. Macon found it amazing that people could be so unself-conscious on airplanes. He'd seen men in whole suits of pajamas. He'd seen women slathered in face cream. You would think they felt no need to be on guard. He angled his book beneath a slender shaft of light and turned a page. The engines had a weary, dogged sound. It was the period he thought of as the long haul, the gulf between supper and breakfast, when they were suspended over the ocean, waiting for the lightening of the sky that was supposed to be morning, although, of course, it was nowhere near morning back home. In Macon's opinion, morning in other time zones was like something staged, a curtain painted with a rising sun superimposed upon the real dark. He let his head tip back against the seat and closed his eyes. A stewardess's voice, somewhere near the front of the plane, threaded in and out of the droning of the engines. We just sat, and there wasn't a thing to do, and all we had was the Wednesday paper, and you know how news just never seems to happen on a Wednesday. Macon heard a man speaking levelly in his ear. Macon. But he didn't even turn his head. By now he knew these tricks of sound on planes at night. He saw behind his eyelids the soap dish on the kitchen sink at home. Another trick, this concreteness of vision. It was an oval china soap dish, painted with yellow roses, containing a worn-down sliver of soap, and Sarah's rings, her engagement ring, and her wedding band, just as she had left them when she walked out. "I got the tickets," he heard Ethan say, "and they're opening the doors in 5 minutes." "All right," Macon told him. "Let's plan our strategy." "Strategy?" "Where we're going to sit." "Why would we need strategy for that?" "It's you who asked to see this movie, Ethan. I would think you'd take an interest in where you're sitting. Now, here's my plan. You go around to that line on the left. Count the little kids. I'll count the line on the right." "Aw, Dad!" "Do you want to sit next to some noisy little kid?" "Well, no." "And which do you prefer, an aisle seat?" "I don't care." "Aisle, Ethan, or middle of the row? You must have some opinion." "Not really." "Middle of the row?" "It doesn't make any difference." "Ethan, it makes a great deal of difference. Aisle, you can get out quicker. So if you plan to buy a snack or go to the restroom, you'll want to sit on the aisle. On the other hand, everyone will be squeezing past you there, so if you don't think you'll be leaving your seat, then I suggest—" "Oh, Dad, for Christ's sake," Ethan said. "Well," Macon said, "if that's the tone you're going to take, we'll just sit any damn place we happen to end up." "Fine," Ethan said. "Fine," Macon said. Now he did turn his head. He rocked it from side to side, but he kept his eyes tightly closed, and in time the voices stopped, and he found himself in that edgy twilight that passes for sleep when you're traveling. At dawn, he accepted a cup of coffee, and he swallowed a vitamin pill from his bag. The other passengers looked frowsy and pale. His seatmate dragged an entire small suitcase off to the lavatory and returned all combed, but her face was puffy. Macon believed that travel causes retention of fluids. When he put his shoes on, they felt too tight, and when he went to shave, he found unfamiliar pillows of flesh beneath his eyes. He was better off than most people, though, because he hadn't touched salted food or drunk any alcohol. Alcohol was definitely retained. Drink alcohol on a plane and you'd feel befuddled for days, Macon believed. The stewardess announced what time it was in London, and there was a stir as people reset their watches. Macon adjusted the digital alarm clock in his shaving kit. The watch on his wrist, which was not digital but real-time, circular, he left as it was. They landed abruptly. It was like being recalled to the hard facts, all that friction suddenly, the gritty runway, the roaring and braking. The loudspeaker came on, purring courteous reminders. The woman next to Macon folded her afghan. "I'm so excited," she said. "I'm going to see my grandchild for the very first time." Macon smiled and told her he hoped it went well. Now that he didn't have to fear being trapped, he found her quite pleasant. Besides, she was so American-looking. At Heathrow, there was the usual sense of some recent disaster. People rushed about distractedly. Other people stood like refugees surrounded by trunks and parcels, and uniformed authorities were trying to deal with a clamor of questions. Since he didn't have to wait for his luggage, Macon sailed through the red tape far ahead of the others. Then he exchanged his currency and boarded the Underground. I recommend the Underground for everyone except those afraid of heights, and even for them if they will avoid the following stations, which have exceptionally steep escalators. While the train racketed along, he sorted his currency into envelopes that he'd brought from home, each envelope clearly marked with a different denomination. No fumbling with unfamiliar coins, no peering at misleading imprints, if you separate and classify foreign money ahead of time. Across from him, a row of faces watched. People looked different here, although he couldn't say just how. He thought they were both finer and unhealthier. A woman with a fretful baby kept saying, "Hush now, love, hush now, love," in that clear, floating, effortless English voice. It was hot, and her forehead had a pallid shine. So did Macon's, no doubt. He slid the envelopes into his breast pocket. The train stopped, and more people got on. They stood above him, clinging not to straps but to bulbs attached to flexible sticks, which Macon, on his first visit, had taken for some kind of microphone. He was based in London, as usual. From there he would make brief forays into other cities, never listing more than a handful of hotels, a handful of restaurants within a tiny, easily accessible radius in each place. For his guidebooks were anything but all-inclusive. "Plenty of other books say how to see as much of the city as possible," his boss had told him. "You should say how to see as little." The name of Macon's hotel was the Jones Terrace. He would have preferred one of the American chain hotels, but those cost too much. The Jones Terrace was all right, though, small and well-kept. He swung into action at once to make his room his own, stripping off the ugly bedspread and stuffing it into a closet, unpacking his belongings and hiding his bag. He changed clothes, rinsed the ones he'd worn, and hung them in the shower stall. Then, after a wistful glance at the bed, he went out for breakfast. It was nowhere near morning back home, but breakfast was the meal that businessmen most often had to manage for themselves. He made a point of researching it thoroughly wherever he went. He walked to the Yankee Delight, where he ordered scrambled eggs and coffee. The service here was excellent. Coffee came at once, and his cup was kept constantly filled. The eggs didn't taste like eggs at home, but then they never did. What was it about restaurant eggs? They had no character, no backbone. Still, he opened his guidebook and put a check mark next to the Yankee Delight. By the end of the week, these pages would be barely legible. He'd have scratched out some names, inserted others, and scrawled notes across the margins. He always revisited past entries, every hotel and restaurant. It was tedious, but his boss insisted. "Just think how it would look," Julian said, If a reader walked into some cafe you'd recommended and found it taken over by vegetarians. When he'd paid his bill, he went down the street to the New America, where he ordered more eggs and more coffee. Decaffeinated, he added. He was a jangle of nerves by now. The waiter said they didn't have decaffeinated. "Oh, you don't," Macon said. After the waiter had left, Macon made a note in his guidebook. His third stop was a restaurant called the U.S. Open, where the sausages were so dry that they might have been baked on a rooftop. It figured. The U.S. Open had been recommended by a reader. Oh, the places that readers wrote in to suggest. Macon had once, before he'd grown wiser, reserved a motel room purely on the strength of such a suggestion. Somewhere in Detroit, or was it Pittsburgh? Some city or other, for accidental tourists in America. He had checked out again at first sight of the linens and fled across the street to a Hilton, where the doorman had rushed to meet him and seized his bag with a cry of pity, as if Macon had just staggered in from the desert. Never again, Macon had vowed. He left the sausages on his plate and called for his bill. In the afternoon, so to speak, he visited hotels. He spoke with various managers and inspected sample rooms where he tested the beds, flushed the toilets, squinted at the shower heads. Most were maintaining their standards, more or less, but something had happened to the royal prince. The fact was that it seemed, well, foreign. Dark, handsome men in slim silk suits murmured in the lobby, while little brown children chased each other around the spittoons. Macon had the feeling he'd got even more hopelessly lost than usual, and ended up in Cairo. Cone-shaped ladies in long black veils packed the revolving doors, spinning in from the street with shopping bags full of... what? He tried to imagine their purchasing stone-washed denim shorts and thigh-high boots of pink mesh, the merchandise he'd seen in most shop windows. He said to the manager, how to put this? He hated to sound narrow-minded, but his readers did avoid the exotic. Has the hotel, changed ownership? He asked. The manager seemed unusually sensitive. He drew himself up and said the royal prince was owned by a corporation, always had been and always would be, always the same corporation. I see, Macon said. He left feeling dislocated. At supper time, he should have tried someplace formal. He had to list at least one formal restaurant in every city for entertaining clients, but tonight he wasn't up to it. Instead, he went to a cafe he liked called My American Cousin. The diners there had American accents, and so did some of the staff, and the hostess handed out tickets at the door with numbers on them. If your number was called on the loudspeaker, you could win a free TV, or at least a framed color print of the restaurant. Macon ordered a comforting supper of plain boiled vegetables and 2 lamb chops in white paper bobby socks, along with a glass of milk. The man at the next table was also on his own. He was eating a nice pork pie, and when the waitress offered him dessert, he said, "Oh, now, let me see, maybe I will try some of that," in the slow, pleased, coax-me drawl of someone whose womenfolks have all his life encouraged him to put a little meat on his bones. Macon himself had the gingerbread. It came with cream, just the way it used to at his grandmother's house. By 8 o'clock, according to his wristwatch, he was in bed. It was much too early, of course, but he could stretch the day only so far. The English thought it was midnight. Tomorrow he would start his whirlwind dashes through other cities. He'd pick out a few token hotels, sample a few token breakfasts, coffee with caffeine and coffee without caffeine, bacon underdone and overdone, Orange juice fresh and canned and frozen. More shower heads, more mattresses. Hair dryers supplied on request, 110-volt switches for electric shavers. When he fell asleep, he thought anonymous rooms were revolving past on a merry-go-round. He thought webbed canvas suitcase stands, ceiling sprinklers, and laminated lists of fire regulations approached and slid away and approached again, over and over all the rest of his days. He thought Ethan was riding a plaster camel and calling, "Catch me!" and falling. But Macon couldn't get there in time. And when he reached his arms out, Ethan was gone. It was one of Macon's bad habits to start itching to go home too early. No matter how short a stay he'd planned, part-way through he would decide that he ought to leave, that he'd allowed himself far too much time, that everything truly necessary had already been accomplished, or almost everything almost accomplished. Then the rest of his visit was spent in phone calls to travel agents and fruitless trips to airline offices and standby waits that came to nothing, so that he was forced to return to the hotel he'd just checked out of. He always promised himself this wouldn't happen again, but somehow it always did. In England it happened on his 4th afternoon. What more was there to do? He started wondering. Hadn't he got the gist of the place? Well, be honest. It was Saturday. He chanced to notice, entering the date in his expense book, that at home it was Saturday morning. Sarah would be stopping by the house for the rug. She would open the front door and smell home. She would pass through the rooms where she'd been so happy all these years. Hadn't she been happy? She would find the cat stretched out on the couch, long and lazy and languid, and she'd settle on the cushion next to her and think, "How could I have left?" Unfortunately, it was summer, and the airlines were overbooked. He spent 2 days tracking down faint possibilities that evaporated the instant he drew close. Anything. Get me anything. I don't have to go to New York. I'll go to Dulles. I'll go to Montreal, Chicago. Shoot, I'll go to Paris or Berlin and see if they have flights. Are there ships? How long do ships take nowadays? What if this were an emergency? I mean, my mother on her deathbed or something. Are you saying there's just no way out of this place? The people he dealt with were unfailingly courteous and full of chirpy good humor. Really, if not for the strain of travel, he believed he might actually have liked the English. But they couldn't solve his problem. In the end, he had to stay on. He spent the rest of the week huddled in his room watching TV, chewing a knuckle, subsisting on non-perishable groceries and lukewarm soft drinks because he couldn't face another restaurant. So he was first in line, naturally, at the check-in counter on the day of his departure. He had his pick of seats, window, non-smoking. Next to him was a very young couple completely absorbed in each other, so he didn't need Miss Mackintosh, but sat staring out at the clouds all the long, dull afternoon. Afternoon was never his favorite time. That was the worst of these homeward flights. It was afternoon for hours and hours, through drinks and lunch and drinks again, all of which he waved away. It was afternoon when they showed the movie. The passengers had to pull their shades down. An orange light filled the plane, burdensome and thick. Once, when he'd been away on an unusually difficult trip, to Japan, where you couldn't even memorize the signs in order to find your way back to a place, Sarah had met his plane in New York. It was their 15th anniversary, and she had wanted to surprise him. She called Becky at the travel agency to ask his flight number, and then she left Ethan with her mother and flew to Kennedy, bringing with her a picnic hamper of wine and cheeses which they shared in the terminal while waiting for their plane home. Every detail of that meal remained in Macon's memory. The cheeses set out on a marble slab, the wine in stemmed crystal glasses that had somehow survived the trip. He could still taste the satiny brie. He could still see Sarah's small, shapely hand resolutely slicing the bread. But she didn't meet him in New York today. She didn't even meet him in Baltimore. He collected his car from the lot and drove into the city through a glowering twilight that seemed to promise something, a thunderstorm or heat lightning, something dramatic. Could she be waiting at home, in her striped caftan that he was so fond of, with a cool summer supper laid out on the patio table? Careful not to take anything for granted, he stopped at a 7-Eleven for milk. He drove to the vet's to pick up Edward. He arrived at the Meow Bow minutes before closing time. Somehow he'd managed to lose his way. There was no one at the counter. He had to ring the service bell. A girl with a ponytail poked her head through a door, letting in a jumble of animal sounds that rose at all different pitches like an orchestra tuning up. "Yes?" she said. "I'm here for my dog." She came forward to open a folder that lay on the counter. "Your last name?" "Leary." "Oh," she said. "Just a minute." Macon wondered what Edward had done wrong this time. The girl disappeared, and a moment later the other one came out, the frizzy one. This evening she wore a V-necked black dress splashed with big pink flowers, its shoulders padded and its skirt too skimpy, and preposterously high-heeled sandals. "Well, hi there," she said brightly. "How was your trip?" "Oh, it was... Where's Edward? Isn't he all right?" "Sure, he's all right. He was so good and sweet and friendly." "Well, fine," Macon said. "We just got on like a house afire. Seems he took a shine to me. I couldn't say why." "Wonderful," Macon said. He cleared his throat. "So, could I have him back, please?" "Caroline will bring him." "Ah." There was a silence. The woman waited, facing him and wearing a perky smile, with her fingers laced together on the counter. She had painted her nails dark red, Macon saw, and put on a blackish lipstick that showed her mouth to be an unusually complicated shape, angular, like certain kinds of apples. Macon said finally, "Maybe I could pay?" "Oh, yes." She stopped smiling and peered down at the open folder. "That'll be $42, she said. Macon gave her a credit card. She had trouble working the embossing machine. Everything had to be done with the flats of her hands to spare her nails. She filled in the blanks in a jerky scrawl and then turned the bill in his direction. "Signature and phone," she said. She leaned over the counter to watch what he wrote. "Is that your home phone or your business?" "It's both. Why? What difference does it make?" he asked. "I was just wondering," she told him. She tore off his copy, in that splay-fingered style of hers, and put the rest of the bill in a drawer. "I don't know if I mentioned it before, that it so happens I train dogs." "Is that right?" Macon said. He looked toward the door where the first girl had disappeared. It always made him nervous when they took too long bringing Edward. What were they doing back there? Getting rid of some evidence? "My speciality is dogs that bite," the woman said. "Specialty." "Pardon?" "Webster prefers specialty." She gave him a blank look. "That must be a dangerous job," Macon said politely. "Oh, not for me. I'm not scared of a thing in this world." There was a scuffling sound at the door behind her, Edward burst through, followed by the girl with the ponytail. Edward was giving sharp yelps and flinging himself about so joyfully that when Macon bent to pat him, he couldn't really connect. "Now stop that," the girl told Edward. She was trying to buckle his collar. Meanwhile, the woman behind the counter was saying, "Biters, barkers, deaf dogs, timid dogs, dogs that haven't been treated right, dogs that have learned bad habits, dogs that grew up in pet shops and don't trust human beings. I can handle all of those." "Well, good," Macon said. "Not that he would bite me, of course," the woman said. "He just fell in love with me, like I think I was telling you." "I'm glad to hear it," Macon said. "But I could train him in no time not to bite other people. You think it over and call me. Muriel, remember? Muriel Pritchett. Let me give you my card." She handed him a salmon-pink business card that she seemed to have pulled out of nowhere. He had to fight his way around Edward to accept it. "I studied with a man who used to train attack dogs," she said. "This is not some amateur you're looking at." "Well, I'll bear that in mind," Macon said. "Thank you very much." "Or just call for no reason. Call and talk." "Talk?" "Sure. Talk about Edward, his problems, talk about anything. Pick up the phone and just talk. Don't you ever get the urge to do that?" "Not really," Macon said. Then Edward gave a particularly piercing yelp, and the two of them rushed home. Well, of course, she wasn't there. He knew it the instant he stepped inside the house, when he smelled that stale, hot air and heard the muffled denseness of a place with every window shut. Really, he'd known it all along. He'd been fooling himself. He'd been making up fairy tales. The cat streaked past him and escaped out the door, yowling accusingly. The dog hurtled into the dining room to roll about on the rug and get rid of the scent of the kennel. But there was no rug, only bare, linty floor, and Edward stopped short, looking foolish. Macon knew just how he felt. He put away the milk and went upstairs to unpack. He took a shower, treading the day's dirty clothes underfoot, and prepared for bed. When he turned off the light in the bathroom, the sight of his laundry dripping over the tub reminded him of travel. Where was the real difference? Accidental tourist at home, he thought, and he slid wearily into his body bag. Chapter 4. When the phone rang, Macon dreamed it was Ethan. He dreamed Ethan was calling from camp, wondering why they'd never come to get him. "But we thought you were dead," Macon said. And Ethan said, in that clear voice of his that cracked on the high notes, "Why would you think that?" The phone rang again, and Macon woke up. There was a thud of disappointment somewhere inside his ribcage. He understood why people said hearts sank. In slow motion, he reached for the receiver. "Yes?" he said. "Macon, welcome back." It was Julian Edge, Macon's boss, his usual loud and sprightly self even this early in the morning. "Oh," Macon said. "How was the trip?" "It was okay." "You just get in last night?" "Yes." "Find any super new places?" "Well, super would be putting it a bit strongly." "So now I guess you start writing it up." Macon said nothing. "Just when do you figure to bring me a manuscript?" Julian asked. "I don't know," Macon said. "Soon, do you figure?" "I don't know." There was a pause. "I guess I woke you," Julian said. "Yes." "Macon Leary in bed," Julian said. He made it sound like the title of something. Julian was younger than Macon, and brasher, breezier, not a serious man. He seemed to enjoy pretending that Macon was some kind of character. "So, anyway, can I expect it by the end of the month?" "No," Macon said. "Why not?" "I'm not organized." "Not organized? What's to organize? All you have to do is retype your old one, basically." "There's a lot more to it than that," Macon said. "Look, fellow, here it is." Julian's voice grew fainter. He'd be drawing back to frown at his flashy gold calendar watch with the perforated leather racing band. "Here it is, the 3rd of August. I want this thing on the stands by October. That means I need your manuscript by August 31st. "I can't do it," Macon said. In fact, it amazed him he'd found the strength to carry on this conversation. "August 31st, Macon. That's 4 full weeks away." "It's not enough," Macon said. "Not enough," Julian said. "Well, all right then, mid-September. It's going to knock a good many things out of whack, but I'll give you till mid-September. How's that?" "I don't know," Macon said. The dullness of his voice interested him. He felt strangely distant from himself. Julian might have sensed this, for after another pause he said, "Hey, pal, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Macon told him. "I know you've been through a lot, pal." "I'm fine, just fine. What could be wrong? All I need is time to get organized. I'll have the manuscript in by September 15th. Possibly earlier. Yes, very possibly earlier. Maybe the end of August, all right?" Then he hung up. But his study was so dim and close, and it gave off the salty, inky smell of mental fidgeting. He walked in and felt overwhelmed by his task, as if finally chaos had triumphed. He turned around and walked out again. Maybe he couldn't get his guidebook organized, but organizing the household was another matter entirely. There was something fulfilling about that, something consoling, or more than consoling. It gave him the sense of warding off a danger. Over the next week or so, he traveled through the rooms, setting up new systems. He radically rearranged all the kitchen cupboards, tossing out the little bits of things and sticky, dusty bottles that Sarah hadn't opened in years. He plugged the vacuum cleaner into a 100-foot extension cord originally meant for lawnmowers. He went out to the yard and weeded, trimmed, pruned, clipped, stripping down, he pictured it. Up till now, Sarah had done the gardening, and certain features of it came as a surprise to him. One variety of weed shot off seeds explosively the instant he touched it, a magnificent last-ditch stand, while others gave way so easily, too easily, breaking at the topmost joint so their roots remained in the ground. Such tenacity, such genius for survival. Why couldn't human beings do as well? He stretched a clothesline across the basement so he wouldn't have to use the dryer. Dryers were a terrible waste of energy. Then he disconnected the dryer's wide, flexible exhaust tube, and he taught the cat to go in and out through the empty window pane where the tube had exited. This meant no more litter box. Several times a day the cat leapt soundlessly to the laundry sink, stood up long and sinewy on her hind legs, and sprang through the window. It was a pity Edward couldn't do the same. Macon hated walking him. Edward had never been trained to heel and kept winding his leash around Macon's legs. Oh, dogs were so much trouble. Dogs ate mammoth amounts of food, too. Edward's kibble had to be lugged home from the supermarket, dragged out of the car trunk and up the steep front steps and through the house to the pantry. But for that, at least, Macon finally thought of a solution. At the foot of the old coal chute in the basement, he set a plastic trash can with a square cut out of the bottom. Then he poured the remainder of a sack of kibble into the trash can, which magically became a continuous feeder, like the cat's. Next time he bought dog food, he could just drive around to the side of the house and send it rattling down the coal chute. The only hitch was Edward turned out to be scared of the basement. Every morning he went to the pantry where his breakfast used to be served, and he sat on his fat little haunches and whimpered. Macon had to carry him bodily down the basement stairs, staggering slightly while Edward scrabbled in his arms. Since the whole idea had been to spare Macon's trick back, he felt he'd defeated his purpose. Still, he kept trying. Also, with his back in mind, he tied the clothes basket to Ethan's old skateboard, and he dropped a drawstring bag down the laundry chute at the end of a rope. This meant he never had to carry the laundry either up or down the stairs, or even across the basement. Sometimes, though, laboriously scooting the wheeled basket from the clothesline to the laundry chute, stuffing clean sheets into the bag, running upstairs to haul them in by the long, stiff rope, Macon felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was it possible that this might be sort of silly? Well, everything was silly, when you got right down to it. The neighborhood must have learned by now that Sarah had left him. People started telephoning on ordinary weeknights and inviting him to take potluck with them. Macon thought at first they meant one of those arrangements where everybody brings a different pot of something, and if you're lucky, you end up with a balanced meal. He arrived at Bob and Sue Carney's with a bowl of macaroni and cheese. Since Sue was serving spaghetti, he didn't feel he'd been all that lucky. She set his macaroni at one end of the table, and no one ate it but Delilah, the 3-year-old. She had several helpings, though. Macon hadn't expected to find the children at the table. He saw he was somebody different now, some kind of bachelor uncle who was assumed to need a glimpse of family life from time to time. But the fact was, he had never much liked other people's children, and gatherings of any sort depressed him. Physical contact with people not related to him, an arm around his shoulder, a hand on his sleeve, made him draw inward like a snail. "You know, Macon," Sue Carney said, leaning across the table to pat his wrist, "whenever you get the urge, you're welcome to drop in on us. Don't wait for an invitation." "That's nice of you, Sue," he said. He wondered why it was that outsiders' skin felt so unreal, almost waxy, as if there were an invisible extra layer between him and them. As soon as possible, he moved his wrist. "If you could live any way you wanted," Sarah had once told him, "I suppose you'd end up on a desert island with no other human beings." "Why, that's not true at all," he'd said. "I'd have you and Ethan and my sister and brothers, but no people. I mean, people there just by chance. People you didn't know." "Well, no, I guess not," he'd said. "Would you?" But of course she would. Back then. Back before Ethan died. She'd always been a social person. When there was nothing else to do, she'd stroll happily through a shopping mall. Macon's notion of hell, with all those strangers' shoulders brushing his. Sarah thought crowds were exciting. She liked to meet new people. She was fond of parties, even cocktail parties. You'd have to be crazy to like cocktail parties, Macon thought. Those scenes of confusion she used to drag him to, where he was made to feel guilty if he managed by some fluke to get involved in a conversation of any depth. "Circulate! Circulate!" Sarah would hiss, passing behind him with her drink. That had changed during this past year. Sarah didn't like crowds anymore. She never went near a mall, hadn't made him go to any parties. They attended only quiet little dinners, and she herself had not given a dinner since Ethan died. He'd asked her once, "Shouldn't we have the Smiths and Millards over? They've had us so often." Sarah said, "Yes, you're right. Pretty soon," and then did nothing about it. He and she had met at a party. They'd been 17 years old. It was one of those mixer things, combining their two schools. Even at that age, Macon had disliked parties, but he was secretly longing to fall in love, and so he had braved this mixer, but then stood off in a corner looking unconcerned, he hoped, and sipping his ginger ale. It was 1958. The rest of the world was in button-down shirts, but Macon wore a black turtleneck sweater, black slacks and sandals. He was passing through his poet stage. And Sarah, a bubbly girl with a tumble of copper-brown curls and a round face, large blue eyes, a plump lower lip. She wore something pink, he remembered, that made her skin look radiant. She was ringed by admiring boys. She was short and tidily made, and there was something plucky about the way her little tan calves were so firmly braced, as if she were determined that this looming flock of basketball stars and football stars would not bowl her over. Macon gave up on her at once. No, not even that. He didn't even consider her, not for a single second, but gazed beyond her to other, more attainable girls. So it had to be Sarah who made the first move. She came over to him and asked what he was acting so stuck up about. "Stuck up?" he said. "I'm not stuck up." "You sure do look it." "No, I'm just bored," he told her. "Well, so do you want to dance or not?" They danced. He was so unprepared that it passed in a blur. He enjoyed it only later, back home, where he could think it over in a calmer state of mind. And, thinking it over, he saw that if he hadn't looked stuck up, she never would have noticed him. He was the only boy who had not openly pursued her. He would be wise not to pursue her in the future, not to seem too eager, not to show his feelings. With Sarah, you had to keep your dignity, he sensed. Lord knows, though, keeping his dignity wasn't easy. Macon lived with his grandparents, and they believed that no one under 18 ought to have a driver's license. Never mind if the state of Maryland felt otherwise. So Grandfather Leary drove Macon and Sarah on their dates. His car was a long black Buick with a velvety gray back seat on which Macon sat all by himself, for his grandfather considered it unseemly for the two of them to sit there together. "I am not your hired chauffeur," he said, "and besides, the back seat has connotations." Much of Macon's youth was ruled by connotations. So Macon sat alone in back, and Sarah sat up front with Grandfather Leary. Her cloud of hair, seen against the glare of oncoming headlights, reminded Macon of a burning bush. He would lean forward, clear his throat, and ask, "Did you finish your term paper?" Sarah would say, "Pardon?" "Term paper," Grandfather Leary would tell her. "Boy wants to know if you finished it." "Oh, yes, I finished it." "She finished it," Grandfather Leary relayed to Macon. "I do have ears, Grandfather." "You want to get out and walk? Because I don't have to stand for any mouthing off. I could be home with my loved ones, not motoring around in the dark." "Sorry, Grandfather." Macon's only hope was silence. He sat back, still and aloof, knowing that when Sarah looked she'd see nothing but a gleam of blonde hair and a blank face. The rest darkness, his black turtleneck blending into the shadows. It worked. "What do you think about all the time?" she asked in his ear as they two-stepped around her school gym. He only quirked a corner of his mouth, as if amused, and didn't answer. Things weren't much different when he got his license. Things weren't much different when he went away to college, though he did give up his black turtlenecks and turn into a Princeton man, crisply, casually attired in white shirts and khakis. Separated from Sarah, he felt a constant hollowness, but in his letters he talked only about his studies. Sarah, home at Goucher, wrote back, "Don't you miss me a little? I can't go anywhere we've been for fear I'll see you looking so mysterious across the room." She signed her letters, "I love you," and he signed his, fondly. At night, he dreamed she lay next to him, her curls making a whispery sound against his pillow, although all they'd done in real life was a lengthy amount of kissing. He wasn't sure, to tell the truth, that he could manage much more without, how did they put it in those days, losing his cool. Sometimes he was almost angry with Sarah. He felt he'd been backed into a false position. He was forced to present this impassive front if he wanted her to love him. Oh, so much was expected of men. She wrote she wasn't dating other people. Neither was Macon, but of course he didn't say so. He came home in the summer and worked at his grandfather's factory. Sarah worked on a tan at the neighborhood pool. Halfway through that summer, she said she wondered why he'd never asked to sleep with her. Macon thought about that and then said, levelly, that in fact he'd like to ask her now. They went to her parents' house. Her parents were vacationing in Rehoboth. They climbed the stairs to her little bedroom, all white ruffles and hot sunlight baking the smell of fresh paint. "Did you bring a whatchamacallit?" Sarah asked, and Macon, unwilling to admit that he hardly knew what one looked like, barked, "No, I didn't bring a whatchamacallit. Who do you think I am?" A senseless question, if you stop to examine it, but Sarah took it to mean that he was shocked by her, that he thought her too forward, and she said, "Well, excuse me for living," and ran down the stairs and out of the house. It took him half an hour to find her, and longer than that to make her stop crying. Really, he said, he'd only been thinking of her welfare. In his experience, whatchamacallits weren't all that safe. He tried to sound knowledgeable and immune to passions of the moment. He suggested she visit a doctor he knew. It happened to be the doctor who treated his grandmother's female complaint. Sarah dried her tears and borrowed Macon's pen to write the doctor's name on the back of a chewing gum wrapper. But wouldn't the doctor refuse her? She asked. Wouldn't he say she ought to be at least engaged? Well, all right, Macon said. They would get engaged. Sarah said that would be lovely. Their engagement lasted 3 years, all through college. Grandfather Leary felt the wedding should be delayed even further, till Macon was firmly settled in his place of employment. But since his place of employment would be Leary Metals, which manufactured cork-lined caps for soft drink bottles, Macon couldn't see himself concentrating on that even briefly. Besides, the rush to and from Sarah's bedroom on her mother's Red Cross days had begun to tell on them both. So they married the spring they graduated from college, and Macon went to work at the factory while Sarah taught English at a private school. It was 7 years before Ethan was born. By that time, Sarah was no longer calling Macon mysterious. When he was quiet now, it seemed to annoy her. Macon sensed this, but there was nothing he could do about it. In some odd way, he was locked inside the standoffish self he'd assumed when he and she first met. He was frozen there. It was like that old warning of his grandmother's, "Don't cross your eyes, they might get stuck that way." No matter how he tried to change his manner, Sarah continued to deal with him as if he were someone unnaturally cool-headed, someone more even in temperament than she, but perhaps not quite as feeling. He had once come upon a questionnaire that she'd filled out in a ladies' magazine, one of those "How happy is your marriage" things, and where it said, "I believe I love my spouse more than he/she loves me," Sarah had checked true. The unsettling part was that after Macon gave his automatic little snort of denial, he had wondered if it might be true after all. Somehow his role had sunk all the way through to the heart. Even internally, by now, he was a fairly chilly man. And if you didn't count his son, who was easy, a child is no test at all, there was not one person in his life whom he really agonized over. When he thought about this now, it was a relief to remind himself that he did miss Sarah, after all. But then his relief seemed unfeeling too, and he groaned and shook his head, and tugged his hair in great handfuls. Some woman phoned and said, "Macon?" He could tell at once it wasn't Sarah. Sarah's voice was light and breathy. This one was rough, tough, wiry. "It's Muriel," she said. "Muriel," he said. "Muriel Pritchett." "Ah, yes," he said. But he still had no clue who she was. "From the vet's?" she asked. "Who got on so good with your dog?" "Oh, the vet's." He saw her, if dimly. He saw her saying her own name, the long U sound and the P drawing up her dark red mouth. "I was just wondering how Edward was." Macon glanced over at Edward. The two of them were in the study, where Macon had managed to type half a page. Edward lay flat on his stomach with his legs straight out behind him, short, pudgy legs, like the drumsticks of a dressed Long Island duckling. "He looks all right to me," Macon said. "I mean, is he biting?" "Well, not lately, but he's developed this new symptom. He gets angry if I leave the house. He starts barking and showing his teeth." "I still think he ought to be trained." "Oh, he's 4.5, and I suppose—" "That's not too old. I could do it in no time. Tell you what, maybe I could just come around and discuss it. You and me could have a drink or something and talk about what his problems are." "Well, I really don't think—" "Or you could come to my place. I'd fix you supper." Macon wondered how it would help Edward to be dragged to supper at some stranger's house. "Macon, what do you say?" she asked. "Oh, why, I think for now I'll just try to manage on my own." "Well, I can understand that," she said. "Believe me, I've been through that stage. So what I'll do is I'll wait for you to get in touch. You do still have my card, don't you?" Macon said he did, although he had no idea where it had got to. "I don't want to be pushy," she said. "No. Well," Macon said. Then he hung up and went back to his guidebook. He was still on the introduction, and it was already the end of August. How would he meet his deadline? The back of the desk chair hit his spine in just the wrong place. The S key kept sticking. The typewriter tapped out audible words. "Inimitable," it said. His typing sounded just like Sarah saying, "inimitable." "You in your inimitable way," she told him. He gave a quick shake of his head. Generally, food in England is not as jarring as in other foreign countries. Nice cooked vegetables, things in white sauce, pudding for dessert. I don't know why some travelers complain about English food. In September, he decided to alter his system of dressing. If he wore sweatsuits at home, the zipper-free kind, nothing to scratch or bind him, he could go from one shower to the next without changing clothes. The sweatsuit would serve as both pajamas and day wear. He bought a couple of them, medium gray. The first night he wore one to bed, he enjoyed the feel of it, and he liked not having to dress the next morning. In fact, it occurred to him that he might as well wear the same outfit 2 days in a row, skip his shower on alternate evenings. Talk about saving energy. In the morning, all he had to do was shave. He wondered if he ought to grow a beard. Around noon of the second day, though, he started feeling a little low. He was sitting at his typewriter, and something had made him notice his posture, stooped and sloppy. He blamed the sweatsuit. He rose and went to the full-length mirror in the hall. His reflection reminded him of a patient in a mental hospital. Part of the trouble, perhaps, was his shoes, regular black tie shoes intended for dressier clothes. Should he buy sneakers? But he would hate to be mistaken for a jogger. He noticed that without a belt around his waist, he tended to let his stomach stick out. He stood up straighter. That evening, when it was time to wash the first sweatsuit, he used extra hot water to shrink out some of the bagginess. He felt much worse in the morning. It had been a warm night, and he woke up sticky and cross. He couldn't face the thought of popcorn for breakfast. He laundered a load of sheets, and then, in the midst of hanging them, found himself standing motionless with his head bowed, both wrists dangling over the clothesline as if he himself had been pinned there. "Buck up," he said aloud. His voice sounded creaky, out of practice. This was his day for grocery shopping. Tuesday, when the supermarket was least crowded with other human beings. But somehow he couldn't bring himself to get going. He dreaded all that business with the address books, the 3 tabbed books he shopped with. One held data from Consumer Reports, the top-rated brand of bread, for instance, listed under B. In another he noted prices, and in the third he filed his coupons. He kept having to stop and riffle through them, muttering prices under his breath, comparing house brands to cents-off name brands. Oh, everything seemed so complicated. Why bother? Why eat at all, in fact? On the other hand, he needed milk, and Edward was low on dog food, and Helen was completely out of cat food. He did something he'd never done before. He telephoned the Market Basket, a small, expensive grocery that delivered, and he didn't order just emergency rations. No, he called in the whole week's list. "Shall we bring this to the front or the back?" the clerk asked in her tinsely voice. "The back," Macon said. "No, wait. Bring the perishables to the back, but put the dog food next to the coal chute." "Coal chute," the clerk repeated, apparently writing it down. "The coal chute at the side of the house, but not the cat food. That goes in back with the perishables." "Well, wait now. And the upstairs items at the front of the house." "What upstairs items?" "Toothpaste, ivory soap, dog biscuits." "I thought you said the dog biscuits went to the coal chute." "Not the dog biscuits, the dog food. It's the food that goes to the coal chute, damn it." "Now, look here," the clerk said. "There's no call to be rude." "Well, I'm sorry," Macon told her, "but I just want the simplest thing, it seems to me. 1 puny box of Milk-Bone biscuits up beside my bed. If I give Edward my buttered popcorn, it upsets his stomach. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind. It's not as if I'm hoarding it all for myself or something. But he has this sensitivity to fats, and I'm the only one in the house. It's me who has to clean up if he gets sick. I'm the only one to do it. I'm all alone. It's just me. It seems everybody's just fled from me. I don't know, I've lost them. I'm left standing here saying, where'd they go? Where is everybody? Oh, God, what did I do that was so bad? His voice was not behaving right, and he hung up. He stood over the telephone, rubbing his forehead. Had he given her his name? Or not? He couldn't remember. Please, please let him not have given her his name. He was falling apart. That much was obvious. He would have to get a grip on himself. First thing, out of this sweatsuit. It was some kind of jinx. He clapped his hands together briskly, and then he climbed the stairs. In the bathroom, he yanked off the sweatsuit and dropped it into the tub. Yesterday's hung from the shower curtain rod, still damp. There wasn't a chance it would be dry by tonight. What a mistake. He felt like a fool. He'd come within an inch, within a hair's breadth of turning into one of those pathetic creatures you see on the loose from time to time, unwashed, unshaven, shapeless, talking to themselves, padding along in their institutional garb. Neatly dressed now, in a white shirt and khakis, he gathered the damp sweatsuit and carried it down to the basement. It would make good winter pajamas, at least. He put it in the dryer, wedged the exhaust tube in the window again, and set the dials. Better to consume a little energy than to fall into despair over a soggy sweatsuit. At the top of the basement stairs, Edward was complaining. He was hungry, but not brave enough to descend the stairs on his own. When he caught sight of Macon, he lay flat, with his nose poking over the topmost step, and put on a hopeful expression. "Coward," Macon told him. He scooped Edward up in both arms and turned to lumber back down. Edward's teeth started chattering, a tickety-tick like rice in a cup. It occurred to Macon that Edward might know something he didn't. Was the basement haunted, or what? It had been weeks now, and Edward was still so frightened that sometimes, set in front of his food, he just stood there dismally and made a puddle without bothering to lift his leg. "You're being very silly, Edward," Macon told him. Just then, an eerie howl rose from... where? From the basement's very air, it seemed. It continued steadily. It grew. Edward, who must have been expecting this all along, kicked off instantly with his sturdy, clawed hind legs against Macon's diaphragm. Macon felt the wind knocked out of him. Edward whomped into the wall of damp body bags on the clothesline, rebounded and landed in the center of Macon's stomach. Macon set one foot blindly in the wheeled basket, and his legs went out from under him. He stepped down hard, into empty space. He was lying on his back on the clammy cement floor, with his left leg doubled beneath him. The sound that had set all this in motion paused for one split second, and then resumed. It was clear now that it came from the dryer's exhaust tube. "Shoot," Macon said to Edward, who lay panting on top of him. "Wouldn't you think that idiot cat would know the dryer was running?" He could see how it must have happened. Attempting to enter from outside, she'd been met by a whistling wind, but she had stubbornly continued into the tube. He pictured her eyes pressed into slits, her ears flattened back by a lint-filled gale. Wailing and protesting, she had nonetheless clung to her course. What persistence! Macon shook Edward off and rolled over on his stomach. Even so small a movement caused him agony. He felt a lump of nausea beginning in his throat, but he rolled once more, dragging his leg behind him. With his teeth set, he reached for the door of the dryer and pulled it open. The sweatsuit slowly stopped revolving. The cat stopped howling. Macon watched her bumbling, knobby shape inching backward through the tube. Just as she reached her exit, the entire tube fell out of the window and into the laundry sink, but Helen didn't fall with it. He hoped she was all right. He watched until she scurried past the other window, looking just slightly rumpled. Then he drew a breath and began the long, hard trip up the stairs for help. Chapter 5. "Oh, I've erred and I have stumbled," Macon's sisters sang in the kitchen. "I've been sinful and unwise." She had a tremulous soprano that sounded like an old lady's, although she was younger than Macon. You could imagine such a voice in church, some country kind of church where the women still wore flat straw hats. "I'm just a lucky pilgrim on the road to paradise." Macon was lying on the daybed in his grandparents' sun porch. His left leg, encased in plaster from mid-thigh to instep, was not painful so much as absent. There was a constant, dull, cottony numbness that made him want to pinch his own shin. Not that he could, of course. He was sealed away from himself. The hardest blow felt like a knock on the wall from a neighboring room. Still, he felt a kind of contentment. He lay listening to his sister fix breakfast, idly scratching the cat who had made herself a nest in the blankets. "I've had trials, I've had sorrows," Rose trilled merrily. "I've had grief and sacrifice." Once she got the coffee started, she would come help him across the living room to the downstairs bathroom. He still found it difficult to navigate, especially on polished floors. Nowadays he marveled at all those people on crutches whom he used to take for granted. He saw them as a flock of stalky wading birds, dazzlingly competent with their sprightly hops and debonair pivots. How did they do it? His own crutches, so new their rubber tips were not yet scuffed, leaned against the wall. His bathrobe hung over a chair. Beneath the window was a folding card table with a wood-grained cardboard top and rickety legs. His grandparents had been dead for years, but the table remained set up as if for one of their eternal bridge games. Macon knew that on its underside was a yellowed label reading Atlas Manufacturing Company, with a steel engraving of 6 plump, humorless men in high-collared suits standing upon a board laid across the very same table. "Furnishings of deceptive delicacy," the caption said. Macon associated the phrase with his grandmother. Deceptive delicacy. Lying on the sun porch floor as a boy, he had studied her fragile legs from which her ankle bones jutted out like doorknobs. Her solid, black, chunky-heeled shoes were planted squarely a foot apart, never tapping or fidgeting. He heard his brother Porter upstairs, whistling along with Rose's song. He knew it was Porter because Charles never whistled. There was the sound of a shower running. His sister looked through the sun porch door, with Edward peering around her and panting at Macon as if he were laughing. "Macon, are you awake?" Rose asked. "I've been awake for hours," he told her, for there was something vague about her that caused her brothers to act put upon and needy whenever she chanced to focus on them. She was pretty in a sombre, prim way, with beige hair folded unobtrusively at the back of her neck where it wouldn't be a bother. Her figure was a very young girl's, but her clothes were spinsterly and concealing. She wrapped him in his bathrobe and helped him stand up. Now his leg actively hurt. It seemed the pain was a matter of gravity. A throbbing ache sank slowly down the length of the bone. With Rose supporting him on one side and a crutch on the other, he hobbled out of the sun porch, through the living room with its shabby, curlicued furniture. The dog kept getting underfoot. "Maybe I could stop and rest a moment," Macon said when they passed the couch. "It's only a little farther." They entered the pantry. Rose opened the bathroom door and helped him inside. "Call me when you're ready," she said, closing the door after him. Macon sagged against the sink. At breakfast, Porter was cheerily talkative, while the others ate in silence. Porter was the best-looking of all the Learys, more tightly knit than Macon, his hair a brighter shade of blonde. He gave an impression of vitality and direction that his brothers lacked. "Got a lot to do today," he said between mouthfuls. "That meeting with Heron, interviews for Dave's old job, Kate's flying in from Atlanta." Charles just sipped his coffee. While Porter was already dressed, Charles still wore his pajamas. He was a soft, sweet-faced man who never seemed to move. Any time you looked at him, he'd be watching you with his sorrowful eyes that slanted downward at the outer corners. Rose brought the coffee pot from the stove. "Last night Edward woke me twice asking to go out," she said. "Do you think he has some sort of kidney problem?" "It's the adjustment," Macon said. "Adjustment to change. I wonder how he knows not to wake me." Porter said, "Maybe we could rig up some sort of system. One of those little round pet doors or something." "Edward's kind of portly for a pet door," Macon said. "Besides," Rose said, "the yard's not fenced. We can't let him out on his own if he's not fenced in." "A litter box, then," Porter suggested. "Litter box? For a dog?" "Why not, if it were big enough?" Macon said, "Use a bathtub. The one in the basement. No one goes there anymore." "But who would clean it?" "Ah." They all looked down at Edward, who was lying at Rose's feet. He rolled his eyes at them. "How come you have him, anyway?" Porter asked Macon. "He was Ethan's." "Oh, I see," Porter said. He gave a little cough. "Animals," he said brightly. "Ever considered what they must think of us? I mean, here we come back from the grocery store with the most amazing haul. Chicken, pork, half a cow. We leave at 9 and we're back at 10, evidently having caught an entire herd of beasts. They must think we're the greatest hunters on earth." Macon leaned back in his chair with his coffee mug cupped in both hands. The sun was warming the breakfast table, and the kitchen smelled of toast. He almost wondered whether, by some devious subconscious means, he had engineered this injury, every elaborate step leading up to it, just so he could settle down safe among the people he'd started out with. Charles and Porter left for the factory, and Rose went upstairs and ran the vacuum cleaner. Macon, who was supposed to be typing his guidebook, struggled back to the sun porch and collapsed. Since he'd come home, he'd been sleeping too much. The urge to sleep was like a great black cannonball rolling around inside his skull, making his head heavy and droopy. On the wall at the end of the room hung a portrait of the 4 Leary children, Charles, Porter, Macon, and Rose, clustered in an armchair. Their grandfather had commissioned that portrait several years before they came to live with him. They were still in California with their mother, a giddy young war widow. From time to time she sent snapshots, but Grandfather Leary found those inadequate. By their very nature, he told her in his letters, photos lied. They showed what a person looked like over a fraction of a second, not over long, slow minutes, which was what you'd take to study someone in real life. "In that case," said Alicia, "didn't paintings lie also?" They showed hours instead of minutes. It wasn't Grandfather Leary she said this to, but the artist, an elderly Californian whose name Grandfather Leary had somehow got hold of. If the artist had a reply, Macon couldn't remember what it was. He could remember sitting for the portrait, though, and now, when he looked at it, he had a very clear picture of his mother standing just outside the gilded frame in a pink kimono, watching the painting take shape while she toweled her hair dry. She had fluffy, short, brittle hair, whose colour she helped along, as she put it. Her face was a type no longer seen. It wasn't just unfashionable, it had vanished altogether. How did women mould their basic forms to suit the times? Were there no more of those round chins, round foreheads, and bruised, baroque little mouths so popular in the 40s? The artist, it was obvious, found her very attractive. He kept pausing in his work to say he wished she were the subject. Alicia gave a breathless laugh and shooed away his words with one hand. Probably later she had gone out with him a few times. She was always taking up with new men, and they were always the most exciting men in the world, to hear her tell it. If they were artists, why, she had to give a party and get all her friends to buy their paintings. If they flew small planes on weekends, she had to start pilot's lessons. If they were political, there she was on street corners thrusting petitions on passers-by. Her children were too young to worry about the men themselves, if there was any reason to worry. No, it was her enthusiasm that disturbed them. Her enthusiasm came in spurts, a violent zigzag of hobbies, friends, boyfriends, causes. She always seemed about to fall over the brink of something. She was always going too far. Her voice had an edge to it, as if at any moment it might break. The faster she talked and the brighter her eyes grew, the more fixedly her children stared at her, as if willing her to follow their example of steadiness and dependability. "Oh, what is it with you?" she would ask them. "Why are you such sticks?" And she would give up on them and flounce off to meet her crowd. Rose, the baby, used to wait for her return in the hall, sucking her thumb and stroking an old fur stole that Alicia never wore any more. Sometimes Alicia's enthusiasm turned to her children, an unsettling experience. She took them all to the circus and bought them cotton candy that none of them enjoyed. They liked to keep themselves tidy. She yanked them out of school and enrolled them briefly in an experimental learning community where no one wore clothes. The four of them, chilled and miserable, sat hunched in a row in the common room with their hands pressed flat between their bare knees. She dressed as a witch and went trick-or-treating with them, the most mortifying Halloween of their lives, for she got carried away as usual and cackled, croaked, scuttled up to strangers and shook her ragged broom in their faces. She started making mother-daughter outfits for herself and Rose, in strawberry pink with puffed sleeves, but stopped when the sewing machine pierced her finger and made her cry. She was always getting hurt. It may have been because she rushed so. Then she turned to something else, and something else, and something else. She believed in change as if it were a religion. Feeling sad? Find a new man. Creditors after you? Rent due? Children running fevers? Move to a new apartment. During one year, they moved so often that every day after school, Macon had to stand deliberating a while before setting out for home. In 1950, she decided to marry an engineer who traveled around the world building bridges. Portugal, Panama, Brazil, she told the children. We'll finally get to see our planet. They gazed at her stonily. If they had met this man before, they had no recollection of it. Alicia said, "Aren't you excited?" Later, it may have been after he took them all out to dinner, she said she was sending them to live with their grandparents instead. "Baltimore is more suitable for children, really," she said. Did they protest? Macon couldn't remember. He recalled his childhood as a glassed-in place, with grown-ups rushing past, talking at him, making changes, while he himself stayed mute. At any rate, one hot night in June, Alicia put them on a plane to Baltimore. They were met by their grandparents, two thin, severe, distinguished people in dark clothes. The children approved of them at once. After that, they saw Alicia only rarely. She would come breezing into town with an armload of flimsy gifts from tropical countries. Her print dresses struck the children as flashy. Her makeup was too vivid, like a foreigner's. She seemed to find her children comical, their navy and white school uniforms, their perfect posture. "My God, how stodgy you've grown!" she would cry, evidently forgetting she'd thought them stodgy all along. She said they took after their father. They sensed this wasn't meant as a compliment. When they asked what their father had been like, she looked down at her own chin and said, "Oh, Alicia, grow up." Later, when her sons married, she seemed to see even more resemblance. For at one time or another she'd apologized to all three daughters-in-law for what they must have to put up with. Like some naughty, gleeful fairy, Macon imagined, she darted in and out of their lives, leaving a trail of irresponsible remarks, apparently never considering they might be passed on. "I don't see how you stay married to the man," she'd said to Sarah. She herself was now on her fourth husband, a rock garden architect with a white goatee. It was true the children in the portrait seemed unrelated to her. They lacked her blue and gold coloring. Their hair had an ashy cast, and their eyes were a steely gray. They all had that distinct center groove from nose to upper lip, and never in a million years would Alicia have worn an expression so guarded and suspicious. Uncomfortably arranged-looking, they gazed out at the viewer. The two older boys, plump Charles and trim Porter, perched on either arm of the chair in white shirts with wide, flat, open collars. Rose and Macon sat on the seat in matching playsuits. Rose appeared to be in Macon's lap, although actually she'd been settled between his knees, and Macon had the indrawn tenseness of someone placed in a physically close situation he wasn't accustomed to. His hair, like the others, slanted silkily across his forehead. His mouth was thin, almost colourless, and firmed a bit, as if he'd decided to take a stand on something. The set of that mouth echoed now in Macon's mind. He glanced at it, glanced away, glanced back. It was Ethan's mouth. Macon had spent 12 years imagining Ethan as a sort of exchange student, a visitor from the outside world, and here it turned out he'd been a Leary all along. What a peculiar thing to recognize at this late date. He sat up sharply and reached for his trousers, which Rose had cut short across the left thigh and hemmed with tiny, even stitches. No one else in the world had the slightest idea where he was. Not Julian, not Sarah, not anyone. Macon liked knowing that. He said as much to Rose. "It's nice to be so unconnected," he told her. "I wish things could stay that way a while." "Why can't they?" "Oh, well, you know, someone will call here, Sarah or someone." "Maybe we could just not answer the phone." "What, let it go on ringing?" "Why not?" "Not answer at any time?" "Most who call me are neighbors," Rose said. "They'll pop over in person if they don't get an answer. And you know the boys. Neither one of them likes dealing with telephones." "That's true," Macon said. Julian would come knocking on his door, planning to harangue him for letting his deadline slip past. He'd have to give up. Then Sarah would come for a soup ladle or something, and when he didn't answer, she would ask the neighbors, and they'd say he hadn't shown his face in some time. She would try to get in touch with his family, and the telephone would ring, and then she would start to worry. "What's happened?" she would wonder. "How could I have left him on his own?" Lately, Macon had noticed he'd begun to view Sarah as a form of enemy. He'd stopped missing her and started plotting her remorsefulness. It surprised him to see how quickly he'd made the transition. Was this what 2 decades of marriage amounted to? He liked to imagine her self-reproaches. He composed and recomposed her apologies. He hadn't had such thoughts since he was a child, dreaming of how his mother would weep at his funeral. In the daytime, working at the dining-room table, he would hear the telephone, and he'd pause, fingers at rest on the typewriter keys. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings. Rose would walk in with a jar of silver polish. She didn't even seem to hear. "What if that's some kind of emergency?" he would ask. Rose would say, Who would call us for an emergency?" And then she would take the silver from the buffet and spread it at the other end of the table. There had always been some family member requiring Rose's care. Their grandmother had been bedridden for years before she died, and then their grandfather got so senile, and first Charles and later Porter had failed in their marriages and come back home. So she had enough right here to fill her time. Or she made it enough. For surely it couldn't be necessary to polish every piece of silver every week. Shut in the house with her all day, Macon noticed how painstakingly she planned the menus, how often she reorganized the utensil drawer, how she ironed even her brother's socks, first separating them from the clever plastic grips she used to keep them mated in the washing machine. For Macon's lunch, she cooked a real meal and served it on regular placemats. She set out cut-glass dishes of pickles and olives that had to be returned to their bottles later on. She dolloped homemade mayonnaise into a tiny bowl. Macon wondered if it ever occurred to her that she lived an odd sort of life, unemployed, unmarried, supported by her brothers. But what job would she be suited for, he asked himself. Although he could picture her, come to think of it, as the mainstay of some musty antique law firm or accounting firm. Nominally a secretary, she would actually run the whole business, arranging everything just so on her employer's desk every morning, and allowing no one below her or above her to overlook a single detail. Macon could use a secretary like that. Recalling the gum-chewing redhead in Julian's disastrous office, he sighed and wished the world had more Roses. He zipped a page from his typewriter and set it face down on a stack of others. He had finished with his introduction. General instructions like, a subway is not an underground train, and don't say restroom, say toilet. And he'd finished the chapter called Trying to Eat in England. Rose had mailed those off for him yesterday. That was his new stratagem. Sending his book piece by piece from this undisclosed location. "There's no return address on this," Rose told him. "There's not meant to be," Macon said. Rose had nodded solemnly. She was the only one in the family who viewed his guidebooks as real writing. She kept a row of them in her bedroom bookcase, alphabetized by country. In mid-afternoon, Rose stopped work to watch her favorite soap opera. This was something Macon didn't understand. How could she waste her time on such trash? She said it was because there was a wonderfully evil woman in it. There are enough evil people in real life, Macon told her. Yes, but not wonderfully evil. Well, that's for sure. This one, you see, is so obvious. You know exactly whom to mistrust. While she watched, she talked aloud to the characters. Macon could hear her in the dining room. "It isn't you he's after, sweetie," she said. "And just you wait, ha!" Not at all her usual style of speech. A commercial broke in, but Rose stayed transfixed where she was. Macon, meanwhile, worked on Trying to Sleep in England, typing away in a dogged, uninspired rhythm. When the doorbell rang, Rose didn't respond. Edward went mad, barking and scratching at the door and running back to Macon and racing again to the door. "Rose?" Macon called. She said nothing. Finally he stood up, assembled himself on his crutches, and went as quietly as possible to the hall. Well, it wasn't Sarah. A glance through the lace curtain told him that much. He opened the door and peered out. "Yes?" he said. It was Garner Bolt, a neighbor from home, a scrawny little grey man who had made his fortune in cleaning supplies. When he saw Macon, every line in his pert, pointed face turned upward. "There you are," he said. It was hard to hear him over Edward, who went on barking frantically. "Why, Garner," Macon said. "We worried you had died." "You did?" Macon grabbed at Edward's collar, but missed. "Saw the papers piling up on your lawn, mail inside your screen door, didn't know what to think." "Well, I meant to send my sister for those," Macon said. "I broke my leg, you see." "Now, how'd you do that?" "It's a long story." He gave up blocking the door. "Come on in," he told Garner. Garner took off his cap, which had a Sherwin-Williams paint sign across the front. His jacket was part of some long-ago suit, a worn, shiny brown, and his overalls were faded to white at the knees. He stepped inside, skirting the dog, and shut the door behind him. Edward's barks turned to whimpers. "My car is full of your mail," Garner said. "Brenda said I ought to bring it to your sister and ask if she knew of your whereabouts. Also, I promised your friend." "What friend?" "Lady and pedal pushers." "I don't know any lady and pedal pushers," Macon said. He hadn't realized pedal pushers still existed, even. "Saw her standing on your porch, rattling your doorknob, calling out, 'Macon, you in there?' Skinny little lady with hair. Looked to be in her 20s or so." "Well, I can't imagine who it was." "Squinching in and shading her eyes." "Who could it be?" "Tripping down the porch steps in her great tall, pointy high heels." "The dog lady," Macon said. "Jesus." "Kinda young, ain't she?" "I don't even know her." "Going round the back of the house to call out, 'Macon! Macon!' I barely met her. It was her that told me about the Windle." "Windle?" "Windle to the basement, all broke out. Fall sets in, it'll turn your furnace on, waste all kinds of energy." "Oh, well, yes, I suppose it would," Macon said. "We thought you might have been burglarized or something." Macon led the way to the dining room. "See, what happened," he said. "I broke my leg, and I came to live at my family's till I could manage for myself again." "We didn't see no ambulance, though, or nothing." "Well, I called my sister." "Sister's a doctor?" "Just to come and take me to the emergency room." "When Brenda broke her hip on the missing step," Garner said, "she called the ambulance." "Well, I called my sister." "Brenda called the ambulance." They seemed to be stuck. "I guess I ought to notify the post office about my mail," Macon said finally. He lowered himself into his chair. Garner pulled out another chair and sat down with his cap in his hands. He said, I could just keep on bringing it. No, I'll have Rose notify them. Lord, all these bills must be coming due and so forth. I could bring it just as easy. Thanks anyway. Why don't I bring it? To tell the truth, Macon said, I'm not so sure I'll be going back there. This hadn't occurred to him before. He placed his crutches together delicately, like a pair of chopsticks, and laid them on the floor beside his chair. I might stay on here with my family, he said. And give up that fine little house? It's kind of big for just one person. Garner frowned down at his cap. He put it on his head, changed his mind, and took it off again. Look, he said, back when me and Brenda were newlyweds, we were awful together. Just awful. Couldn't either one of us stand the other. I'll never know how we lasted. We aren't newlyweds, though, Macon said. We've been married 20 years. Brenda and me did not speak to each other for very nearly every bit of 1935, Gardner said. January to August 1935. New Year's Day till my summer vacation. Not a single blessed word. Macon's attention was caught. What? He said. Not even pass the salt? Open the window? Not even that. Well, how did you manage your daily life? Mostly she stayed over to her sister's. Oh, then. The morning my vacation began, I felt so miserable I like to died. Thought to myself, what am I doing anyhow? Called long distance to Ocean City and booked a room for 2. In those days, long distance was some big deal, let me tell you. Took all these operators and so forth, and it cost a mint. Then I packed some clothes for me and some clothes for Brenda and went on over to her sister's house. Her sister says, "What do you want?" She was the type that likes to see dissension. I walk right past her. Find Brenda in the living room mending hose. Open my suitcase. Look at here. Your sundress for dining in a seafood restaurant, I tell her. 2 pairs of shorts, 2 blouses, your swimsuit. She don't even look at me. Your bathrobe, I say. Your nightgown you wore on our honeymoon. Acts like I'm not even there. Brenda, I tell her. I say, Brenda, I am 19 years old, and I'll never be 19 again. I'll never be alive again. I mean, this is the only life I get to go through, Brenda, as far as I know, and I've spent this great large chunk of it sitting alone in an empty apartment, too proud to make up, too scared you'd say no. But even if you did say no, it can't be worse than what I got now. I'm the loneliest man in the world, Brenda, so please come to Ocean City with me. And Brenda, she lays down her mending and says, Well, since you ask, but it looks to me like you forgot my bathing cap. And off we went. He sat back triumphantly in his chair. So, he said. So, Macon said. So you get my point. What point? You have to let her know you need her. See, Garner, I think we've gone beyond little things like letting her know. I don't take this personally, Macon, but I got to level with you. There's times when you've been sort of frustrating. I'm not talking about myself, mind. I understand. It's just some of the others in the neighborhood. They've been put off a little. Take during your tragedy. I mean, people like to offer help at occasions like that. Send flowers and visit at the viewing hour and bring casseroles for after the service. Only you didn't even have a service. Held a cremation. Lord God. Somewheres off in Virginia without a word to anyone and come home directly. Peg Everett tells you she's put you in her prayers, and Sarah says, Oh, bless you, Peg. But what do you say? You ask Peg if her son might care to take Ethan's bike off your hands. Macon groaned. Yes, he said. I never know how to behave at these times. Then you mow your lawn like nothing has happened. The grass did keep on growing, Garner. We was all dying to do it for you. Well, thanks, Macon said. But I enjoyed the work. See what I mean? Macon said, Now wait. Just to insert some logic into this discussion. That's exactly what I mean. You started out talking about Sarah. You've switched to how I disappoint the neighbors. What's the difference? You might not know this, Macon, but you come across as a person that charges ahead on your own somewhat. Just look at the way you walk. The way you, lunge, lope on down the street with your head running clear in front of your body. If a fellow wants to stop you and, offer his condolences, he'd be liable to get plowed down. Now, I know you care, and you know you care, but how does it look to the others, I ask you? No wonder she up and left. Garner, I appreciate your thoughts on this, Macon said, but Sarah's fully aware that I care. I'm not as tongue-tied as you like to make out, and this isn't one of those open-shut, can-this-marriage-be-saved deals either. I mean, you're just plain goddamn wrong, Garner. Well, Garner said. He looked down at his cap, and after a moment he jammed it abruptly on his head. I guess I'll fetch your mail in, then, he said. Right. Thanks. Garner rose to his feet and shuffled out. His leaving alerted Edward, who started barking all over again. There was an empty spell during which Macon looked down at his cast and listened to the soap opera from the living room. Meanwhile, Edward whined at the door and paced back and forth, clicking his toenails. Then Garner returned. Mostly catalogues, he said, flinging his load on the table. He brought with him the smell of fresh air and dry leaves. Brenda said we might as well not bother with the newspapers. Just throw them out. Oh, yes, of course, Macon said. He stood up and they shook hands. Garner's fingers were crisp and intricately shaped, like crumpled paper. Thanks for stopping by, Macon told him. Any time, Garner said, looking elsewhere. Macon said, I didn't mean, I hope I didn't sound short-tempered. No, Garner said. He lifted an arm and let it drop. Shoot. Don't think a thing about it. Then he turned to leave. As soon as he did, Macon thought of a flood of other things he should have mentioned. It wasn't all his fault, he wanted to say. Sarah had a little to do with it, too. What Sarah needed was a rock, he wanted to say, someone who wouldn't crumble. Otherwise, why had she picked him to marry? But he held his peace and watched Garner walk out. There was something pitiable about the two sharp cords that ran down the back of Garner's neck, cupping a little ditch of mapped brown skin between them. When his brothers came home from work, the house took on a relaxed, relieved atmosphere. Rose drew the living-room curtains and lit a few soft lamps. Charles and Porter changed into sweaters. Macon started mixing his special salad dressing. He believed that if you pulverized the spices first with a marble mortar and pestle, it made all the difference. The others agreed that no one else's dressing tasted as good as Macon's. Since you've been gone, Charles told him, we've had to buy that bottled stuff from the grocery store. He made it sound as if Macon had been gone a few weeks or so, as if his entire marriage had been just a brief trip elsewhere. For supper they had Rose's pot roast, a salad with Macon's dressing, and baked potatoes. Baked potatoes had always been their favorite food. They had learned to fix them as children, and even after they were big enough to cook a balanced meal, they used to exist solely on baked potatoes whenever Alicia left them to their own devices. There was something about the smell of a roasting Idaho that was so cozy, and also, conservative, was the way Macon put it to himself. He thought back on years and years of winter evenings, the kitchen windows black outside, the corners furry with gathering darkness, the four of them seated at the chipped enamel table, meticulously filling scooped-out potato skins with butter. You let the butter melt in the skins while you mashed and seasoned the floury insides. The skins were saved till last. It was almost a ritual. He recalled that once, during one of their mother's longer absences, her friend Eliza had served them what she called potato boats, restuffed, not a bit like the genuine article. The children, with pinched, fastidious expressions, had emptied the stuffing and proceeded as usual with the skins, pretending to overlook her mistake. The skins should be crisp. They should not be salted. The pepper should be freshly ground. Paprika was acceptable, but only if it was American. Hungarian paprika had too distinctive a taste. Personally, Macon could do without paprika altogether. While they ate, Porter discussed what to do with his children. Tomorrow was his weekly visitation night, when he would drive over to Washington, where his children lived with their mother. "The thing of it is," he said, "eating out in restaurants is so artificial. Doesn't seem like real food. And anyway, they all three have different tastes. They always argue over where to go. Someone's on a diet, someone's turned vegetarian, someone can't stand food that crunches, and I end up shouting, 'Oh, for God's sake, we're going to such, and that's that.' So we go, and everybody sulks throughout the meal." "Maybe you should just not visit," Charles said reasonably. He had never had children of his own. "Well, of course I want to visit, Charles. I just wish we had some different program. You know what would be ideal? If we could all do something with tools together. I mean like the old days before the divorce, when Danny helped me drain the hot water heater, or Susan sat on a board I was sawing. If I could just drop by their house, say, and June and her husband could go to a movie or something, then the kids and I would clean the gutters, weather-strip the windows, wrap the hot water pipes. Well, that husband of hers is no use at all. You can bet he lets his hot water pipes sit around naked. I'd bring my own tools, even. We'd have a fine time. Susan could fix us cocoa. Then at the end of the evening I'd pack up my tools and off I'd go, leaving the house in perfect repair. Why, June ought to jump at the chance." "Then why not suggest it?" Macon said. "Nah, she'd never go for it. She's so impractical. I said to her last week, I said, 'You know, that front porch step is loose, springing up from its nails every time you walk on it wrong.' She said, 'Oh, Lord, yes, it's been that way,' as if Providence had decreed it, as if nothing could be done about it. They've got leaves in the gutter from way last winter, but leaves are natural, after all. Why go against nature? She's so impractical." Porter himself was the most practical man Macon had ever known. He was the only Leary who understood money. His talent with money was what kept the family firm solvent, if just barely. It wasn't a very wealthy business. Grandfather Leary had founded it in the early part of the century as a tinware factory and turned to bottle caps in 1915. The Bottle Cap King, he called himself, and was called in his obituary, but in fact most bottle caps were manufactured by Crown Cork, and always had been. Grandfather Leary ran a distant second or third. His only son, the Bottle Cap Prince, had barely assumed his place in the firm before quitting to volunteer for World War II, a far more damaging enthusiasm, it turned out, than any of Alicia's. After he was killed, the business limped along, never quite succeeding and never quite failing, till Porter bounced in straight from college and took over the money end. Money, to Porter, was something almost chemical, a volatile substance that reacted in various interesting ways when combined with other substances. He wasn't what you'd call mercenary. He didn't want the money for its own sake, but for its intriguing possibilities. And, in fact, when his wife divorced him, he handed over most of his property without a word of complaint. It was Porter who ran the company, pumping in money and ideas. Charles, more mechanical, dealt with the production end, Macon had done a little of everything when he worked there, and had wasted away with boredom doing it, for there wasn't really enough to keep a third man busy. It was only for symmetry's sake that Porter kept urging him to return. "Tell you what, Macon," he said now, "why not hitch a ride down with us tomorrow and look over your old stomping ground?" "No, thanks," Macon told him. "Plenty of room for your crutches in back. Maybe some other time." They followed Rose around while she washed the dishes. She didn't like them to help because she had her own method, she said. She moved soundlessly through the old-fashioned kitchen, replacing dishes in high wooden cabinets. Charles took the dog out. Macon couldn't manage his crutches in the spongy backyard, and Porter pulled the kitchen shades, meanwhile lecturing Rose on how the white surfaces reflected the warmth back into the room now that the nights were cooler. Rose said, "Yes, Porter, I know all that," and lifted the salad bowl to the light and examined it a moment before she put it away. They watched the news, dutifully, and then they went out to the sun porch and sat at their grandparents' card table. They played something called Vaccination, a card game they'd invented as children, which had grown so convoluted over the years that no one else had the patience to learn it. In fact, more than one outsider had accused them of altering the rules to suit the circumstances. "Now, just a minute," Sarah had said, back when she'd still had hopes of figuring it out. "I thought you said aces were high." "They are. So that means, but not when they're drawn from the deck." "Aha! Then why was the one that Rose drew counted high?" "Well, she did draw it after a deuce, Sarah." "Aces drawn after a deuce are high?" "No, aces drawn after a number that's been drawn 2 times in a row just before that." Sarah had folded her fan of cards and laid them face down, the last of the wives to give up. Macon was in quarantine and had to donate all his cards to Rose. Rose moved her chair over next to his and played off his points while he sat back, scratching the cat behind her ears. Opposite him, in the tiny, dark window panes, he saw their reflections, hollow-eyed and severely cheekboned, more interesting versions of themselves. The telephone in the living room gave a nipped squeak, and then a full ring. Nobody seemed to notice. Rose laid a king on Porter's queen, and Porter said, "Stinker." The telephone rang again, and then again. In the middle of the 4th ring, it fell silent. "Hypodermic," Rose told Porter, and she topped the king with an ace. "You're a real stinker, Rose." In the portrait on the end wall, the Leary children gazed out with their veiled eyes. It occurred to Macon that they were sitting in much the same positions here this evening. Charles and Porter on either side of him, Rose perched in the foreground. Was there any real change? He felt a jolt of something very close to panic. Here he still was, the same as ever. "What have I gone and done?" he wondered, and he swallowed thickly, and looked at his own empty hands. Chapter 6. "Help! Help! Call off your dog!" Macon stopped typing and lifted his head. The voice came from somewhere out front, rising above a string of sharp, excited yelps. But Edward was taking a walk with Porter. This must be some other dog. "Call him off, damn it!" Macon rose, propping himself on his crutches, and made his way to the window. Sure enough, it was Edward. He seemed to have treed somebody in the giant magnolia to the right of the walk. He was barking so hard that he kept popping off the ground perfectly level, all 4 feet at once, like one of those pull toys that bounce straight up in the air when you squeeze a rubber bulb. "Edward, stop that!" Macon shouted. Edward didn't stop. He might not even have heard. Macon stubbed out to the hall, opened the front door, and said, "Come here this instant." Edward barely skipped a beat. It was a Saturday morning in early October, pale gray and cool. Macon felt the coolness creeping up his cut-off pants leg as he crossed the porch. When he dropped one crutch and took hold of the iron railing to descend the steps, he found the metal beaded with moisture. He hopped over to the magnolia, leaned down precariously, and grabbed the leash that Edward was trailing. Without much effort, he reeled it in. Edward was already losing interest. Macon peered into the inky depths of the magnolia. "Who is that?" he asked. "This is your employer, Macon." "Julian?" Julian lowered himself from one of the magnolia's weak, sprawling branches. He had a line of dirt across the front of his slacks. His white blonde hair, usually so neat it made him look like a shirt ad, stuck out at several angles. "Macon," he said, "I really hate a man with an obnoxious dog. I don't hate just the dog, I hate the man who owns him." "Well, I'm sorry about this. I thought he was off on a walk." "You sent him on walks by himself?" No. "A dog who takes solitary strolls," Julian said. "Only Macon Leary would have one." He brushed off the sleeves of his suede blazer. Then he said, "What happened to your leg?" "I broke it." "Well, I see that, but how?" "It's kind of hard to explain," Macon told him. They started toward the house, with Edward trotting docilely alongside. Julian supported Macon as they climbed the steps. He was an athletic-looking man with a casual, sauntering style. A boater. You could tell he was a boater by his nose, which was raw across the tip even this late in the year. No one so startlingly blond, so vividly flushed in the face, should expose himself to sunburn, Macon always told him. But that was Julian for you. Reckless. A dashing sailor, a speedy driver, a frequenter of singles bars, he was the kind of man who would make a purchase without consulting consumer reports. He never seemed to have a moment's self-doubt, and was proceeding into the house now as jauntily as if he'd been invited, first retrieving Macon's other crutch, and then holding the door open and waving him ahead. "How'd you find me, anyway?" Macon asked. "Why? Are you hiding?" "No, of course not." Julian surveyed the entrance hall, which all at once struck Macon as slightly dowdy. The satin lampshade on the table had dozens of long vertical rents. It seemed to be rotting off its frame. "Your neighbor told me where you were," Julian said finally. "Oh, Garner. I stopped by your house when I couldn't reach you by phone. Do you know how late you're running with this guidebook?" "Well, you can see I've had an accident," Macon said. "Everybody's held up waiting for the manuscript. I keep telling them I expect it momentarily, but—" "Any moment," Macon said. "Huh? You expect it any moment?" "Yes, and all I've seen so far is 2 chapters mailed in with no explanation." Julian led the way to the living room as he spoke. He selected the most comfortable chair and sat down. "Where's Sarah?" he asked. "Who?" "Your wife, Macon." "Oh, she and I are—" Macon should have practiced saying it out loud. The word "separated" was too bald. It was something that happened to other people. He crossed to the couch and made a great business of settling himself and arranging his crutches at his side. Then he said, "She's got this apartment downtown." "You've split?" Macon nodded. "Jesus!" Edward nosed Macon's palm bossily, demanding a pat. Macon was grateful to have something to do. "Well, Jesus, Macon, what went wrong?" Julian asked. "Nothing," Macon told him. His voice was a little too loud. He lowered it. "I mean, "That's not something I can answer," he said. "Oh, excuse me. No, I mean, there is no answer. It turns out these things can happen for no particular reason." "Well, you've been under a strain, you two," Julian said. "Shoot, with what happened and all. She'll be back when she's gotten over it. Or not gotten over it, of course, but, you know." "Maybe so," Macon said. He felt embarrassed for Julian, who kept jiggling one docksider. He said, "What did you think of those first 2 chapters?" Julian opened his mouth to answer, but he was interrupted by the dog. Edward had flown to the hall and was barking furiously. There was a clang that Macon recognized as the sound of the front door swinging open and hitting the radiator. "Hush now," he heard Rose tell Edward. She crossed the hall and looked into the living room. Julian got to his feet. Macon said, "Julian Edge, this is my sister Rose. And this," he said as Charles arrived behind her, "is my brother Charles." Neither Rose nor Charles could shake hands. They were carrying the groceries. They stood in the center of the room, hugging brown paper bags, while Julian went into what Macon thought of as his Macon Leary act. Macon Leary with a sister, and a brother, too. Who'd have guessed it? That Macon Leary had a family just never entered my mind, somehow. Rose gave him a polite, puzzled smile. She wasn't looking her best. She wore a long black coat that drew all the color from her face. And Charles, rumpled and out of breath, was having trouble with one of his bags. He kept trying to get a better grip on it. "Here, let me help you," Julian said. He took the bag and then peered into it. Macon was afraid he'd go off on some tangent about Macon Leary's groceries, but he didn't. He told Rose, "Yes, I do see a family resemblance." "You're Macon's publisher," Rose said. "I remember from the address label." "Address label?" "I'm the one who mailed you Macon's chapters." "Oh, yes. I'm supposed to send you some more, but first I have to buy 9x12 envelopes. All we've got left is 10x13. It's terrible when things don't fit precisely. They get all out of alignment." "Ah," Julian said. He looked at her for a moment. Macon said, "We wouldn't want to keep you, Rose." "Oh, no," she said. She smiled at Julian, hoisted her groceries higher, and left the room. Charles retrieved his bag from Julian and slogged after her. "The Macon Leary 9x12 envelope crisis," Julian said, sitting back down. Macon said, "Oh, Julian, drop it." "Sorry," Julian said, sounding surprised. There was a pause. Then Julian said, "Really, I had no idea, Macon. I mean, if you'd let me know what was going on in your life." He was jiggling a docksider again. He always seemed uneasy when he couldn't do his Macon Leary act. After Ethan died, he'd avoided Macon for weeks. He'd sent a tree-sized bouquet to the house, but never again mentioned Ethan's name. "Look," he said now, "if you want another, I don't know, another month?" Macon said, "Oh, nonsense, what's a missing wife or two, right? Ha-ha. Here, let me get what I've typed and you can check it." "Well, if you say so," Julian said. "After this, there's only the conclusion," Macon said. He was calling over his shoulder as he made his way to the dining room, where his latest chapter lay stacked on the buffet. "The conclusion's nothing. A cinch. I'll crib from the old one, mostly." He returned with the manuscript and handed it to Julian. Then he sat on the couch again, and Julian started reading. Meanwhile, Macon heard Porter come in the back way, where he was greeted by explosive barks from Edward. "Monster," Porter said. "Do you know how long I've been looking for you?" The phone rang over and over, unanswered. Julian looked at Macon and raised his eyebrows, but made no comment. Macon and Julian had met some dozen years ago when Macon was still at the bottle cap factory. He'd been casting about for other occupations at the time. He'd begun to believe he might like to work on a newspaper. But he'd had no training, not a single journalism course. So he started the only way he could think of. He contributed a freelance article to a neighborhood weekly. His subject was a crafts fair over in Washington. "Getting there is difficult," he wrote, "because the freeway is so blank you start feeling all lost and sad. And once you've arrived, it's worse. The streets are not like ours, and don't even run at right angles." He went on to evaluate some food he'd sampled in an outdoor booth, but found it contained a spice he wasn't used to. Something sort of cold and yellow I would almost describe as foreign, and settled instead for a hot dog from a vendor across the street who wasn't even part of the fair. "The hot dog I can recommend," he wrote, "though it made me a little regretful because Sarah, my wife, used the same kind of chili sauce, and I thought of home the minute I smelled it." He also recommended the patchwork quilts, one of which had a starburst pattern like the quilt in his grandmother's room. He suggested that his readers leave the fair no later than 3:30, since you'll be driving into Baltimore right past Lexington Market and will want to pick up your crabs before it closes. His article was published beneath a headline reading, "Crafts Fair Delights Instructs." There was a subhead under that, or, it read, "I feel so broke up, I want to go home." Until he saw the subhead, Macon hadn't realized what tone he'd given his piece. Then he felt silly. But Julian Edge thought it was perfect. Julian phoned him. "You the fellow who wrote that hot dog thing in the Watchbird?" "Well, yes." "Ha!" "Well, I don't see what's so funny," Macon said stiffly. "Who said it was funny? It's perfect. I've got a proposition for you." They met at the Old Bay restaurant, where Macon's grandparents used to take the 4 children on their birthdays. "I can personally guarantee the crab soup," Macon said. "They haven't done a thing to it since I was 9. Julian said, "Ha!" again, and rocked back in his chair. He was wearing a polo shirt and white duck trousers, and his nose was a bright shade of pink. It was summer, or maybe spring. At any rate, his boat was in the water. "Now, here's my plan," he said over the soup. "I own this little company called the Businessman's Press. Well, little, I say little. Actually, we sell coast to coast. Nothing fancy, but useful, you know. Appointment pads, expense account booklets, compound interest charts, currency conversion wheels. And now I want to put out a guidebook for commercial travelers. Just the U.S. to begin with. Maybe other countries later. We'll call it something catchy. I don't know, Reluctant Tourist. And you're the fellow to write it." "Me?" "I knew the minute I read your hot dog piece. But I hate to travel." "I kind of guessed that," Julian said. "So do businessmen. I mean, these folks are not running around the country for the hell of it, Macon. They'd rather be home in their living rooms. So you'll be helping them pretend that's where they are." Then he pulled a square of paper from his breast pocket and said, "What do you think?" It was a steel engraving of an overstuffed chair. Attached to the chair's back were giant feathered wings, such as you would see on seraphim in antique Bibles. Macon blinked. "Your logo," Julian explained. "Get it?" While armchair travelers dream of going places," Julian said, "traveling armchairs dream of staying put. I thought we'd use this on the cover." "Ah," Macon said brightly. Then he said, "But would I actually have to travel myself?" "Well, yes." "Oh. But just briefly. I'm not looking for anything encyclopedic. I'm looking for the opposite of encyclopedic. And think of the pay." "It pays? It pays a bundle." Well, not a bundle, exactly. Still, it did make a comfortable living. It sold briskly at airport newsstands, train stations, and office supply shops. His Guide to France did even better. That was part of a major promotion by an international car rental agency, slip-cased with the businessman's foreign phrase book, which gave the German, French, and Spanish for "We anticipate an upswing in cross-border funds." Macon, of course, was not the author of the phrase book. His only foreign language was Latin. Now Julian restacked the pages he'd been reading. "Fine," he said. "I think we can send this through as is. What's left of the conclusion?" "Not much. After this, I want to start on the U.S. again." "So soon?" "It's been 3 years, Macon." "Well, but," Macon said. He gestured toward his leg. "You can see I'd have trouble traveling." "When does your cast come off?" "Not till the 1st of November at the earliest." "So? A few weeks?" "But it really seems to me I just did the U.S., Macon said. A kind of fatigue fell over him. These endlessly recurring trips, Boston and Atlanta and Chicago. He let his head drop back on the couch. Julian said, "Things are changing every minute, Macon. Change. It's what keeps us in the black. How far do you think we'd get selling out-of-date guidebooks?" Macon thought of the crumbling old Tips for the Continent in his grandfather's library. Travelers were advised to invert a wine glass on their hotel beds, testing the sheets for damp. Ladies should seal the corks of their perfume bottles with melted candle wax before packing. Something about that book implied that tourists were all in it together, equally anxious and defenseless. Macon might almost have enjoyed a trip in those days. Julian was preparing to go now. He stood up, and with some difficulty Macon did too. Then Edward, getting wind of a leave-taking, rushed into the living room and started barking. "Sorry," Macon shouted above the racket. "Edward, stop it!" "I figure that's his sheep-herding instinct," he explained to Julian. "He hates to see anyone straying from the flock." They moved toward the front hall, wading through a blur of dancing, yelping dog. When they reached the door, Edward blocked it. Luckily, he was still trailing his leash, so Macon gave one crutch to Julian and bent to grasp it. The instant Edward felt the tug, he turned and snarled at Macon. "Whoa!" Julian said, for Edward, when he snarled, was truly ugly. His fangs seemed to lengthen. He snapped at his leash with an audible click. Then he snapped at Macon's hand. Macon felt Edward's hot breath and the oddly intimate dampness of his teeth. His hand was not so much bitten as struck, slammed into with a jolt such as you'd get from an electric fence. He stepped back and dropped the leash. His other crutch clattered to the floor. The front hall seemed to be full of crutches. There was some splintery, spiky feeling to the air. "Whoa there," Julian said. He spoke into a sudden silence. The dog sat back now, panting and shamefaced. "Macon? Did he get you?" Julian asked. Macon looked down at his hand. There were 4 red puncture marks in the fleshy part, 2 in front, 2 in back, but no blood at all, and very little pain. "I'm all right," he said. Julian gave him his crutches, keeping one eye on Edward. "I wouldn't have a dog like that," he said. "I'd shoot him." "He was just trying to protect me," Macon said. "I'd call the SPCA. Why don't you go now, Julian, while he's calm? Or the dog catcher. Tell them you want him done away with. Just go, Julian." Julian said, "Well, fine." He opened the door and slid through it sideways, glancing back at Edward. "That is not a well dog," he said before he vanished. Macon hobbled to the rear of the house, and Edward followed, snuffling a bit and staying close to the ground. In the kitchen, Rose stood on a step-stool in front of a towering glass-fronted cupboard, accepting the groceries that Charles and Porter handed up to her. "Now I need the N's. Anything starting with N," she was saying. "How about these noodles?" Porter asked. "N for noodles? P for pasta?" "E for elbow macaroni. You might have passed those up earlier, Porter." "Rose," Macon said, "it seems Edward's given me a little sort of nip." She turned, and Charles and Porter stopped work to examine the hand he held out. It was hurting him by now, a deep, stinging pain. "Oh, Macon!" Rose cried. She came down off the step-stool. "How did it happen?" "It was an accident, that's all. But I think I need an antiseptic." "You need a tetanus shot, too," Charles told him. "You need to get rid of that dog," Porter said. They looked at Edward. He grinned up at them nervously. "He didn't mean any harm," Macon said. "Takes off your hand at the elbow and he means no harm. You should get rid of him, I tell you." "See, I can't," Macon said. "Why not?" "Well, see—" They waited. "You know I don't mind the cat," Rose said. "But Edward is so disruptive, Macon. Every day he gets more and more out of control." "Maybe you could give him to someone who wants a guard dog," Charles said. "A service station," Rose suggested. She took a roll of gauze from a drawer. "Oh, never," Macon said. He sat where she pointed, in a chair at the kitchen table. He propped his crutches in the corner. Edward alone in some Exxon? He'd be wretched. Rose swabbed mercurochrome on his hand. It looked bruised. Each puncture mark was puffing and turning blue. "He's used to sleeping with me," Macon told her. "He's never been alone in his life." Besides, Edward wasn't a bad dog at heart, only a little unruly. He was sympathetic and cared about Macon and plodded after him wherever he went. There was a furrowed W on his forehead that gave him a look of concern. His large, pointed, velvety ears seemed more expressive than other dogs' ears. When he was happy, they stuck straight out at either side of his head like airplane wings. His smell was unexpectedly pleasant. The sweetish smell a favorite sweater takes on when it's been folded away in a drawer unwashed. And he'd been Ethan's. Once upon a time, Ethan had brushed him, bathed him, wrestled on the floor with him. And when Edward stopped to paw at one ear, Ethan would ask, with the soberest courtesy, "Oh, may I scratch that for you?" The two of them watched daily at the window for the afternoon paper, and the instant it arrived, Ethan sent Edward bounding out to fetch it, hind legs meeting front legs, heels kicking up joyfully. Edward would pause after he got the paper in his mouth and look around him as if hoping to be noticed, and then he'd swagger back all bustling and self-important, and pause again at the front hall mirror to admire the figure he cut. "Conceited," Ethan would say fondly. Ethan picked up a tennis ball to throw, and Edward grew so excited that he wagged his whole hind end. Ethan took Edward outside with a soccer ball, and when Edward got carried away, tearing about and shouldering the ball into a hedge and growling ferociously, Ethan's laugh rang out so high and clear, such a buoyant sound, floating through the air on a summer evening. "I just can't," Macon said. There was a silence. Rose wrapped gauze around his hand, so gently he hardly felt it. She tucked the end under and reached for a roll of adhesive tape. Then she said, "Maybe we could send him to obedience school, Obedience school is for minor things. Walking to heel and things, Porter told her. What we have here is major. It is not, Macon said. It's really nothing at all. Why, the woman at the Meow Bow got on wonderfully with him. Meow Bow? Where I boarded him when I went to England. She was just crazy about him. She wanted me to let her train him. So call her, why don't you? Maybe I will, Macon said. He wouldn't, of course. The woman had struck him as bizarre. But there was no sense going into that now. On Sunday morning, Edward tore the screen door, trying to get at an elderly neighbor who'd stopped by to borrow a wrench. On Sunday afternoon, he sprang at Porter to keep him from leaving on an errand. Porter had to creep out the rear when Edward wasn't watching. "This is undignified," Porter told Macon. "When are you going to call the Kit Kat or whatever it is?" Macon explained that on Sundays the Meow Bow would surely be closed. Monday morning, when Edward went for a walk with Rose, he lunged at a passing jogger and yanked Rose off her feet. She came home with a scraped knee. She said, "Have you called the Meow Bow yet?" "Not quite," Macon said. "Macon," Rose said. Her voice was very quiet. "Tell me something." "What's that, Rose?" "Can you explain why you're letting things go on this way?" No, he couldn't. And that was the truth. It was getting so he was baffling even to himself. He felt infuriated by Edward's misdeeds, but somehow he viewed them as visitations of fate. There was nothing he could do about them. When Edward approached him later with a mangled belt of porters trailing from his mouth, all Macon said was, "Oh, Edward." He was sitting on the couch at the time, having been snagged by an especially outrageous moment in Rose's soap opera. Rose looked over at him. Her expression was odd. It wasn't disapproving. It was more like, he cast about for the word, resigned. That was it. She looked at him the way she would look at, say, some hopeless wreck of a man wandering drugged on a downtown street. After all, she seemed to be thinking, there was probably not much that you could do for such a person. "Meow Bow Animal Hospital. Is, Muriel there, please? Hold on a minute." He waited, braced against a cabinet. He was using the pantry telephone. He heard two women discussing Fluffball Cohen's rabies shot. Then Muriel picked up the receiver. "Hello?" "Yes, this is Macon Leary. I don't know if you remember me, or—" "Oh, Macon! Hi there! How's Edward doing?" "Well, he's getting worse." She tisk-tisked. "He's been attacking right and left, snarling, biting, chewing things. Did your neighbor tell you I came looking for you?" "What?" Yes, he did. I was right in your street running an errand. I make a little extra money running errands. George, it's called. Do you think that's cute?" "Excuse me?" "George. It's the name of my company. I stuck a flyer under your door. 'Let George do it,' it says, and then it lists all the prices. Meeting planes, chauffeuring, courier service, shopping. Gift shopping's most expensive because for that I have to use my own taste. Didn't you get my flyer? I really stopped by just to visit, though. But your neighbors said you hadn't been around." "No, I broke my leg," Macon said. "Oh, that's too bad." "And I couldn't manage alone, of course, so—" "You should have called George." "George who?" "George, my company. The one I was just telling you about." "Oh, yes." "Then you wouldn't have had to leave that nice house. I liked your house. Is that where you lived when you were married, too?" "Well, yes." "I'm surprised she agreed to give it up." "The point is," Macon said, "I'm really at the end of my rope with Edward here, and I was wondering if you might be able to help me." "Sure I can help." "Oh, that's wonderful," Macon said. "I can do anything," Muriel told him. Search and alert, search and rescue, bombs, narcotics. Narcotics? Guard training, attack training, poison proofing, kennellosis. Wait, I don't even know what some of those things are, Macon said. I can even teach split personality. What's split personality? Where your dog is, like, nice to you but kills all others. You know, I think I may be over my head here, Macon said. No, don't say that. But this is just the simplest problem. His only fault is he wants to protect me. You can take protection too far, Muriel told him. Macon tried a little joke. It's a jungle out there, he's saying. That's what he's trying to say. I know better than you do, Macon. Oh? Muriel said. You let him call you by your first name? Well, he needs to learn respect, she said. 5 or 6 times a week I'll come out for however long it takes. I'll start with the basics. You always do that. Sitting, healing. My charge is $5 a lesson. You're getting a bargain. Most I charge 10. Macon tightened his hold on the receiver. Then why not 10 for me? He asked. Oh, no. You're a friend. He felt confused. He gave her his address and arranged a time, with the nagging sense that something was slipping out of his control. But look, he said, about the fee, now. See you tomorrow, she said. She hung up. At supper that night, when he told the others, he thought they did a kind of double take. Porter said, You actually called? Macon said, Yes, why not? Acting very offhand. And so the others took their cue and dropped the subject at once. Chapter 7. When I was a little girl, Muriel said, I didn't like dogs at all, or any other kind of animals either. I thought they could read my mind. My folks gave me a puppy for my birthday, and he would, cock his head, you know how they do, cock his head and fix me with these bright, round eyes, and I said, Ew, get him away from me. You know I can't stand to be stared at. She had a voice that wandered too far in all directions. It screeched upward, then it dropped to a raspy growl. They had to take him back. They had to give him to a neighbor boy and buy me a whole different present, a beauty parlor permanent, which is what I'd set my heart on all along. She and Macon were standing in the entrance hall. She still had her coat on, a bulky-shouldered, 3/4-length, nubby black affair of a type last seen in the 1940s. Edward sat in front of her, as he'd been ordered. He had met her at the door with his usual display, leaping and snarling, but she'd more or less walked right through him and pointed at his rump and told him to sit. He'd gaped at her. She had reached over and poked his rear end down with a long, sharp index finger. Now you kind of cluck your tongue, she'd told Macon, demonstrating. They get to know a cluck means praise. And when I hold my hand out, see? That means he has to stay. Edward stayed, but a yelp erupted from him every few seconds, reminding Macon of the periodic bloops from a percolator. Muriel hadn't seemed to hear. She'd started discussing her lesson plan, and then, for no apparent reason, had veered to her autobiography. But shouldn't Edward be allowed to get up now? How long did she expect him to sit there? I guess you're wondering why I'd want a permanent when this hair of mine is so frizzy, she said. Old mop. But I'll be honest, this is not natural. My natural hair is real straight and lanky. Times I've just despaired of it. I was blonde when I was a baby. Can you believe that? Blonde as a fairy tale princess. People told my mother I'd look like Shirley Temple if she would just curl my hair, and so she did. She rolled my hair on orange juice tins. I had blue eyes, too. And they stayed that way for a long, long time, a whole lot longer than most babies do. People thought I'd look that way forever, and they talked about me going into the movies. Seriously. My mother arranged for tap dance school when I wasn't much more than a toddler. No one ever dreamed my hair would turn on me. Edward moaned. Muriel looked past Macon into the glass of a picture that hung behind him. She cupped a hand beneath the ends of her hair as if testing its weight. "Think what it must feel like," she said, "waking up one morning and finding you've gone dark. It near about killed my mother, I can tell you. Ordinary, dull old Muriel, muddy brown eyes, and hair as black as dirt." Macon sensed he was supposed to offer some argument, but he was too anxious about Edward. "Oh, well," he said. Then he said, "Shouldn't we be letting him up now?" "Up? Oh, the dog. In a minute," she said. "So, anyway, the reason it's so frizzy is I got this thing called a body perm. You ever heard of those? They're supposed to just add body, but something went wrong. You think this is bad? If I was to take a brush to it, my hair would spring straight out from my head. I mean, absolutely straight out, kind of like a fright wig. Isn't that what you call it? So I can't even brush it. I get up in the morning, and there I am, ready to go. Lord, I hate to think of the tangles." "Maybe you could just comb it," Macon suggested. "Hard to drag a comb through it. All the little teeth would break off." "Maybe one of those thick-toothed combs that black people use." "I know what you mean, but I'd feel silly buying one." "What for?" Macon asked. "They're just hanging there in supermarkets. It wouldn't have to be a big deal. Buy milk and bread or something and an afro comb. No one will even think twice." "Well, I suppose you're right," she said. But now that she'd got him involved, it seemed she'd lost interest in the problem herself. She snapped her fingers over Edward's head. "Okay," she said. Edward jumped up, barking. "That was very good," she told him. In fact, it was so good that Macon felt a little cross. Things couldn't be that easy, he wanted to say. Edward had improved too quickly, the way a toothache will improve the moment you step into a dentist's waiting room. Muriel slipped her purse off her shoulder and set it on the hall table. Out came a long blue leash, attached to a choke chain. "He's supposed to wear this all the time," she said. "Every minute till he's trained. That way you can yank him back whenever he does something wrong. The leash is $6 even, and the chain is $2.95. With tax it comes to, $9.40. You can pay me at the end of the lesson." She slipped the choke chain over Edward's head. Then she paused to examine a fingernail. "If I break another nail, I'm going to scream," she said. She took a step back and pointed to Edward's rump. After a brief hesitation, he sat. Seated, he looked noble, Macon thought, chesty and solemn, nothing like his usual self. But when Muriel snapped her fingers, he jumped up as unruly as ever. "Now you try," Muriel told Macon. Macon accepted the leash and pointed to Edward's rump. Edward stood fast. Macon frowned and pointed more sternly. He felt foolish. Edward knew, if this woman didn't, how little authority Macon had. "Poke him down," Muriel said. This was going to be awkward. He propped a crutch against the radiator and bent stiffly to jab Edward with one finger. Edward sat. Macon clucked. Then he straightened and backed away, holding out his palm. But instead of staying, Edward rose and followed him. Muriel hissed between her teeth. Edward shrank down again. "He doesn't take you seriously," Muriel said. "Well, I know that," Macon snapped. His broken leg was starting to ache. "In fact, I didn't have so much as a kitten the whole entire time I was growing up," Muriel said. Was she just going to leave Edward sitting there? "Then a couple of years ago I saw this ad in the paper, 'Make extra money in your off hours. Work as little or as much as you like.' Place was a dog training firm that went around to people's houses. Doggy Doo, it was called. Don't you just hate that name? Reminds me of Dog Doo. But anyhow, I answered the ad. 'To be honest, I don't like animals,' I said. But Mr. Quarles, the owner, he told me that was just as well. He told me it was people who got all mushy about them that had the most trouble. Well, that makes sense, Macon said, glancing at Edward. He had heard that dogs developed backaches if they were made to sit too long. I was just about his best pupil, it turns out. Seems I had a way with animals. So then I got a job at the Meow Bow. Before that, I worked at the Rapid Ease Copy Center, and believe me, I was looking for a change. Who's the lady? Lady? The lady I just saw walking through the dining room. That's Rose. Is she your ex-wife, or what? She's my sister. Oh, your sister. This house belongs to her, Macon said. I don't live with anybody either, Muriel told him. Macon blinked. Hadn't he just said he lived with his sister? Sometimes late at night, when I get desperate for someone to talk to, I call the time signal, Muriel said. At the tone, the time will be 11:48 and 50 seconds. Her voice took on a fruity fullness. At the tone, the time will be 11:49 exactly. You can release him now. Pardon? Release your dog. Macon snapped his fingers, and Edward jumped up, yapping. How about you? Muriel asked. What do you do for a living? Macon said, I write tour guides. Tour guides? Lucky. What's lucky about it? Well, you must get to travel all kinds of places. Oh, well, travel, Macon said. I'd love to travel. It's just red tape, mostly, Macon said. I've never even been on an airplane. You realize that? It's red tape in motion. Ticket lines, custom lines. Should Edward be barking that way? Muriel gave Edward a slit-eyed look, and he quieted. If I could go anywhere, I'd go to Paris, she said. Paris is terrible. Everybody's impolite. I'd walk along the Seine, like they say in the song. You will find your love in Paris, she sang scratchily. If you walk along the... I just think it sounds so romantic. Well, it's not, Macon said. I bet you don't know where to look, is all. Take me with you next time. I could show you the good parts. Macon cleared his throat. Actually, I have a very limited expense account, he told her. I never even took my wife, my wife. I was only teasing, she told him. Oh. You think I meant it? Oh, no. She grew suddenly brisk. That will be $14.40, including the leash and the choke chain. Then, while Macon was fumbling through his wallet, she said, You have to practice what he's learned, and no one else can practice for you. I'll come back tomorrow for the second lesson. Will 8 in the morning be too early? I've got to be at the Meow Bow at 9. 8 will be fine, Macon told her. He counted out $14 and all the change he had loose in his pocket, 36 cents. You can pay me the other 4 cents tomorrow, she said. Then she made Edward sit, and she handed the leash to Macon. Release him when I'm gone, she said. Macon held out his palm and stared hard into Edward's eyes, begging him to stay. Edward stayed, but he moaned when he saw Muriel leave. When Macon snapped his fingers, Edward jumped up and attacked the front door. All that afternoon and evening, Macon and Edward practiced. Edward learned to plop his rump down at the slightest motion of a finger. He stayed there, complaining and rolling his eyes, while Macon clucked approvingly. By supper time, a cluck was part of the family language. Charles clucked over Rose's pork chops. Porter clucked when Macon dealt him a good hand of cards. Imagine a flamenco dancer with galloping consumption, Rose told Charles and Porter. That's Edward's trainer. She talks non-stop. I don't know when she comes up for air. When she talked about her lesson plan, she kept saying simplistic for simple. I thought you were going to stay out of sight, Macon told Rose. Well, did you ever see me? Muriel did. I guess so, the way she was always peering around your back and snooping. There were constant slamming sounds from the living room because Edward's new leash kept catching on the rocking chair and dragging it behind him. During the course of the evening, he chewed a pencil to splinters, stole a pork chop bone from the garbage bin, and threw up on the sun porch rug. But now that he could sit on command, everyone felt more hopeful. "When I was in high school, I made nothing but A's," Muriel said. "You're surprised at that, aren't you? You think I'm kind of like not an intellect. I know what you're thinking. You're surprised." "No, I'm not," Macon said, although he was, actually. "I made A's because I caught on to the trick," Muriel told him. "You think it's not a trick? There's a trick to everything. That's how you get through life." They were in front of the house, both of them in raincoats, for it was a damp, drippy morning. Muriel wore truncated black suede boots with witchy toes and needle heels. Her legs rose out of them like toothpicks. The leash trailed from her fingers. Supposedly, she was teaching Edward to walk right. Instead, she went on talking about her school days. "Some of my teachers told me I should go to college," she said. "This one in particular. Well, she wasn't a teacher, but a librarian. I worked in the library for her, shelving books and things. She said, 'Muriel, why don't you go on to Towson State?' But I don't know. And now I tell my sister, 'You be thinking of college here. Don't drop out like I dropped out.' I've got this little sister, Claire. Her hair never turned. She's blonde as an angel. Here's what's funny, though. She couldn't care less. Braids her hair back any old how to keep it out of her eyes. Wears raggy jeans and forgets to shave her legs. Doesn't it always work that way? My folks believe she's wonderful. She's the good one and I'm the bad one. It's not her fault, though. I don't blame Claire. People just get fixed in these certain frames of other people's opinions. Don't you find that's true? Claire was always Mary in the nativity scene at Christmas. Boys in her grade school were always proposing. But there I was in high school, and no one proposed to me, I can tell you. Aren't high school boys just so frustrating? I mean, they'd invite me out and all, like to drive-in movies and things, and they'd act so tense and secret, sneaking one arm around my shoulder inch by inch, like they thought I wouldn't notice, and then dropping a hand down, you know how they do, lower and lower, while all the time staring straight ahead at the movie like it was the most fascinating spectacle they'd ever seen in their lives. You just had to feel sorry for them. But then Monday morning, there they were like nothing had taken place, real boisterous and horsing around with their friends and nudging each other when I walked past, but not so much as saying hello to me. You think that didn't hurt my feelings? Not one boy in all that time treated me like a steady girlfriend. They'd ask me out on Saturday night and expect me to be so nice to them, but you think they ever ate lunch with me next Monday in the school cafeteria or walked me from class to class? She glanced down at Edward. Abruptly, she slapped her hip. Her black vinyl raincoat made a buckling sound. "That's the heel command," she told Macon. She started walking. Edward followed uncertainly. Macon stayed behind. It had been hard enough getting down the front porch steps. "He's supposed to match his pace to anything," she called back. "Slow, fast, anything I do." She speeded up. When Edward crossed in front of her, she walked right into him. When he dawdled, she yanked his leash. She tip-tapped briskly eastward, her coat a stiff, swaying triangle beneath the smaller triangle of her hair blowing back. Macon waited, ankle-deep in wet leaves. On the return trip, Edward kept close to Muriel's left side. "I think he's got the hang of it," she called. She arrived in front of Macon and offered him the leash. "Now you." He attempted to slap his hip, which was difficult on crutches. Then he set off. He was agonizingly slow, and Edward kept pulling ahead. "Yank that leash," Muriel said, clicking along behind. "He knows what he's supposed to do. Contrary thing." Edward fell into step, finally, although he gazed off in a bored, lofty way. "Don't forget to cluck," Muriel said. "Every little minute you have to praise him." Her heels made a scraping sound behind them. "Once I worked with this dog that had never in her life been housebroken. 2 years old and not one bit housebroken, and the owners were losing their minds. First I can't figure it out. Then it comes to me. That dog thought she wasn't supposed to piddle any place. Not indoors or outdoors, either one. See, no one had ever praised her when she did it right. Did you ever hear of such a thing? I had to catch her peeing outdoors, which wasn't easy, believe me, because she was all the time ashamed and trying to hide it. And then I praised her to bits, and after a while she caught on." They reached the corner. "Now, when you stop, he has to sit," she said. "But how will I practice?" Macon asked. "What do you mean?" "I'm on these crutches." "So? It's good exercise for your leg," she said. She didn't ask how the leg had been broken. Come to think of it, there was something impervious about her, in spite of all her interest in his private life. She said, "Practice lots. 10 minutes a session." 10 minutes? "Now let's start back." She led the way, her angular, sashaying walk broken by the jolt of her sharp heels. Macon and Edward followed. When they reached the house, she asked what time it was. 8:50, Macon said severely. He mistrusted women who wore no watches. "I have to get going. That will be $5, please, and the 4 cents you owe me from yesterday." He gave her the money, and she stuffed it in her raincoat pocket. "Next time I'll stay longer and talk," she said. "That's a promise." She trilled her fingers at him, and then she clicked off toward a car that was parked down the street, an aged, gray, boat-like sedan polished to a high shine. When she slid in and slammed the door behind her, there was a sound like falling beer cans. The engine twanged and rattled before it took hold. Macon shook his head, and he and Edward returned to the house. Between Wednesday and Thursday, Macon spent what seemed a lifetime struggling up and down Dempsey Road beside Edward. His armpits developed a permanent ache. There was a vertical seam of pain in his thigh. This made no sense. It should have been in the shin. He wondered if something had gone wrong, if the brake had been set improperly, for instance, so that some unusual strain was being placed upon the thigh bone. Maybe he'd have to go back to the hospital and get his leg rebroken, probably under general anesthesia with all its horrifying complications, and then he'd spend months in traction and perhaps walk the rest of his life with a limp. He imagined himself tilting across intersections with a grotesque, lopsided gait. Sarah, driving past, would screech to a halt. "Macon?" She would roll down her window. "Macon, what happened?" He would raise one arm and let it flop and totter away from her. Or tell her, "I'm surprised you care enough to inquire." No, just totter away. Most likely, these little spells of self-pity, an emotion he despised ordinarily, were caused by sheer physical exhaustion. How had he got himself into this? Slapping his haunch was the first problem, then summoning his balance to jerk the leash when Edward fell out of step, and staying constantly alert for any squirrel or pedestrian. "Sss," he kept saying, and "sss" again. He supposed passers-by must think he was crazy. Edward loped beside him, occasionally yawning, looking everywhere for bikers. Bikers were his special delight. Whenever he saw one, the hair between his shoulders stood on end, and he lunged forward. Macon felt like a man on a tightrope that was suddenly set swinging. At this uneven, lurching pace, he saw much more than he would have otherwise. He had a lengthy view of every bush and desiccated flower bed. He memorized eruptions in the sidewalk that might trip him. It was an old people's street, and not in the best of repair. The neighbors spent their days telephoning back and forth among themselves, checking to see that no one had suffered a stroke alone on the stairs, or a heart attack in the bathroom, a broken hip, blocked windpipe, dizzy spell over the stove with every burner alight. Some would set out for a walk and find themselves hours later in the middle of the street, wondering where they'd been headed. Some would start fixing a bite to eat at noon, a soft-boiled egg or a cup of tea, and by sundown would still be puttering in their kitchen, fumbling for the salt and forgetting how the toaster worked. Macon knew all this through his sister, who was called upon by neighbors in distress. "Rose dear, Rose dear," they would quaver, and they'd stumble into her yard waving an overdue bill, an alarming letter, a bottle of pills with a child-proof top. In the evening, taking Edward for his last walk, Macon glanced in windows and saw people slumped in flowered armchairs, lit blue and shivery by their TV sets. The Orioles were winning the second game of the World Series, but these people seemed to be staring at their own thoughts instead. Macon imagined they were somehow dragging him down, causing him to walk heavily, to slouch, to grow short of breath. Even the dog seemed plodding and discouraged. And when he returned to the house, the others were suffering one of their fits of indecisiveness. Was it better to lower the thermostat at night, or not? Wouldn't the furnace have to work harder if it were lowered? Hadn't Porter read that someplace? They debated back and forth, settling it and then beginning again. Why? Macon thought. They were not so very different from their neighbors. They were growing old themselves. He'd been putting in his own 2 bits. By all means lower the thermostat. But now his voice trailed off, and he said no more. That night, he dreamed he was parked near Lake Roland in his grandfather's '57 Buick. He was sitting in the dark, and some girl was sitting next to him. He didn't know her, but the bitter smell of her perfume seemed familiar, and the rustle of her skirt when she moved closer. He turned and looked at her. It was Muriel. He drew a breath to ask what she was doing here, but she put a finger to his lips and stopped him. She moved closer still. She took his keys from him and set them on the dashboard. Gazing steadily into his face, she unbuckled his belt and slipped a cool, knowing hand down inside his trousers. He woke astonished and embarrassed, and sat bolt upright in his bed. "Everybody asks me, 'What is your dog like?'" Muriel said. "I bet he's a model of good behavior, they tell me. But you want to hear something funny? I don't own a dog. In fact, the one time I had one around, he ran off. That was Norman's dog, Spook, my ex-husband's. First night we were married, Spook ran off to Norman's mom's. I think he hated me." "Oh, surely not," Macon said. "He hated me. I could tell." They were outdoors again, preparing to put Edward through his paces. By now, Macon had adjusted to the rhythm of these lessons. He waited, gripping Edward's leash. Muriel said, "It was just like one of those Walt Disney movies, you know, where the dog walks all the way to the Yukon or something, except Spook only walked to Timonium. Me and Norman had him downtown in our apartment, and Spook took off and traveled the whole however many miles it was back to Norman's mom's house in Timonium. His mom calls up, 'When did you drop Spook off?' 'What are you talking about?' Norman asks her. She changed her voice to match each character. Macon heard the thin whine of Norman's mother, the stammering boyishness of Norman himself. He remembered last night's dream and felt embarrassed all over again. He looked at her directly, hoping for flaws, and found them in abundance. a long, narrow nose and sallow skin, and 2 freckled knobs of collarbone that promised an unluxurious body. "Seems his mom woke up in the morning," she was saying, "and there was Spook sitting on the doorstep. But that was the first we realized he was missing. Norman goes, 'I don't know what got into him. He never ran off before,' and gives me this doubtful kind of look. I could tell he wondered if it might be my fault. Maybe he thought it was an omen or something. We were awful young to get married. I can see that now. I was 17, he was 18, an only child, his mother's pet, widowed mother. He had this fresh pink face like a girl's and the shortest hair of any boy in my school, and he buttoned his shirt collars all the way to the neck. Moved in from Parkville the end of junior year. Caught sight of me in my strapless sundress and goggled at me all through every class. Other boys teased him, but he didn't pay any mind. He was just so innocent, you know? He made me feel like I had powers. There he was, following me around the halls with his arms full of books, and I'd say, 'Norman, you want to eat lunch with me?' And he'd blush and say, 'Oh, why, you serious?' He didn't even know how to drive. But I told him if he got his license, I'd go out with him. We could ride to some place quiet and talk and be alone, I'd say. You know what I mean? Oh, I was bad. I don't know what was wrong with me back then. He got his license in no time flat and came for me in his mother's Chevy, which, incidentally, she happened to have purchased from my father, who was a salesman for Ruggles Chevrolet. We found that out at the wedding. Got married the fall of senior year. He was just dying to marry me, so what could I say? And at the wedding, my daddy goes to Norman's mom, 'Why, I believe I sold you a car not long ago.' But she was too busy crying to take much notice. That woman carried on like marriage was a fate worse than death. Then when Spook runs off to her house, she tells us, 'I suppose I'd best keep him. It's clear as day he don't like it there with you all.' With me is what she meant. She held it against me I took her son away. She claimed I ruined his chances. She wanted him to get his diploma, but I never kept him from getting his diploma. He was the one who said he might as well drop out. Said, why bother staying in school when he could make a fine living on floors? On what? Macon asked. Floors. Sanding floors. His uncle was Pritchett Refinishing. Norman went into the business as soon as we got married, and his mom was always talking about the waste. She said he could have been an accountant or something, but I don't know who she thought she was kidding. He never mentioned accounting to me. She pulled a dog hair off her coat sleeve, examined it, and flicked it away. "So, let's see him," she said. "Pardon?" "Let's see him heal." Macon slapped his hip and started off, with Edward lagging just a bit behind. When Macon stopped, Edward stopped too and sat down. Macon was pleasantly surprised, but Muriel said, "He's not sitting." "What? What do you call it, then?" "He's keeping his rear end about 2 inches off the ground, trying to see what he can get away with." "Oh, Edward," Macon said sadly. He pivoted and returned. "Well, you'll have to work on that," Muriel said. "But meantime, we'll go on to the downstay. Let's try it in the house." Macon worried they'd meet up with Rose, but she was nowhere to be seen. The front hall smelled of radiator dust. The clock in the living room was striking the half-hour. "This is where we start on Edward's real problem," Muriel said. "Getting him to lie down and stay so he won't all the time be jumping at the door." She showed him the command. 2 taps of the foot. Her boot made a crisp sound. When Edward didn't respond, she bent and pulled his forepaws out from under him. Then she let him up and went through it again, several times over. Edward made no progress. When she tapped her foot, he panted and looked elsewhere. "Stubborn," Muriel told him. "You're just as stubborn as they come." She said to Macon, "A lot of dogs will act like this. They hate to lie down. I don't know why. Now you." Macon tapped his foot. Edward seemed fascinated by something off to his left. "Grab his paws," Muriel said. "On crutches?" "Sure." Macon sighed and propped his crutches in the corner. He lowered himself to the floor with his cat in front of him, took Edward's paws, and forced him down. Edward rumbled threateningly, but in the end he submitted. To get up again, Macon had to hold onto the lamp table. "This is really very difficult," he said, but Muriel said, "Listen, I've taught a man with no legs at all." "You have?" Macon said. He pictured a legless man dragging along the sidewalk with some vicious breed of dog. Muriel standing by unconcerned and checking her manicure. "I don't suppose you ever broke a leg," he accused her. "Getting around is harder than it looks." "I broke an arm once," Muriel said. "An arm is no comparison." "I did it training dogs, in fact. Got knocked off a porch by a Doberman pinscher." "A Doberman?" "Came to find him standing over me, showing all his teeth. Well, I thought of what they said at Doggy Doo. Only one of you can be boss. So I tell him, absolutely not. Those were the first words that came to me. What my mother used to say when she wasn't going to let me get away with something. Absolutely not, I tell him. And my right arm is broken, so I hold out my left, hold out my palm, and stare into his eyes. They can't stand for you to meet their eyes, and get to my feet real slow. And darned if that dog doesn't settle right back on his haunches." "Good Lord," Macon said. "I've had a Cocker Spaniel fly directly at my throat. Meanest thing you ever saw. Had a German Shepherd take my ankle in his teeth. Then he let it go." She lifted a foot and rotated it. Her ankle was about the thickness of a pencil. "Have you ever met with a failure?" Macon asked her. "Some dog you just gave up on?" "Not a one," she said. "And Edward's not about to be the first." But Edward seemed to think otherwise. Muriel worked with him another half-hour, and although he would stay once he was down, he flatly refused to lie down on his own. Each time he had to be forced. "Never mind," Muriel said. "This is the way most of them do. I bet tomorrow he'll be just as stubborn, so I'm going to skip a day. You keep practicing, and I'll be back this same time Saturday." Then she told Edward to stay, and she accepted her money and slipped out the door. Observing Edward's erect, resisting posture, Macon felt discouraged. Why hire a trainer at all if she left him to do the training? "Oh, I don't know, he said. Edward gave a sigh and walked off, although he hadn't been released. All that afternoon and evening, Edward refused to lie down. Macon wheedled, threatened, cajoled. Edward muttered ominously and stood firm. Rose and the boys edged around the two of them, politely averting their eyes as if they'd stumbled on some private quarrel. Then, the next morning, Edward charged the mailman. Macon managed to grab the leash, but it raised some doubts in his mind. What did all this sitting and healing have to do with Edward's real problem? "I should just ship you off to the pound," he told Edward. He tapped his foot twice. Edward did not lie down. In the afternoon, Macon called the Meow Bow. "May I speak to Muriel, please?" he asked. He couldn't think of her last name. "Muriel's not working today," a girl told him. "Oh, I see. Her little boy is sick." He hadn't known she had a little boy. He felt some inner click of adjustment. She was a slightly different person from the one he'd imagined. "Well," he said, "this is Macon Leary. I guess I'll talk to her tomorrow." "Oh, Mr. Leary. You want to call her at home?" "No, that's all right. I can give you her number if you want to call her at home." "I'll just talk to her tomorrow. Thank you." Rose had an errand downtown, so she agreed to drop him off at the businessman's press. He wanted to deliver the rest of his guidebook. Stretched across the back seat with his crutches, he gazed at the passing scenery. Antique office buildings, tasteful restaurants, health food stores, and florist shops, all peculiarly hard-edged and vivid in the light of a brilliant October afternoon. Rose perched behind the wheel and drove at a steady, slow pace that was almost hypnotic. She wore a little round, basin-shaped hat with ribbons down the back. It made her look prim and Sunday schoolish. One of the qualities that all 4 Leary children shared was a total inability to find their way around. It was a kind of dyslexia, Macon believed, a geographic dyslexia. None of them ever stepped outside without obsessively noting all available landmarks, clinging to a fixed and desperate mental map of the neighborhood. Back home, Macon had kept a stack of index cards giving detailed directions to the houses of his friends, even friends he'd known for decades. And it used to be that whenever Ethan met a new boy, Macon's first anxious question was, "Where exactly does he live? Do you know?" Ethan had had a tendency to form inconvenient alliances. He couldn't just hang out with the boy next door. Oh, no, it had to be someone who lived way beyond the Beltway. What did Ethan care? He had no trouble navigating. This was because he'd lived all his life in one house, was Macon's theory, while a person who'd been moved around a great deal never acquired a fixed point of reference, but wandered forever in a fog, adrift upon the planet, helpless, praying that just by luck he might stumble across his destination. At any rate, Rose and Macon got lost. Rose knew where she wanted to go, a shop that sold a special furniture oil, and Macon had visited Julian's office 100 times, but even so they drove in circles till Macon noticed a familiar steeple. "Stop! Turn left," he said. Rose pulled up where he directed. Macon struggled out. "Will you be all right?" he asked Rose. "Do you think you can find your way back to pick me up?" "I hope so." "Look for the steeple, remember?" She nodded and drove away. Macon swung up 3 granite steps to the brick mansion that housed the businessman's press. The door was made of polished golden wood. The floor inside was tiled with tiny black and white hexagons, just uneven enough to give purchase to Macon's crutches. This wasn't an ordinary office. The secretary typed in a back room, while Julian, who couldn't stand being alone, sat out front. He was talking on a red telephone, lounging behind a desk that was laden with a clutter of advertisements, pamphlets, unpaid bills, unanswered letters, empty Chinese carry-out cartons, and Perrier bottles. The walls were covered with sailing charts. The bookshelves held a few books, but a great many antique brass mariner's instruments that probably didn't even work anymore. Anybody with eyes could see that Julian's heart was not in the businessman's press, but out on the Chesapeake Bay someplace. This was to Macon's advantage, he figured. Surely no one else would have continued backing his series, with its staggering expenses and its constant need for updating. "Rita's bringing croissant," Julian said into the phone. "Joe is making his quiche." Then he caught sight of Macon. "Macon," he said. "Stephanie, I'll get back to you." He hung up. "How's the leg? Here, have a seat." He dumped a stack of yachting magazines off a chair. Macon sat down and handed over his folder. "Here's the rest of the material on England," he said. "Well, finally! This edition, as I see it, is going to run about 10 or 12 pages longer than the last one," Macon said. "It's adding the business women that does it, listing which hotels offer elevator escorts, which ones serve drinks in the lobbies. I think I ought to be paid more. I'll talk it over with Marvin. Julian said, flipping through the manuscript. Macon sighed. Julian spent money like water, but Marvin was more cautious. "So, now you're on the U.S. again," Julian said. "Well, if you say so. I hope it's not going to take you long." "I can only go so fast," Macon said. "The U.S. has more cities." "Yes, I realize that. In fact, I might print this edition in sections. Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, and so forth. I don't know." But then he changed the subject. He had a rather skittery mind. "Did I tell you my new idea? Doctor friend of mine is looking into it. Accidental tourist in poor health. A list of American-trained doctors and dentists in every foreign capital, plus maybe some suggestions for basic medical supplies, aspirin, Merck manual." "Oh, not a Merck manual away from home," Macon said. "Every hangnail could be cancer when you're reading a Merck manual." "Well, I'll make a note of that," Julian said, without so much as lifting a pencil. "Aren't you going to ask me to autograph your cast? It's so white." "I like it white," Macon said. "I polish it with shoe polish." "I didn't realize you could do that." "I use the liquid kind. It's the brand with a nurse's face on the label, if you ever need to know." "Accidental tourist on crutches," Julian said, and he rocked back happily in his chair. Macon could tell he was about to start his Macon Leary act. He got hastily to his feet and said, "Well, I guess I'll be going." "So soon? Why don't we have a drink?" "No thanks, I can't. My sister's picking me up as soon as she gets done with her errand." "Ah," Julian said. "What kind of errand?" Macon looked at him suspiciously. "Well, dry cleaners? Shoe repair?" "Just an ordinary errand, Julian. Nothing special." "Hardware store? Pharmacy?" "No." "So what is it?" She had to buy furniture food." Julian's chair rocked so far back, Macon thought he was going to tip over. He wished he would, in fact. "Macon, do me a favor," Julian said. "Couldn't you just once invite me to a family dinner?" "We're really not much for socializing," Macon told him. "It wouldn't have to be fancy. Just whatever you eat normally." "What do you eat normally?" "Or I'll bring the meal myself. You could lock the dog up. What's his name again?" "Edward." "Edward. Ha! And I'll come spend the evening." "Oh, well," Macon said vaguely. He arranged himself on his crutches. "Why don't I step outside and wait with you?" "I'd really rather you didn't," Macon said. He couldn't bear for Julian to see his sister's little basin hat. He pegged out to the curb and stood there, gazing in the direction Rose should be coming from. He supposed she was lost again. The cold was already creeping through the stretched-out sock he wore over his cast. The trouble was, he decided, Julian had never had anything happen to him. His ruddy, cheerful face was unscarred by anything but sunburn. His only interest was a ridiculously inefficient form of transportation. His brief marriage had ended amicably. They had no children. Macon didn't want to sound prejudiced, but he couldn't help feeling that people who had no children had never truly grown up. They weren't entirely real, he felt. Unexpectedly, he pictured Muriel after the Doberman had knocked her off the porch. Her arm hung lifeless. He knew the leaden look a broken limb takes on. But Muriel ignored it. She didn't even glance at it. Smudged and disheveled and battered, she held her other hand up. "Absolutely not," she said. She arrived the next morning with a gauzy bouffant scarf swelling over her hair, her hands thrust deep in her coat pockets. Edward danced around her. She pointed to his rump. He sat, and she bent to pick up his leash. "How's your little boy?" Macon asked her. She looked over at him. "What?" she said. "Wasn't he sick?" "Who told you that?" Someone at the vet's when I phoned. She went on, looking at him. What was it? The flu? He asked. Oh, yes, probably, she said after a moment. Some little stomach thing. It's that time of year, I guess. How come you phoned? She asked him. I wanted to know why Edward wouldn't lie down. She turned her gaze toward Edward. She wound the leash around her hand and considered him. I tap my foot, but he never obeys me, Macon said. Something's wrong. I told you he'd be stubborn about it. Yes, but I've been practicing 2 days now, and he's not making any... What do you expect? You think I'm magical or something? Why blame me? Oh, I'm not blaming. You most certainly are. You tell me something's wrong, you call me on the phone. I just wanted to... You think it's weird I didn't mention Alexander, don't you? Alexander? You think I'm some kind of unnatural mother. What? No, wait a minute. You're not going to give me another thought, are you? Now you know I've got a kid. You're like, oh, forget it. No point getting involved in that. And then you wonder why I didn't tell you about him right off. Well, isn't it obvious? Don't you see what happens when I do? Macon wasn't quite following her logic, perhaps because he was distracted by Edward. The shriller Muriel's voice grew, the stiffer Edward's hair stood up on the back of his neck. A bad sign. A very bad sign. Edward's lip was slowly curling. Gradually, at first almost soundlessly, he began a low growl. Muriel glanced at him and stopped speaking. She didn't seem alarmed. She merely tapped her foot twice. But Edward not only failed to lie down, he rose from his sitting position. Now he had a distinct electrified hump between his shoulders. He seemed to have altered his basic shape. His ears were flattened against his skull. Down, Muriel said levelly. With a bellow, Edward sprang straight at her face. Every tooth was bare and gleaming. His lips were drawn back in a horrible grimace, and flecks of white foam flew from his mouth. Muriel instantly raised the leash. She jerked it upward with both fists and lifted Edward completely off the floor. He stopped barking. He started making gargling sounds. He's choking, Macon said. Edward's throat gave an odd sort of click. Stop it! It's enough! You're choking him! Still, she let him hang. Now Edward's eyes rolled back in their sockets. Macon grabbed at Muriel's shoulder, but found himself with a handful of coat, bobbled and irregular like something alive. He shook it, anyhow. Muriel lowered Edward to the floor. He landed in a boneless heap, his legs crumpling beneath him and his head flopping over. Macon crouched at his side. Edward? Edward! Oh, God, he's dead! Edward raised his head and feebly licked his lips. See that? When they lick their lips, it's a sign they're giving in, Muriel said cheerfully. Doggy Doo taught me that. Macon stood up. He was shaking. When they lick their lips, it's good, but when they put a foot on top of your foot, it's bad, Muriel said. Sounds like a secret language just about, doesn't it? Don't you ever do that again, Macon told her. Huh? In fact, don't even bother coming again. There was a startled silence. Well, fine, Muriel said, tightening her scarf. If that's the way you feel, just fine and dandy. She stepped neatly around Edward and opened the front door. You want a dog you can't handle? Fine with me. I'd rather a barking dog than a damaged, timid dog, Macon said. You want a dog that bites all your friends, scars neighbor kids for life, gets you into lawsuits? You want a dog that hates the whole world? Evil, nasty, angry dog that kills the whole world? She slipped out the screen door and closed it behind her. Then she looked through the screen directly into Macon's eyes. Why, yes, I guess you do, she said. From the hall floor, Edward gave a moan. and watched her walk away. Chapter 8. Now the days were shorter and colder, and the trees emptied oceans of leaves on the lawn, but remained somehow as full as ever. So you'd finish raking and look upward to see a great wash of orange and yellow just waiting to cover the grass again the minute your back was turned. Charles and Porter drove over to Macon's house and raked there as well, and lit the pilot light in the furnace and repaired the basement window. They reported that everything seemed fine. Macon heard the news without much interest. Next week he'd be out of his cast, but no one asked when he was moving back home. Each morning he and Edward practiced heeling. They would trudge the length of the block, with Edward matching Macon's gait so perfectly that he looked crippled himself. When they met passers-by now, he muttered, but he didn't attack. "See there?" Macon wanted to tell someone. Bikers were another issue, but Macon had confidence they would solve that problem too, eventually. He would make Edward sit, and then he'd draw back, holding out a palm. Edward waited. Oh, he wasn't such a bad dog. Macon wished he could change the gestures of command, the palm, the pointed finger, all vestiges of that heartless trainer, but he supposed it was too late. He tapped his foot. Edward growled. "Dear one," Macon said, dropping heavily beside him, "won't you please consider lying down?" Edward looked away. Macon stroked the soft, wide space between his ears. "Oh, well, maybe tomorrow," he said. His family was not so hopeful. "What about when you start traveling again?" Rose said. "You're not leaving him with me. I wouldn't know how to handle him." Macon told her they would get to that when they got to it. It was hard for him to imagine resuming his travels. Sometimes he wished he could stay in his cast forever. In fact, he wished it covered him from head to foot. People would thump faintly on his chest. They'd peer through his eye holes. "Macon, you in there?" Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. No one would ever know. One evening, just after supper, Julian stopped by with a stack of papers. Macon had to slam Edward into the pantry before he opened the door. "Here you are," Julian said, strolling past him. He wore corduroys and looked rugged and healthy. "I've been phoning you for 3 days straight. That dog sounds awfully close by, don't you think?" "He's in the pantry," Macon said. "Well, I've brought some materials, Macon, mostly on New York. We've got a lot of suggestions for New York." Macon groaned. Julian set his papers on the couch and looked around him. "Where are the others?" he asked. "Oh, here and there," Macon said vaguely. But just then Rose appeared, and Charles was close behind. "I hope I'm not interfering with supper," Julian told them. No, Rose said. "We've finished," Macon said triumphantly. Julian's face fell. "Really?" he said. "What time do you eat, anyhow?" Macon didn't answer that. They ate at 5:30. Julian would laugh. Rose said, "But we haven't had our coffee. Wouldn't you like some coffee?" "I'd love some." "It seems a little silly," Macon said, "if you haven't eaten." "Well, yes," Julian said. "I suppose it does, Macon, to someone like you. But for me, home-brewed coffee is a real treat. All the people in my apartment building eat out, and there's nothing in any of the kitchens but a couple of cans of peanuts and some diet soda." "What kind of place is that?" Rose asked. "It's the Calvert Arms, a singles building. Everybody's single." "Oh, what an interesting idea." "Well, not really," Julian said gloomily. "Not after a while. I started out enjoying it, but now I think it's getting me down." Sometimes I wish for the good old-fashioned way of doing things with children and families and old people like normal buildings have." "Well, of course you do," Rose told him. "I'm going to get you some nice hot coffee." She left, and the others sat down. "So, are you three all there is?" Julian asked. Macon refused to answer, but Charles said, "Oh, no, there's Porter, too." "Porter? Where is Porter?" We're not too sure." "Missing?" "He went to a hardware store, and we think he got lost." "A little while before supper." "Supper? You mean today?" "He's just running an errand," Macon said. "Not lost in any permanent sense." "Where was the store?" "Someplace on Howard Street," Charles said. "Rose needed hinges." "He got lost on Howard Street." Macon stood up. "I'll go help Rose," he said. Rose was setting their grandmother's clear glass coffee mugs on a silver tray. "I hope he doesn't take sugar," she said. "The sugar bowl is empty, and Edward's in the pantry where I keep the bag." "I wouldn't worry about it." "Maybe you could go to the pantry and get it for me." "Oh, just give him his coffee straight and tell him to take it or leave it." "Why, Macon, this is your employer." "He's only here because he hopes we'll do something eccentric," Macon told her. "He has this one-sided notion of us. I just pray none of us says anything unconventional around him. Are you listening?" "What would we say?" Rose asked. "We're the most conventional people I know." This was perfectly true, and yet, in some odd way, it wasn't. Macon couldn't explain it. He sighed and followed her out of the kitchen. In the living room, Charles was doggedly debating whether they should answer the phone in case it rang, in case it might be Porter, in case he needed them to consult a map. "Chances are, though, he wouldn't bother calling," he decided, "because he knows we wouldn't answer. Or he thinks we wouldn't answer. Or, I don't know, maybe he figures we would answer even so because we're worried." "Do you always give this much thought to your phone calls?" Julian asked. Macon said, "Have some coffee, Julian. Try it black." "Why, thank you," Julian said. He accepted a mug and studied the inscription that arched across it. "Century of Progress, 1933. He read off. He grinned and raised the mug in a toast. "To progress," he said. "Progress," Rose and Charles echoed. Macon scowled. Julian said, "What do you do for a living, Charles?" "I make bottle caps." "Bottle caps? Is that a fact?" "Oh, well, it's no big thing," Charles said. "I mean, it's not half as exciting as it sounds, really." "And Rose, do you work?" "Yes, I do," Rose said, in the brave, forthright style of someone being interviewed. "I work at home. I keep house for the boys. Also, I take care of a lot of the neighbors. They're mostly old, and they need me to read their prescriptions and repair their plumbing and such." "You repair their plumbing?" Julian asked. The telephone rang. The others stiffened. "What do you think?" Rose asked Macon. But he knows we wouldn't answer," Charles told them. "Yes, he'd surely call a neighbor instead." "On the other hand," Charles said. "On the other hand," Macon said. It was Julian's face that decided him. Julian's pleased, perked expression. Macon reached over to the end table and picked up the receiver. "Leary," he said. "Macon?" It was Sarah. Macon shot a glance at the others and turned his back to them. "Yes," he said. "Well, finally," she said. Her voice seemed oddly flat and concrete. All at once he saw her clearly. She wore one of his cast-off shirts, and she sat hugging her bare knees. "I've been trying to get in touch with you at home," she said. "Then it occurred to me you might be having supper with your family. "Is something wrong?" he asked. He was nearly whispering. Maybe Rose understood from that who it was, for she suddenly began an animated conversation with the others. Sarah said, "What? I can't hear you." "Is everything all right?" "Who's that talking?" "Julian's here." "Oh, Julian! Give him my love. How's Suki?" "Suki? His boat, Macon." "It's fine," he said. Or should he have said she? For all he knew, Suki was at the bottom of the Chesapeake. "I called because I thought we should talk," Sarah said. "I was hoping we could meet for supper some night." "Oh, well, yes, we could do that," Macon said. "Would tomorrow be all right?" "Certainly." "What restaurant?" "Well, why not the Old Bay?" Macon said. "The Old Bay. Of course," Sarah said. She either sighed or laughed. He wasn't sure which. "It's only because you could walk there," he told her. "That's the only reason I suggested it." "Yes, well, let's see. You like to eat early. Shall we say 6 o'clock?" "6 will be fine," he said. When he hung up, he found Rose embarked on a discussion of the English language. She pretended not to notice he had rejoined them. It was shocking, she was saying, how sloppy everyday speech had become, how the world seemed bound and determined to say the hoi polloi, a clear redundancy in view of the fact that hoi was an article. How chauvinist had become a shorthand term for male chauvinist, its original meaning sadly lost to common knowledge. It was incredible, Charles chimed in, that a female movie star traveled incognito, when any fool should know she was incognita instead. Julian appeared to share their indignation. It was more incredible still, he said, how everyone slung around the word incredible, when really there was very little on earth that truly defied credibility. "Credence," Macon corrected him. But Rose rushed in as if Macon hadn't spoken. "Oh, I know just what you mean," she told Julian. "Words are getting devalued, isn't that right?" She tugged handfuls of her grey tube skirt over her knees in a childlike gesture. You would think she had never been warned that outsiders were not to be trusted. To enter the Old Bay restaurant, Macon had to climb a set of steps. Before he broke his leg, he hadn't even noticed those steps existed, let alone that they were made of smooth, unblemished marble, so that his crutches kept threatening to slide out from under him. Then he had to fight the heavy front door, hurrying a bit because Rose had taken a wrong turn, driving him down, and it was already 6:05. The foyer was dark as night. The dining room beyond was only slightly brighter, lit by netted candles on the tables. Macon peered into the gloom. "I'm meeting someone," he told the hostess. "Is she here yet?" "Not as I know of, hon." She led him past a tank full of sluggish lobsters, past 2 old ladies in churchy hats sipping pale pink drinks, past a whole field of empty tables. It was too early for anyone else to be eating. All the other customers were still in the bar. The tables stood very close together, their linens brushing the floor, and Macon had visions of catching a crutch on a tablecloth and dragging the whole thing after him, candle included. The maroon floral carpet would burst into flames. His grandfather's favorite restaurant, his great-grandfather's too, quite possibly, would be reduced to a heap of charred metal crab pots. "Miss, slow down," he called. But the hostess strode on, muscular and athletic in her off-the-shoulder square dance dress and sturdy white crepe-soled shoes. She put him in a corner, which was lucky because it gave him a place to lean his crutches. But just as he was matching them up and preparing to set them aside, she said, I'll take those for you, darling. Oh, they'll be fine here. I need to check them up front, sweetheart. It's a rule. You have a rule about crutches? They might trip the other customers, honey bunch. This was unlikely, since the two other customers were clear across the room, but Macon handed his crutches over. Come to think of it, he might be better off without them. Then Sarah wouldn't get the impression, at least at first glance, that he'd fallen apart in her absence. As soon as he was alone, he tugged each shirt cuff till a quarter-inch of white showed. He was wearing his grey tweed suit coat with grey flannel trousers, an old pair of trousers, so it hadn't mattered if he cut one leg off. Charles had fetched them from home, and Rose had hemmed them, and she'd also trimmed his hair. Porter had lent him his best striped tie. They had all been so discreetly helpful that Macon had felt sad for some reason. The hostess reappeared in the doorway, followed by Sarah. Macon had an instant of stunned recognition. It was something like accidentally glimpsing his own reflection in a mirror. Her halo of curls, the way her coat fell around her in soft folds, her firm, springy walk in trim pumps with wine-glass heels. How had he forgotten all that? He half stood. Would she kiss him? Or just, God forbid, coolly shake hands? But no, she did neither. She did something much worse. She came around the table and pressed her cheek to his briefly, as if they were mere acquaintances meeting at a cocktail party. "Hello, Macon," she said. He waved her speechlessly into the chair across from his. He sat again with some effort. "What happened to your leg?" she asked. "I had a kind of fall. Is it broken?" He nodded. "And what did you do to your hand?" He held it up to examine. "Well, it's a sort of dog bite, but it's nearly healed by now." "I meant the other one." The other one had a band of gauze around the knuckles. "Oh, that," he said. "It's just a scrape. I've been helping Rose build a cat door." She studied him. "But I'm all right," he told her. "In fact, the cast is almost comfortable, almost familiar. I'm wondering if I broke a leg once before in some previous incarnation." Their waitress asked, "Can I bring you something from the bar?" She was standing over them, pad and pencil poised. Sarah started flipping hastily through the menu, so Macon said, "A dry sherry, please." Then he and the waitress turned back to Sarah. "Oh, my," Sarah said. "Let me see. Well, how about a Rob Roy? Yes, a Rob Roy would be nice, with extra cherries." That was something else he'd forgotten. How she loved to order complicated drinks in restaurants. He felt the corners of his mouth twitching upward. "So," Sarah said when the waitress had gone, "why would Rose be building a cat door? I thought they didn't have any pets." "No, this is for our cat, Helen. Helen and I have been staying there." "What for?" "Well, because of my leg." Sarah said nothing. "I mean, can you see me managing those steps at home?" Macon asked her. "Taking Edward for walks, lugging the trash cans out?" But she was busy shucking off her coat. Beneath it she wore a gathered wool dress in an indeterminate color. The candlelight turned everything to shades of sepia, like an old-fashioned photograph. Macon had time to wonder if he'd given her the wrong idea. It sounded, perhaps, as if he were complaining, as if he were reproaching her for leaving him alone. "But really," he said, "I've been getting along wonderfully." "Good," Sarah said, and she smiled at him and went back to her menu. Their drinks were set before them on little cardboard discs embossed with crabs. The waitress said, "Ready to order, dearies?" "Well," Sarah said, "I think I'll have the hot antipasto and the beef pierre." The waitress, looking startled, peered over Sarah's shoulder at the menu. Sarah had never seemed to realize what the Old Bay restaurant was all about. "Here," Sarah said, pointing, "and here." "If you say so," the waitress said, writing it down. "I'll just have the, Macon said. "Crab soup, shrimp salad platter." He handed back his menu. "Sarah, do you want wine?" "No, thank you." When they were alone again, she said, "How long have you been at your family's?" "Since September," Macon said. "September? Your leg's been broken all that time?" He nodded and took a sip of his drink. "Tomorrow I get the cast off," he said. "And is Edward over there too?" He nodded again. "Was it Edward who bit your hand?" "Well, yes." He wondered if she'd act like the others, urge him to call the SPCA. But instead she meditatively plucked a cherry off the plastic sword from her drink. "I guess he's been upset," she said. "Yes, he has, in fact," Macon said. "He's not himself at all." "Poor Edward." "He's getting kind of out of control, to tell the truth." "He always did have a sensitivity to change," Sarah said. Macon took heart. "Actually, he's been attacking right and left," he told her. "I had to hire a special trainer. But she was too harsh. Let's face it, she was brutal. She nearly strangled him when he tried to bite her." "Ridiculous," Sarah said. "He was only frightened. When Edward's frightened, he attacks. That's just the way he is. There's no point scaring him more." Macon felt a sudden rush of love. Oh, he'd raged at her and hated her and entirely forgotten her at different times. He'd had moments when he imagined he'd never cared for her to begin with, only went after her because everybody else had. But the fact was, she was his best friend. The two of them had been through things that no one else in the world knew of. She was embedded in his life. It was much too late to root her out. "What he wants," she was saying, "is a sense of routine. That's all he needs. Reassurance." "Sarah," he said, "it's been awful living apart." She looked at him. Some trick of light made her eyes appear a darker blue, almost black. "Hasn't it?" he said. She lowered her glass. She said, "I asked you here for a reason, Macon." He could tell it was something he didn't want to hear. She said, "We need to spell out the details of our separation." "We've been separated. What's to spell out?" he asked. "I meant in a legal way." "Legal? I see. Now, according to the state of Maryland, I think you ought to come home." Their first course arrived, placed before them by a hand that, as far as Macon was concerned, was not attached to a body. Condiment bottles were shifted needlessly. A metal stand full of sugar packets was moved a half-inch over. "Anything else?" the waitress asked. "No," Macon said. "Thank you." She left. He said, "Sarah, it's not possible," she told him. She was sliding a single pearl up and down the chain at her throat. He had given her that pearl when they were courting. Was there any significance in her wearing it this evening? Or maybe she cared so little now it hadn't even occurred to her to leave it off. Yes, that was more likely. "Listen," he said. "Don't say no before you hear me out. Have you ever considered we might have another baby?" He had shocked her, he saw. She drew in a breath. He had shocked himself. "Why not?" he asked her. "We're not too old." "Oh, Macon." "This time it would be easy," he said. "It wouldn't take us 7 years again. I bet you'd get pregnant in no time." He leaned toward her, straining to make her see it. Sarah blossoming in that luscious pink maternity smock she used to wear. But oddly enough, what flashed across his mind instead was the memory of those first 7 years. their disappointment each month. It had seemed to Macon back then, though of course it was pure superstition, that their failures were a sign of something deeper, some essential incompatibility. They had missed connections in the most basic and literal sense. When she finally got pregnant, he had felt not only relieved, but guilty, as if they had succeeded in putting something over on someone. He pushed these thoughts back down. "I realize," he said, "that it wouldn't be Ethan. I realize we can't replace him, but—" "No," Sarah said. Her eyes were very steady. He knew that look. She'd never change her mind. Macon started on his soup. It was the best crab soup in Baltimore, but unfortunately the spices had a tendency to make his nose run. He hoped Sarah wouldn't think he was crying. "I'm sorry," she said more gently, "but it would never work." He said, "All right, forget that. It was crazy, right? Crazy notion. By the time that baby was 20, we'd be— Aren't you going to eat?" She glanced down at her plate. Then she picked up a fork. "Suppose I did this," Macon said. "Suppose I packed a suitcase with your clothes and knocked on your door and said, 'Come on, we're going to Ocean City. We've wasted long enough.'" She stared, an artichoke heart raised halfway to her mouth. "Ocean City?" she said. "You hate Ocean City." "Yes, but I meant, you always said it was way too crowded." "Yes, but— And what clothes could you be talking about? They're all in my apartment." "It was only a manner of speaking," Macon said. "Really, Macon," she told him, "you don't even communicate when you communicate." "Oh, communicate," he said, his least favorite word. "All I'm saying is I think we ought to start over." "I am starting over," she said. She returned the artichoke heart to her plate. "I'm doing everything I can to start over," she said. "But that doesn't mean I want to live the same life twice. I'm trying to branch off in new directions. I'm taking some courses. I'm even dating a little." "Dating?" "I've been going out with this physician." There was a pause. Macon said, "Why not just call him a doctor?" Sarah briefly closed her eyes. "Look," she said, "I know this is hard for you. It's hard for both of us. But we really didn't have much left, don't you see? Look who you turned to when you broke your leg. Your sister Rose. You didn't even let me know. And you do have my telephone number." "If I'd turned to you instead," he said, "would you have come?" "Well, but at least you could have asked." "But no, you called on your family. You're closer to them than you ever were to me." "That's not true," Macon said. "Or rather, it's true, but it's not the point. I mean, in one sense, of course we're closer. We're blood relations." "Playing that ridiculous card game no one else can fathom," Sarah said. "Plotting your little household projects. Rose with her crescent wrench and her soldering gun, cruising hardware stores like other people cruise boutiques." "As other people cruise boutiques," Macon said, and then regretted it. "Picking apart people's English," Sarah said. "Hauling forth the dictionary at every opportunity, quibbling over method. The kind of family that always fastens their seatbelts." "For God's sake, Sarah, what's wrong with fastening your seatbelt?" "They always go to one restaurant, the one their grandparents went to before them, and even there they have to rearrange the silver and set things up so they're sitting around the table the same way they sit at home. They dither and deliberate, can't so much as close a curtain without this group discussion back and forth, to and fro, all the pros and cons. Well, if we leave it open, it will be so hot, but if we close it, things will get musty. They have to have their 6 glasses of water every day, their precious baked potatoes every night. They don't believe in ballpoint pens or electric typewriters or automatic transmissions. They don't believe in hello and goodbye." "Hello? Goodbye?" Macon said. "Just watch yourself sometime. People walk in and you just, register it with your eyes. People leave and you just look away quickly. You don't admit to comings and goings. And the best house in the world might come on the market, but you can't buy it because you've ordered these address labels for the old house. 1,500 gummed labels, and you have to use them up before you move." "That wasn't me. It was Charles," Macon said. "Yes, but it could have been you. And his wife divorced him for it, and I don't blame her." "And now you're about to do the same damn thing," Macon said. "Ruin 20 years of marriage over whether I fasten my seatbelt." "They were ruined long ago, believe me," Sarah said. Macon laid down his spoon. He forced himself to take a deep breath. "Sarah," he said, "we're getting away from the point." After a silence, Sarah said, "Yes, I guess we are." "It's what happened to Ethan that ruined us," Macon told her. She set an elbow on the table and covered her eyes. "But it wouldn't have to," he said. "Why, some people, a thing like this brings them closer together. How come we're letting it part us?" The waitress said, "Is everything all right?" Sarah sat up straighter and started rummaging through her purse. "Yes, certainly," Macon said. The waitress was carrying a tray with their main dishes. She cast a doubtful look at Sarah's antipasto. "Isn't she going to eat that, or what?" she asked Macon. "No, I guess, maybe not." "Didn't she like it?" "She liked it fine. Take it away." The waitress bustled around the table in an offended silence. Sarah put aside her purse. She looked down at her meal, which was something brown and gluey. "You're welcome to half my shrimp salad," Macon told her when the waitress had gone. She shook her head. Her eyes were deep with tears, but they hadn't spilled over. "Macon," she said, "ever since Ethan died, I've had to admit that people are basically bad. Evil, Macon. So evil they would take a 12-year-old boy and shoot him through the skull for no reason. I read a paper now, and I despair. I've given up watching the news on TV. There's so much wickedness. Children setting other children on fire, and grown men throwing babies out second-story windows, rape and torture and terrorism, old people beaten and robbed, men in our very own government willing to blow up the world, indifference and greed and instant anger on every street corner. I look at my students, and they're so ordinary, but they're exactly like the boy who killed Ethan. If it hadn't said beneath that boy's picture what he'd been arrested for, wouldn't you think he was just anyone? Someone who'd made the basketball team or won a college scholarship. You can't believe in a soul. Last spring, Macon, I didn't tell you this, I was cutting back our hedge, and I saw the bird feeder had been stolen out of the crepe myrtle tree. Someone will even steal food from little birds. And I don't know, went kind of crazy and attacked the crepe myrtle. Cut it all up, ripped off the branches, slashed it with my pruning shears. Tears were running down her face now. She leaned across the table and said, "There are times when I haven't been sure I could... I don't want to sound melodramatic, but, Macon, I haven't been sure I could live in this kind of world anymore." Macon felt he had to be terribly careful. He had to choose exactly the right words. He cleared his throat and said, "Yes, I see what you mean, but—" He cleared his throat again. "It's true," he said, "what you say about human beings. I'm not trying to argue. But tell me this, Sarah. Why would that cause you to leave me?" She crumpled up her napkin and dabbed at her nose. She said, "Because I knew you wouldn't try to argue. You've believed all along they were evil. Well, so this whole last year I felt myself retreating, withdrawing. I could feel myself shrinking. I stayed away from crowds. I didn't go to parties. I didn't ask our friends in. When you and I went to the beach in the summer, I lay on my blanket with all those people around me, their squawking radios and their gossip and their quarrels, and I thought, they're so depressing. They're so unlikable, so vile, really. I felt myself shrinking away from them, just like you do, Macon. Just as you do. Sorry. Just as you have always done. I felt I was turning into a Leary. Macon tried for a lighter tone. He said, "Well, there are worse disasters than that, I guess." She didn't smile. She said, "I can't afford it." Afford? I'm 42 years old. I don't have enough time left to waste it holding up in my shell. So I've taken action. I've cut myself loose. I live in this apartment you'd hate, all clutter. I've made a whole bunch of new friends, and you wouldn't like them much either, I guess. I'm studying with a sculptor. I always did want to be an artist, only teaching seemed more sensible. That's how you would think. Sensible. You're so quick to be sensible, Macon, that you've given up on just about everything. What have I given up on? She refolded the napkin and blotted her eyes. An appealing blur of mascara shadowed the skin beneath them. She said, "Remember Betty Grand?" "No." "Betty Grand. She went to my school. You used to like her before you met me." "I never liked anyone on earth before I met you," Macon said. "You liked Betty Grand, Macon. You told me so when we first went out. You asked me if I knew her. You said you used to think she was pretty, and you'd invited her to a ball game, but she turned you down. You told me you'd changed your mind about her being pretty. Her gums showed any time she smiled, you said." Macon still didn't remember, but he said, "Well, so? Everything that might touch you or upset you or disrupt you, you've given up without a murmur and done without. Said you never wanted it anyhow. I suppose I would have done better if I'd gone on pining for Betty Grand all my life." "Well, you would have shown some feeling at least." "I do show feeling, Sarah. I'm sitting here with you, am I not? You don't see me giving up on you." She chose not to hear this. "And when Ethan died," she said, "you peeled every single Wacky Pack sticker off his bedroom door. You emptied his closet and his bureau as if you couldn't be rid of him soon enough. You kept offering people his junk in the basement, stilts and sleds and skateboards, and you couldn't understand why they didn't accept them. I hate to see stuff there useless, you said. Macon, I know you loved him. But I can't help thinking you didn't love him as much as I did. You're not so torn apart by his going. I know you mourned him, but there's something so, so muffled about the way you experience things. I mean, love or grief or anything. It's like you're trying to slip through life unchanged. Don't you see why I had to get out?" "Sarah, I'm not muffled. I endure. I'm trying to endure. I'm standing fast. I'm holding steady." "If you really think that," Sarah said, "then you're fooling yourself. You're not holding steady. You're ossified. You're encased. You're like something in a capsule. You're a dried-up kernel of a man that nothing real penetrates. Oh, Macon, it's not by chance you write those silly books telling people how to take trips without a jolt. That traveling armchair isn't just your logo, it's you." "No, it's not," Macon said. "It's not." Sarah pulled her coat on, making a sloppy job of it. One corner of her collar was tucked inside. "So, anyway," she said, "this is what I wanted to tell you. I'm having John Albright send you a letter." "Who's John Albright?" "He's an attorney." "Oh," Macon said. It was at least a full minute before he thought to say, "I guess you must mean a lawyer." Sarah collected her purse, stood up, and walked out. Macon made his way conscientiously through his shrimp salad. He ate his coleslaw for the vitamin C. Then he finished every last one of his potato chips, although he knew his tongue would feel shriveled the following morning. Once, when Ethan was little, not more than 2 or 3, he had run out into the street after a ball. Macon had been too far away to stop him. All he could do was shout, "No!" and then watch, frozen with horror, as a pickup truck came barreling around the curve. In that instant, he released his claim. In one split second, he adjusted to a future that held no Ethan. An immeasurably bleaker place, but also, by way of compensation, plainer and simpler. Free of the problems a small child trails along with him, the endless demands, and the mess, and the contests for his mother's attention. Then the truck stopped short, and Ethan retrieved his ball, and Macon's knees went weak with relief. But he remembered forever after how quickly he had adjusted. He wondered sometimes if that first adjustment had somehow stuck, making what happened to Ethan later less of a shock than it might have been. But if people didn't adjust, how could they bear to go on? He called for his bill and paid it. "Was there something wrong?" the waitress asked. "Did your friend not like her meal? She could always have it sent back, hon. We always let you send it back." "I know that," Macon said. "Maybe it was too spicy for her." "It was fine," he said. "Could I have my crutches, please?" She went off to get them, shaking her head. He would have to locate a taxi. He'd made no arrangements for Rose to pick him up. Secretly, he'd been hoping to go home with Sarah. Now, that hope seemed pathetic. He looked around the dining room and saw that most of the tables were filled and that every person had someone else to eat with. Only Macon sat alone. He kept very erect and dignified, but inside he knew he was crumbling. And when the waitress brought him his crutches and he stood to leave, it seemed appropriate that he had to walk nearly doubled, his chin sunk low on his chest and his elbows jutting out awkwardly like the wings of a baby bird. People stared at him as he passed. Some snickered. Was his foolishness so obvious? He passed the 2 churchy old ladies, and one of them tugged at his sleeve. "Sir, sir." He came to a stop. "I suspect they may have given you my crutches," she said. He looked down at the crutches. They were, of course, not his. They were diminutive, hardly more than child-sized. Any other time he would have grasped the situation right off, but today it had somehow escaped him. Any other time he would have swung into action, called for the manager, pointed out the restaurant's lack of concern for the handicapped. Today he only stood hanging his head, waiting for someone to help him. Chapter 9. Back when Grandfather Leary's mind first began to wander, no one had guessed what was happening. He was such an upright, firm old man. He was all sharp edges, definite. "Listen," he told Macon. "By June the 12th, I'll need my passport from the safe deposit box. I'm setting sail for Lassac." "Lassac, Grandfather?" "If I like it, I may just stay there." "But where is Lassac?" "It's an island off the coast of Bolivia." "Ah," Macon said. And then, well, wait a minute. It interests me because the Lesaquins have no written language. In fact, if you bring any reading matter, they confiscate it. They say it's black magic. But I don't think Bolivia has a coast, Macon said. They don't even allow, say, a checkbook with your name on it. Before you go ashore, you have to soak the label off your deodorant. You have to get your money changed into little colored wafers. Grandfather, is this a joke? A joke? Look it up if you don't believe me. Grandfather Leary checked his steel pocket watch, then wound it with an assured back-and-forth motion. An intriguing effect of their illiteracy, he said, is their reverence for the elderly. This is because the Lesaquins' knowledge doesn't come from books, but from living, so they hang on every word from those who have lived the longest. I see, Macon said. For now he thought he did see. We hang on your words too, he said. That may be so, his grandfather told him, but I still intend to see Lesac before it's corrupted. Macon was silent a moment. Then he went over to the bookcase and selected a volume from his grandfather's set of faded brown encyclopedias. Give it here, his grandfather said, holding out both hands. He took the book greedily and started riffling through the pages. A smell of mold floated up. Lasky, he muttered. La Salle, La Saw. He lowered the book and frowned. I don't, he said. He returned to the book. La Salle, La Saw. He looked confused, almost frightened. His face all at once collapsed, a phenomenon that had startled Macon on several occasions lately. I don't understand, he whispered to Macon. I don't understand. Well, Macon said, maybe it was a dream. Maybe it was one of those dreams that seem real. Macon, this was no dream. I know the place. I've bought my ticket. I'm sailing June the 12th. Macon felt a strange coldness creeping down his back. Then his grandfather became an inventor. Spoke of various projects he was tinkering with, he said, in his basement. He would sit in his red leather armchair, his suit and white shirt immaculate, his black dress shoes polished to a glare, his carefully kept hands folded in his lap, and he would announce that he'd just finished welding together a motorcycle that would pull a plow. He would earnestly discuss crankshafts and cotter pins, while Macon, though terribly distressed, had to fight down a bubble of laughter at the thought of some leather-booted Hell's Angel grinding away at a wheat field. If I could just get the kinks ironed out, his grandfather said, I'd have my fortune made. We'll all be rich. For he seemed to believe he was poor again, struggling to earn his way in the world. His motorized radio that followed you from room to room, his floating telephone, his car that came when you called it. Wouldn't there be some application for those? Wouldn't the right person pay an arm and a leg? Having sat out on the porch for one entire June morning, studiously pinching the creases of his trousers, he announced that he had perfected a new type of hybrid. Flowers that closed in the presence of tears. Florists will be mobbing me, he said. Think of the dramatic effect at funerals. He was working next on a cross between basil and tomatoes. He said the spaghetti sauce companies would make him a wealthy man. By then, all three of his grandsons had left home, and his wife had died, so Rose alone took care of him. Her brothers began to worry about her. They took to dropping by more and more often. Then Rose said, You don't have to do this, you know. They said, What? Do what? What are you talking about? and other such things. "If you're coming so often on account of grandfather, it's not necessary. I'm managing fine, and so is he. He's very happy." "Happy?" "I honestly believe," Rose said, "that he's having the richest and most colourful, really, time of his life. I'll bet even when he was young he never enjoyed himself this much." They saw what she meant. Macon felt almost envious once he thought about it, and later, when that period was over, he was sorry it had been so short. For their grandfather soon passed to pointless, disconnected mumbles, and then to a staring silence, and at last he died. Early Wednesday morning, Macon dreamed Grandfather Leary woke him and asked where the center punch was. "What are you talking about?" Macon said. "I never had your center punch." "Oh, Macon," his grandfather said sadly, "can't you tell that I'm not saying what I mean?" "What do you mean, then?" "You've lost the center of your life, Macon." "Yes, I know that," Macon said. And it seemed that Ethan stood just slightly to the left, his bright head nearly level with the old man's. But his grandfather said, "No, no," and made an impatient shaking-off gesture, and went over to the bureau. In this dream, Macon was not in the sun porch, but upstairs in his boyhood bedroom, with the bureau whose cut-glass knobs Rose had stolen long ago to use as dishes for her dolls. "It's Sarah, I mean," his grandfather said, picking up a hairbrush. "Where is Sarah?" "She left me, grandfather." "Why, Sarah's the best of all of us," his grandfather said. "You want to sit in this old house and rot, boy? It's time we started digging out. How long are we going to stay fixed here?" Macon opened his eyes. It wasn't morning yet. The sun porch was fuzzy as blotting paper. There was still a sense of his grandfather in the air. His little shaking-off gesture was one that Macon had forgotten entirely. It had reappeared on its own. But Grandfather Leary would never have said in real life what he'd said in the dream. He had liked Sarah well enough, but he seemed to view wives as extraneous, and he'd attended each of his grandsons' weddings with a resigned and tolerant expression. He wouldn't have thought of any woman as a center, except, perhaps, Macon thought suddenly, his own wife, Grandmother Leary. After whose death, why, yes, immediately after, his mind had first begun to wander. Macon lay awake till dawn. It was a relief to hear the first stirrings overhead. Then he got up and shaved and dressed and sent Edward out for the paper. By the time Rose came downstairs, he had started the coffee perking. This seemed to make her anxious. "Did you use the morning beans or the evening beans?" she asked. "The morning beans," he assured her. "Everything's under control." She moved around the kitchen, raising shades, setting the table, opening a carton of eggs. "So today's the day you get your cast off," she said. "Looks that way. And this afternoon's your New York trip." "Oh, well," he said vaguely. And then he asked if she wanted a bacon coupon he'd spotted in the paper. She persisted. "Isn't it this afternoon you're going?" "Well, yes." The fact of the matter was, he was leaving for New York without having made any arrangements for Edward. The old place wouldn't accept him. The new place had that Muriel woman. And in Macon's opinion, Edward was best off at home with the family. Rose, no doubt, would disagree. He held his breath, but Rose started humming Clementine and breaking eggs into a skillet. At 9 o'clock, in an office down on St. Paul Street, the doctor removed Macon's cast with a tiny, purring electric saw. Macon's leg emerged dead white and wrinkled and ugly. When he stood up, his ankle wobbled. He still had a limp. Also, he'd forgotten to bring different trousers, and he was forced to parade back through the other patients in his one-legged summer khakis, exposing his repulsive-looking shin. He wondered if he'd ever return to his old, unbroken self. Driving him home, Rose finally thought to ask where he planned to board Edward. "Why, I'm leaving him with you," Macon said, acting surprised. "With me? Oh, Macon, you know how out of hand he gets. What could happen in such a short time? I'll be home by tomorrow night. If worst comes to worst, you could lock him in the pantry. Toss him some kibble now and then till I get back." "I don't like this at all," Rose said. "It's visitors that set him off. It's not as if you're expecting any visitors." No, she said, and then she let the subject drop. Thank heaven. He'd been fearing more of a battle. He took a shower, and he dressed in his traveling suit. Then he had an early lunch. Just before noon, Rose drove him down to the railroad station, since he didn't yet trust his clutch foot. When he stepped from the car, his leg threatened to buckle. "Wait," he said to Rose, who was handing his bag out after him. "Do you suppose I'm up to this?" "I'm sure you are," she said, without giving it anywhere near enough thought. She pulled the passenger door shut, waved at him, and drove off. In the period since Macon's last train trip, something wonderful had happened to the railroad station. A skylight in shades of watery blue arched gently overhead. Pale globe lamps hung from brass hooks. The carpenter's partitions that had divided the waiting room for so long had disappeared, revealing polished wooden benches. Macon stood bewildered at the brand-new, gleaming ticket window. Maybe, he thought, travel was not so bad. Maybe he'd got it all wrong. He felt a little sprig of hopefulness beginning. But immediately afterward, limping toward his gate, he was overcome by the lost feeling that always plagued him on these trips. He envisioned himself as a stark figure 1 in a throng of 2s and 3s. Look at that group at the information counter. Those confident young people with their knapsacks and sleeping bags. Look at the family occupying one entire bench, their 4 little daughters so dressed up, so stiff in new plaid coats and ribboned hats. You just knew they'd be met by grandparents at the other end of the line. Even those sitting alone, the old woman with the corsage, the blonde with her expensive leather luggage, gave the impression of belonging to someone. He sat down on a bench. A southbound train was announced, and half the crowd went off to catch it, followed by the inevitable breathless, disheveled woman galloping through some time later with far too many bags and parcels. Arriving passengers began to straggle up the stairs. They wore the dazed expressions of people who had been elsewhere till just this instant. A woman was greeted by a man holding a baby. He kissed her and passed her the baby at once, as if it were a package he'd been finding unusually heavy. A young girl in jeans, reaching the top of the stairs, caught sight of another girl in jeans and threw her arms around her and started crying. Macon watched, pretending not to, inventing explanations. She was home for their mother's funeral? Her elopement hadn't worked out? Now his own train was called, so he picked up his bag and limped behind the family with all the daughters. At the bottom of the stairs, a gust of cold, fresh air hit him. Wind always seemed to be howling down these platforms, no matter what the weather elsewhere. The smallest of the daughters had to have her coat buttoned. The train came into view, slowly assembling itself around a pinpoint of yellow light. Most of the cars were full, it turned out. Macon gave up trying to find a completely empty seat and settled next to a plump young man with a briefcase. Just to be on the safe side, he unpacked Miss McIntosh. The train lurched forward, and then changed its mind, and then lurched forward again, and took off. Macon imagined he could feel little scabs of rust on the tracks. It wasn't a very smooth ride. He watched the sights of home rush toward him and disappear. A tumble of row houses, faded vacant lots, laundry hanging rigid in the cold. "Gum?" his seatmate asked. Macon said, "No, thanks," and quickly opened his book. When they'd been traveling an hour or so, he felt his lids grow heavy. He let his head fall back. He thought he was only resting his eyes, but he must have gone to sleep. The next thing he knew, the conductor was announcing Philadelphia. Macon jerked and sat up straight and caught his book just before it slid off his lap. His seatmate was doing some kind of paperwork, using his briefcase as a desk. A businessman, obviously, one of the people Macon wrote his guides for. Funny, Macon never pictured his readers. What did businessmen do, exactly? This one was jotting notes on index cards, referring now and then to a booklet full of graphs. One graph showed little black trucks marching across the page. 4 trucks, 7 trucks, 3.5 trucks. Macon thought the half-truck looked deformed and pitiable. Just before they arrived, he used the restroom at the rear of the car. Not ideal, but more homey than anything he'd find in New York. He went back to his seat and packed Miss McIntosh. "Going to be cold there," his seatmate told him. "I imagine so," Macon said. "Weather report says cold and windy." Macon didn't answer. He believed in traveling without an overcoat. Just one more thing to carry, but he wore a thermal undershirt and long johns. Cold was the least of his worries. In New York, the passengers scattered instantly. Macon thought of a seed pod bursting open. He refused to be rushed and made his way methodically through the crowd, up a set of clanking, dark stairs, and through another crowd that seemed more extreme than the one he had left down below. Goodness, where did these women get their clothes? One wore a bushy fur teepee and leopard-skin boots. One wore an olive-drab coverall exactly like an auto mechanic's, except that it was made of leather. Macon took a firmer grip on his bag and pushed through the door to the street where car horns blasted insistently and the air smelled gray and sharp, like the interior of a dead chimney. In his opinion, New York was a foreign city. He was forever taken aback by its pervasive atmosphere of purposefulness, the tight focus of its drivers, the brisk intensity of its pedestrians drilling their way through all obstacles without a glance to either side. He hailed a cab, slid across the worn, slippery seat, and gave the address of his hotel. The driver started talking at once about his daughter. "I mean, she's 13 years old," he said, nosing out into traffic, "and got 3 sets of holes in her ears and an earring in each hole, and now she wants to get another set punched up toward the top. 13 years old!" He either had or had not heard the address. At any rate, he was driving along. "I wasn't even in favor of the first set of holes," he said. "I told her, what, you don't read Ann Landers? Ann Landers says piercing your ears is mutilating your body. Was it Ann Landers? I think it was Ann Landers. You might as well wear a ring through your nose like the Africans, right? I told my daughter that. She says, so? What's wrong with a ring through my nose? Maybe that's what I'll get next. I wouldn't put it past her either. I would not put it past her. Now, this 4th set goes through cartilage, and most of these ear-piercing places won't do that. So you see how crazy it is? Cartilage is a whole different ballgame. It's not your earlobe, all spongy." Macon had the feeling he wasn't fully visible. He was listening to a man who was talking to himself, who may have been talking before he got in and might possibly go on talking after he got out. Or was he present in this cab at all? Such thoughts often attacked while he was traveling. In desperation, he said, The driver stopped speaking, surprisingly enough. The back of his neck took on an alert look. Macon had to continue. He said, "Tell her something scary." "Like what?" "Like, tell her you know a girl whose ears dropped off." "She'd never go for that. Make it scientific. Say if you puncture cartilage, it will wither right away." The driver said. He honked his horn at a produce truck. "Imagine how you'd feel," tell her, "having to wear the same hairstyle forever, covering up your withered ears." "Think she'd believe me?" "Why not?" Macon asked. And then, after a pause, "In fact, it may be true. Do you suppose I could have read it someplace?" "Well, now, maybe you did," the driver said. "There's this sort of familiar ring to it." "I might even have seen a photograph," Macon said. "Somebody's ears, shriveled, all shrunken. Wrinkly-like," the driver agreed. Macon said, "Like 2 dried apricots." "Christ, I'll tell her." The taxi stopped in front of Macon's hotel. Macon paid the fare and said, as he slid out, "I hope it works." "Sure it will," the driver said. "Till next time. Till she wants a nose ring or something. Noses are cartilage too, remember. Noses can wither too." The driver waved and pulled into traffic again. After Macon had claimed his room, he took a subway to the Buford Hotel. An electronics salesman had written to suggest it. The Buford rented small apartments by the day or the week to businessmen. The manager, a Mr. Aggers, turned out to be a short, round man who walked with a limp exactly like Macon's. Macon thought they must look very odd together, crossing the lobby to the elevators. "Most of our apartments are owned by corporations," Mr. Aggers said. He pressed the up button. "Companies who send their men to the city regularly will often find it cheaper to buy their own places. Then, those weeks the apartments are empty, they look to me to find other tenants, help defray the costs." Macon made a note of this in the margin of his guidebook. Using an infinitesimal script, he also noted the decor of the lobby, which reminded him of some old-fashioned men's club. On the massive claw-footed table between the 2 elevators stood a yard-high naked lady in brass, trailing brass draperies and standing on brass clouds, holding aloft a small, dusty light bulb with a frayed electric cord dangling from it. The elevator, when it arrived, had dim floral carpeting and panelled walls. "May I ask," Mr. Aggers said, "whether you personally write the Accidental Tourist series?" "Yes, I do," Macon told him. "Well," Mr. Aggers said, "this is a real honor, then. We keep your books in the lobby for our guests. But I don't know, I somehow pictured you looking a little different." "How did you think I would look?" Macon asked. "Well, maybe not quite so tall. Maybe a bit, well, heavier, more upholstered." "I see," Macon said. The elevator had stopped by now, but it took its time sliding open. Then Mr. Aggers led Macon down a hall. A woman with a laundry cart stood aside to let them pass. "Here we are," Mr. Aggers said. He unlocked a door and turned on a light. Macon walked into an apartment that could have come straight from the 1950s. There was a square sofa with metallic threads in its fabric, a chrome-trimmed dinette set, and in the bedroom a double bed whose headboard was quilted in cream-colored vinyl. He tested the mattress. He took off his shoes, lay down, and thought a while. Mr. Aggers stood above him with his fingers laced. Macon said. He sat up and put his shoes back on. Then he went into the bathroom, where the toilet bore a white strip reading "sanitized." "I've never understood these things," he said. "Why should it reassure me to know they've glued a paper band across my toilet seat?" Mr. Aggers made a helpless gesture with both hands. Macon drew aside a shower curtain printed with pink and blue fish, and he inspected the tub. It looked clean enough, although there was a rust stain leading down from the faucet. In the kitchenette he found a single saucepan, 2 faded plastic plates and mugs, and an entire shelf of highball glasses. "Usually our guests don't cook much," Mr. Aggers explained, "but they might have their associates in for drinks." Macon nodded. He was faced with a familiar problem here, the narrow line between comfortable and tacky. In fact, sometimes comfortable was tacky. He opened the refrigerator, a little under-counter affair. The ice trays in the freezing compartment were exactly the same kind of trays, scummy aquaplastic, heavily scratched, that Rose had back in Baltimore. "You have to admit it's well stocked," Mr. Aggers said. "See? An apron in the kitchen drawer. My wife's idea. Protects their suits." "Yes, very nice," Macon said. "It's just like home away from home. That's how I like to think of it." "Oh, well, home," Macon said. "Nothing's home, really." "Why? What's missing?" Mr. Aggers asked. He had very pale, fine-grained skin that took on a shine when he was anxious. "What more would you like to see added?" "To tell the truth," Macon said, "I've always thought a hotel ought to offer optional small animals." "Animals?" "I mean a cat to sleep on your bed at night, or a dog of some kind to act pleased when you come in. You ever notice how a hotel room feels so lifeless?" "Yes, but, well, I don't see how I could—" "There are surely health regulations or something, complications, paperwork, feeding, all those different— and allergies, of course. Many guests have—" "Oh, I understand, Macon said. In the margin of his guidebook he was noting the number of wastebaskets. 4. Excellent. "No," he said, "it doesn't seem that people ever take me up on that." "Will you recommend us anyway?" "Certainly," Macon said, and he closed his guidebook and asked for a list of the rates. The rest of the afternoon he spent in hotels that he'd covered before. He visited managers in their offices, took brief guided tours to see that nothing had slid into ruin, and listened to talk of rising costs and remodeling plans and new, improved conference settings. Then he returned to his room and switched on the evening news. The world was doing poorly. But watching this unfamiliar TV set, propping his aching leg and braced in this chair that seemed designed for someone else's body, Macon had the feeling that none of the wars and famines he saw were real. They were more like, staged. He turned off the set and went downstairs to hail a cab. At Julian's suggestion, he was dining on the very top of an impossibly tall building. Julian had a fondness for restaurants with gimmicks, Macon had noticed. He wasn't happy unless a place revolved or floated or could be reached only by catwalk. "Imagine," Julian had said, "the effect on your out-of-town client. Yes, he'd have to be from out of town. I don't suppose a native New Yorker—" Macon had snorted. Now the cab driver snorted too. "Cup of coffee there will cost you $5, he told Macon. "It figures. You're better off at one of those little Frenchy places." "That's for tomorrow. In-town clients." The taxi coasted down streets that grew darker and more silent, leading away from the crowds. Macon peered out of his window. He saw a lone man huddled in a doorway, wrapped in a long coat. Wisps of steam drifted up from manhole covers. All the shops were locked behind iron grills. At the end of the darkest street of all, the taxi stopped. The driver gave another snort, and Macon paid his fare and stepped out. He wasn't prepared for the wind, which rushed up against him like a great flat sheet of something. He hurried across the sidewalk, or was propelled, while his trousers twisted and flapped about his legs. Just before entering the building, he thought to look up. He looked up and up and up, and finally he saw a faint white pinnacle dwindling into a deep black starless sky eerily far away. He thought of once long ago when Ethan, visiting the zoo as a toddler, had paused in front of an elephant and raised his face in astonishment and fallen over backwards. Inside, everything was streaky pink marble and acres of textureless carpeting. An elevator the size of a room stood open, half filled with people, and Macon stepped in and took his place between two women in silks and diamonds. Their perfume was almost visible. He imagined he could see it rippling the air. "Have chewing gum handy," he wrote in his guidebook as the elevator shot upward. His ears were popping. There was a dense, unresonant stillness that made the women's voices sound tinny. He tucked his guidebook in his pocket and glanced at the numbers flashing overhead. They progressed by tens. 40, 50, 60. One of the men said they'd have to bring Harold sometime. Remember Harold when he got so scared on the ski lift? And everyone laughed. The elevator gave a sort of lilt, and the door slid open without a sound. A girl in a white trouser suit directed them down a corridor into a spacious darkness flickering with candles. Great black windows encircled the room from floor to ceiling, but Macon was taken to a table without a view. Lone diners, he supposed, were an embarrassment here. He might be the first they'd ever had. The array of silver at his place could easily serve a family of 4. His waiter, far better dressed than Macon, handed him a menu and asked what he wanted to drink. "Dry sherry, please," Macon said. The minute the waiter left, Macon folded his menu in two and sat on it. Then he looked around at his neighbors. Everyone seemed to be celebrating something. A man and a pregnant woman held hands and smiled across the moony glow of their candle. A boisterous group to his left toasted the same man over and over. The waiter returned, balancing a sherry neatly on a tray. "Very good," Macon said. "And now perhaps a menu?" "Menu? Didn't I give you one?" "There could have been an oversight," he said, not exactly lying. A second menu was brought and opened with a flourish before him. Macon sipped his sherry and considered the prices. Astronomical. He decided, as usual, to eat what he thought his readers might eat, not the quenelles or the sweetbreads, but the steak, medium rare. After he'd given his order, he rose and slid his chair in and took his sherry over to a window. All of a sudden, he thought he had died. He saw the city spread below like a glittering golden ocean, the streets tiny ribbons of light, the planet curving away at the edges, the sky a purple hollow extending to infinity. It wasn't the height, it was the distance. It was his vast, lonely distance from everyone who mattered. Ethan, with his bouncy walk. How would he ever know that his father had come to be trapped in this spire in the heavens? How would Sarah know, lazily tanning herself in the sunshine, for he did believe the sun could be shining wherever she was at this moment. She was so removed from him. He thought of his sister and brothers going about their business, playing their evening card game, unaware of how far behind he'd left them. He was too far gone to return. He would never, ever get back. He had somehow traveled to a point completely isolated from everyone else in the universe, and nothing was real but his own angular hand clenched around the sherry glass. He dropped the glass, causing a meaningless little flurry of voices, and he spun around and ran lopsidedly across the room and out the door. But there was that endless corridor, and he couldn't manage the trip. He took a right turn instead. He passed a telephone alcove and stumbled into a restroom. Yes, a men's room, luckily. More marble, mirrors, white enamel. He thought he was going to throw up, but when he entered one of the cubicles, the sick feeling left his stomach and floated to his head. He noticed how light his brain felt. He stood above the hotel, pressing his temples. It occurred to him to wonder how many feet of pipe a toilet at this altitude required. He heard someone else come in, coughing. A cubicle door slammed shut. He opened his own door a crack and looked out. The impersonal lushness of the room made him think of science fiction movies. Well, this difficulty probably happened here often, didn't it? Or maybe not this difficulty exactly, but others like it. People with a fear of heights, say, going into a panic, having to call upon... whom? The waiter? The girl who met the elevator? He ventured cautiously out of the cubicle, then out of the restroom altogether, and he nearly bumped into a woman in the telephone alcove. She wore yards and yards of pale chiffon. She was just hanging up the phone, and she gathered her skirts around her and moved languidly, gracefully toward the dining room. "Excuse me, ma'am. I wonder if you would be so kind as to, But the only request that came to mind rose up from his earliest childhood. "Carry me?" The woman's little sequined evening purse was the last of her to go, trailed behind her in one hand as she disappeared into the darkness of the restaurant. He stepped over to the telephone and lifted the receiver. It was cool to the touch. She hadn't talked long. He fumbled through his pockets, found coins, and dropped them in. But there was no one he could contact. He didn't know a soul in all New York. Instead, he called home, miraculously summoning up his credit card number. He worried his family would let the phone ring. It was a habit by now, but Charles answered. "Leary." "Charles?" "Macon," Charles said, unusually animated. "Charles, I'm up on top of this building, and a sort of silly thing has happened. Listen, you've got to get me out of here." "You out? What are you talking about? You've got to get me out." "Pardon?" "I'm shut in the pantry. Your dog has me cornered." "Oh, well, I'm sorry, but, Charles, it's like some kind of illness. I don't think I can manage the elevator, and I doubt I could manage a stairway either, and—" "Macon, do you hear that barking? That's Edward. Edward has me treed, I tell you, and you have to come home this instant." "But I'm in New York. I'm up on top of this building, and I can't get down. Every time I open the door, he comes roaring over, and I slam the door, and he attacks it. He must have clawed halfway through it by now." Macon made himself take a deep breath. He said, "Charles, could I speak to Rose?" "She's out." "Oh." "How do you think I got into this?" Charles asked. "Julian came to take her to dinner, and—" "Julian? Isn't that his name?" "Julian, my boss? Yes, and Edward went into one of his fits, so Rose said, "Quick, shut him in the pantry." So I grabbed his leash, and he turned on me and nearly took my hand off. So I shut myself in the pantry instead, and Rose must have left by then, so— Isn't Porter there? It's his visitation night. Macon imagined how safe the pantry must feel, with Rose's jams lined up in alphabetical order, and the black dial telephone so ancient that the number on its face was still the old Tuxedo Exchange. What he wouldn't give to be there. Now he had a new symptom. His chest had developed a flutter that bore no resemblance to a normal heartbeat. "If you don't get me out of this, I'm going to call for the police to come shoot him," Charles said. "No, don't do that. I can't just sit here waiting for him to break through. He won't break through. You could open the door and walk right past him. Believe me, Charles. Please, I'm up on top of this building, and maybe you don't know that I'm prone to claustrophobia," Charles said. One possibility, Macon decided, was to tell the restaurant people he was having a coronary. A coronary was so respectable. They would send for an ambulance, and he would be, yes, carried. Just what he needed. Or he wouldn't have to be carried, but only touched. A mere human touch upon his arm, a hand on his shoulder, something to put him back in connection with the rest of the world. He hadn't felt another person's touch in so long. "I'll tell them about the key in the mailbox so they won't have to break down the door," Charles said. "What? Who?" "The police. And I'll tell them to— Macon, I'm sorry, but you knew that dog would have to be done away with sooner or later." "Don't do it!" Macon shouted. A man emerging from the restroom glanced in his direction. Macon lowered his voice and said, "He was Ethan's." "Does that mean he's allowed to tear my throat out?" "Listen, let's not be hasty. Let's think this through. Now, I'm going to telephone Sarah. I'm going to ask her to come over and take charge of Edward. Are you listening, Charles?" "But what if he attacks her, too?" Charles asked. "He won't, believe me. Now, don't do anything till she comes, you understand? Don't do anything hasty." "Well," Charles said doubtfully. Macon hung up and took his wallet from his pocket. He rummaged through the business cards and torn off snippets of paper, some of them yellow with age, that he kept in the secret compartment. When he found Sarah's number, he punched it in with a trembling finger and held his breath. "Sarah," he would say, "I'm up on top of this building and—" She didn't answer. That possibility hadn't occurred to him. He listened to her phone ring. What now? What on earth now? Finally he hung up. He sifted despairingly through the other numbers in his wallet: dentist, pharmacist, animal trainer. Animal trainer? He thought at first of someone from a circus, a brawny man in satin tights. Then he saw the name: Muriel Pritchett. The card was handwritten, even hand-cut, crookedly snipped from a larger piece of paper. He called her. She answered at once. "Hello," roughly, like a weary barmaid. "Muriel? It's Macon Leary," he told her. "Oh, how you doing?" "I'm fine, or rather— See, the trouble is, Edward's got my brother cornered in the pantry, overreacting. Charles, I mean. He always overreacts, and here I am on top of this building in New York, and I'm having this kind of, disturbance, you know. I was looking down at the city, and it was miles away, miles. I can't describe to you how— Let's make sure I've got this right, Muriel said. Edward's in your pantry? Macon collected himself. He said, Edward's outside the pantry, barking. My brother's inside. He says he's going to call the police and tell them to come shoot Edward. Well, what a dumb fool idea. Yes, Macon said. So I thought if you could go over and get the key from the mailbox, it's lying on the bottom of the mailbox. I'll go right away. Oh, wonderful. So goodbye for now, Macon. Well, but also, he said. She waited. See, I'm up on top of this building, he said, and I don't know what it is, but something has scared the hell out of me. Oh, Lord, I'd be scared too after I went and saw Towering Inferno. No, it's nothing like that, fire or heights. Did you see Towering Inferno? Boy, after that you couldn't get me past jumping level in any building. I think people who go up in skyscrapers are just plain brave. I mean, if you think about it, Macon, you have to be brave to be standing where you are right now. Oh, well, not so brave as all that, Macon said. No, I'm serious. You're making too much out of it. It's nothing, really. You just say that because you don't realize what you went through before you stepped into the elevator. See, underneath you said, okay, I'll trust it. That's what everybody does. I bet it's what they do on airplanes, too. This is dangerous as all get out, but what the hey, they say. Let's fling ourselves out on thin air and trust it. Why, you ought to be walking around that building so amazed and proud of yourself. Macon gave a small, dry laugh and gripped the receiver more tightly. Now, here's what I'm going to do, she said. I'm going to go get Edward and take him to the Meow Bow. It doesn't sound to me like your brother is much use with him. Then, when you get back from your trip, we need to talk about his training. I mean, things just can't go on this way, Macon. No, they can't. You're right. They can't, Macon said. I mean, this is ridiculous. You're absolutely right. See you then. Bye. Well, wait, he said. But she was gone. After he hung up, he turned and saw the latest arrivals just heading toward him from the elevator. First came 3 men, and then 3 women in long gowns. Behind them was a couple who couldn't be past their teens. The boy's wrist bones stuck out of the sleeves of his suit. The girl's dress was clumsy and touching, her small chin obscured by a monstrous orchid. Halfway down the corridor, the boy and girl stopped to gaze around them. They looked at the ceiling, and then at the floor. Then they looked at each other. The boy said, "Whew!" and grabbed both the girl's hands, and they stood there a moment, laughing, before they went into the restaurant. Macon followed them. He felt soothed and tired and terribly hungry. It was good to find the waiter just setting his food in place when he sank back into his seat. Chapter 10. I'll be honest, Muriel said. My baby was not exactly planned for. I mean, we weren't exactly even married yet, if you want to know the truth. If you want to know the truth, the baby was the reason we got married in the first place. But I did tell Norman he didn't have to go through with it if he didn't want to. It's not like I pushed him into it or anything. She looked past Macon at Edward, who lay prone on the front hall rug. He'd had to be forced into position, but at least he was staying put. Notice I let him move around some, as long as he stays down, she said. Now I'm going to turn my back, and you watch how he does. She wandered into the living room. She lifted a vase from a table and examined its underside. So anyhow, she says, we went ahead and got married, with everybody acting like it was the world's biggest tragedy. My folks really never got over it. My mom said, "Well, I always knew this was going to happen. Back when you were hanging out with Dana Scully and them, one or other of them no-count boys always honking out front for you. Didn't I tell you this was going to happen?" We had a little bitty wedding at my folks' church, and we didn't take a honeymoon trip, but went straight to our apartment the next day. Norman started work at his uncle's. He just settled right into being married, shopping with me for groceries and picking out curtains and such. Oh, you know, sometimes I get to thinking what kids we were. It was almost like playing house. It was pretend. The candles I lit at supper time, flowers on the table, Norman calling me hon and bringing his plate to the sink for me to wash, and then all at once it turned serious. Here I've got this little boy now, this great big 7-year-old boy with his clompy leather shoes, and it wasn't playing house after all. It was for real all along, and we just didn't know it. She sat on the couch and raised one foot in front of her. She turned it admiringly this way and that, her stockings bagged at the ankle. "What is Edward up to?" she asked. Macon said, "He's still lying down. Pretty soon he'll do that for 3 hours straight." 3 hours? Easy. Isn't that sort of cruel? "I thought you promised not to talk like that," she told him. "Right. Sorry," Macon said. "Maybe tomorrow he'll lie down on his own." "You think so?" "If you practice. If you don't give in. If you don't go all soft-hearted." Then she stood up and came over to Macon. She patted his arm. "But never mind," she told him. "I think soft-hearted men are sweet." Macon backed away. He just missed stepping on Edward. It was getting close to Thanksgiving, and the Learys were debating, as usual, about Thanksgiving dinner. The fact was, none of them cared for turkey. Still, Rose said it didn't seem right to serve anything else. It would just feel wrong. Her brothers pointed out that she'd have to wake up at 5 a.m. to put a turkey in the oven. But it was she who'd be doing it, Rose said. It wouldn't be troubling them any. Then it began to seem she had had an ulterior motive, for as soon as they settled on turkey, she announced that she might just invite Julian Edge. Poor Julian, she said, had no close family nearby, and he and his neighbors gathered forlornly at holidays, each bringing his or her specialty. Thanksgiving dinner last year had been a vegetarian pasta casserole and goat cheese on grape leaves and kiwi tarts. The least she could do was offer him a normal family dinner. "What?" Macon said, acting surprised and disapproving, but unfortunately it wasn't that much of a surprise. Oh, Julian was up to something, all right. But what could it be? Whenever Rose came down the stairs in her best dress and 2 spots of rouge, whenever she asked Macon to shut Edward in the pantry because Julian would be stopping by to take her this place or that, well, Macon had a very strong urge to let Edward accidentally break loose. He made a point of meeting Julian at the door, eyeing him for a long, silent moment before calling Rose. But Julian behaved. No glint of irony betrayed him. He was respectful with Rose, almost shy, and hovered clumsily when he ushered her out the door. Or was that the irony? His Rose Leary act. Macon didn't like the looks of this. Then it turned out that Porter's children would be coming for Thanksgiving, too. They usually came at Christmas instead, but wanted to trade off this year due to some complication with their grandparents on their stepfather's side. So, really, Rose said, wasn't it good they were having turkey? Children were such traditionalists. She set to work baking pumpkin pies. "We gather together," she sang, "to ask the Lord's blessing." Macon looked up from the sheaf of stolen menus he was spreading across the kitchen table. There was a note of gaiety in her voice that made him uneasy. He wondered if she had any mistaken ideas about Julian. If, for instance, she hoped for some kind of romance. But Rose was so plain and sensible in her long white apron. She reminded him of Emily Dickinson. Hadn't Emily Dickinson also baked for her nieces and nephews? Surely there was no need for concern. "My son's name is Alexander," Muriel said. "Did I tell you that? I named him Alexander because I thought it sounded high class. He was never an easy baby. For starters, something went wrong while I was carrying him, and they had to do a cesarean and take him out early, and I got all these complications and can't ever have any more children. And then Alexander was so teeny he didn't even look like a human, more like a big-headed newborn kitten. And he had to stay in an incubator forever, just about, and nearly died. Norman said, "When's it going to look like other babies?" He always called Alexander it. I adjusted better. I mean, pretty soon it seemed to me that that was what a baby ought to look like, and I hung around the hospital nursery, but Norman wouldn't go near him. He said it made him too nervous. Edward whimpered. He was just barely lying down, his haunches braced, his claws digging into the carpet. But Muriel gave no sign she had noticed. "Maybe you and Alexander should get together sometime," she told Macon. "Oh, Macon said. "He doesn't have enough men in his life." "Well, but he's supposed to see men a lot. It's supposed to show him how to act. Maybe the three of us could go to a movie. Don't you ever go to movies?" "No, I don't," Macon said truthfully. "I haven't been to a movie in months. I don't really care for movies. They make everything seem so close up." "Or just out to a McDonald's, maybe." "I don't think so," Macon said. Porter's children arrived the evening before Thanksgiving, traveling by car because Danny, the oldest, had just got his driver's license. That worried Porter considerably. He paced the floor from the first moment they could be expected. "I don't know where June's brain is," he said, "letting a 16-year-old boy drive all the way from Washington the first week he has his license, with his two little sisters in the car. I don't know how her mind works." To make it worse, the children were almost an hour late. When Porter finally saw their headlights, he rushed out the door and down the steps well ahead of the others. "What kept you?" he cried. Danny unfurled himself from the car with exaggerated nonchalance, yawning and stretching, and shook Porter's hand as a kind of afterthought while turning to study his tires. He was as tall as Porter now, but very thin, with his mother's dark coloring. Behind him came Susan, 14, just a few months older than Ethan would have been. It was lucky she was so different from Ethan, with her cap of black curls and her rosy cheeks. This evening she wore jeans and hiking boots and one of those thick down jackets that made young people look so bulky and graceless. Then, last, came Liberty. What a name, Macon always thought. It was an invention of her mother's, a flighty woman who had run away from Porter with a hippie stereo salesman 8.5 years ago, and discovered immediately afterward that she was 2 months pregnant. Ironically, Liberty was the one who looked most like Porter. She had fair, straight hair and a chiseled face, and she was dressed in a little tailored coat. "Danny got lost," she said severely. "What a dummy." She kissed Porter and her aunt and uncles, but Susan wandered past them in a way that let everyone know she had outgrown all that. "Oh, isn't this nice?" Rose said. "Aren't we going to have a wonderful Thanksgiving?" She stood on the sidewalk, wrapping her hand in her apron, perhaps to stop herself from reaching out to Danny as he slouched toward the house. It was dusk, and Macon, happening to glance around, saw the grown-ups as pale gray wraiths, 4 middle-aged, unmarried relatives yearning after the young folks. For supper they had carry-out pizza, intended to please the children, but Macon kept smelling turkey. He thought at first it was his imagination. Then he noticed Danny sniffing the air. "Turkey? Already?" Danny asked his aunt. "I'm trying this new method," she said. "It's supposed to save energy. You set your oven extremely low and cook your meat all night. Weird. After supper, they watched TV. The children had never seemed to warm to cards, and then they went to bed. But in the middle of the night, Macon woke with a start and gave serious thought to that turkey. She was cooking it till tomorrow? At an extremely low temperature? What temperature was that, exactly? He was sleeping in his old room, now that his leg had mended. Eventually, he nudged the cat off his chest and got up. He made his way downstairs in the dark, and he crossed the icy kitchen linoleum and turned on the little light above the stove. 140 degrees, the oven dial read. Certain death, he told Edward, who had tagged along behind him. Then Charles walked in, wearing large, floppy pajamas. He peered at the dial and sighed. "Not only that," he said, "but this is a stuffed turkey." Wonderful. 2 quarts of stuffing. I heard her say so. 2 quarts of teeming, swarming bacteria. Unless there's something to this method we don't understand. We'll ask her in the morning, Macon said. And they went back to bed. In the morning, Macon came down to find Rose serving pancakes to the children. He said, "Rose, what exactly is it you're doing to this turkey?" "I told you. Slow heat. Jam, Danny, or syrup?" "Is that it?" Macon asked. "You're dripping," Rose said to Liberty. "What, Macon? See, I read an article about slow-cooked beef, and I thought, well, if it works with beef, it must work with turkey, too, so It might work with beef, but it will murder us with turkey," Macon told her. "But at the end, I'm going to raise the temperature." "You'd have to raise it mighty high. You'd have to autoclave the thing. You'd have to expose it to a nuclear flash," Danny said cheerfully. Rose said, "Well, you're both just plain wrong. Who's the cook here, anyhow? I say it's going to be delicious." Maybe it was, but it certainly didn't look it. By dinner-time, the breast had caved in, and the skin was all dry and dull. Rose entered the dining room, holding the turkey high as if in triumph, but the other people who looked impressed were those who didn't know its history, Julian and Mrs. Barrett, one of Rose's old people. Julian said, "Ah!" and Mrs. Barrett beamed. "I just wish my neighbors could see this," Julian said. He wore a brass-buttoned navy blazer, and he seemed to have polished his face. "Well, there may be a little problem here," Macon said. Rose set the turkey down and glared at him. "Of course, the rest of the meal is excellent," he said. "Why, we could fill up on the vegetables alone. In fact, I think I'll do that. But the turkey, it's pure poison," Danny finished for him. Julian said, "Come again?" But Mrs. Barrett just smiled harder. "We think it may have been cooked at a slightly inadequate temperature," Macon explained. "It was not," Rose said. "It's perfectly good." "Maybe you'd rather just stick to the side dishes," Macon told Mrs. Barrett. He was worried she might be deaf. But she must have heard, for she said, "Why, perhaps I will," never losing her smile. "I don't have much of an appetite, anyhow," she said. "And I'm a vegetarian," Susan said. "So am I," Danny said suddenly. "Oh, Macon, how could you do this?" Rose asked. "My lovely turkey. All that work." "I think it looks delicious," Julian said. "Yes," Porter told him. "But you don't know about the other times." "Other times?" "Those were just bad luck," Rose said. "Why, of course," Porter said. "Or economy. You don't like to throw things away. I can understand that. Pork that's been sitting too long, or chicken salad left out all night." Rose sat down. Tears were glazing her eyes. "Oh," she said, "you're all so mean. You don't fool me for an instant. I know why you're doing this. You want to make me look bad in front of Julian." "Julian?" Julian seemed distressed. He took a handkerchief from his breast pocket, but then went on holding it. "You want to drive him off. You three wasted your chances, and now you want me to waste mine, but I won't do it. I can see what's what. Just listen to any song on the radio. Look at any soap opera. Love is what it's all about. On soap operas, everything revolves around love. A new person comes to town, and right away the question is, who's he going to love? Who's going to love him back? Who'll lose her mind with jealousy? Who's going to ruin her life? And you want to make me miss it." "Well, goodness," Macon said, trying to sort this out. "You know perfectly well there's nothing wrong with that turkey. You just don't want me to stop cooking for you and taking care of this house. You don't want Julian to fall in love with me." "Do what?" But she scraped her chair back and ran from the room. Julian sat there with his mouth open. "Don't you dare laugh," Macon told him. Julian just went on gaping. "Don't even consider it." Julian swallowed. He said, "Do you think I ought to go after her?" "No," Macon said. "But she seems so—" "She's fine. She's perfectly fine." "Oh. Now, who wants a baked potato?" There was a kind of murmur around the table. Everyone looked unhappy. "That poor dear girl," Mrs. Barrett said. "I feel just awful." "Me too," Susan said. "Julian?" Macon asked, clanging a spoon. "Potato?" "I'll take the turkey," Julian said firmly. At that moment, Macon almost liked the man. "It was having the baby that broke our marriage up," Muriel said. "When you think about it, that's funny. First we got married on account of the baby, and then we got divorced on account of the baby, and in between, the baby was what we argued about. Norman couldn't understand why I was all the time at the hospital visiting Alexander. 'It doesn't know you're there, so why go?' he said. I'd go early in the morning and just hang around. The nurses were as nice as could be about it, and I'd stay till night. Norman said, 'Muriel, won't we ever get our ordinary life back?' Well, you can see his point, I guess. It's like I only had room in my mind for Alexander. And he was in the hospital for months, for really months. There was everything in this world wrong with him. You should have seen our medical bills. We only had partial insurance, and there were these bills running up, thousands and thousands of dollars. Finally, I took a job at the hospital. I asked if I could work in the nursery, but they said no, so I got a kind of more like a maid's job, cleaning patients' rooms and so forth, emptying trash cans, wet mopping floors. She and Macon were walking along Dempsey Road with Edward, hoping to run into a biker. Muriel held the leash. If a biker came, she said, and Edward lunged or gave so much as the smallest yip, she was going to yank him so hard he wouldn't know what hit him. She warned Macon of that before they started out. She said he'd better not object, because this was for Edward's own good. Macon hoped he'd be able to remember that when the time came. It was the Friday after Thanksgiving, and there'd been a light snow earlier, but the air didn't have any real bite to it yet, and the sidewalks were merely damp. The sky seemed to begin about 2 feet above their heads. This one patient, Mrs. Brim, she took a liking to me, Muriel said. She said I was the only person who ever bothered talking to her. I'd come in and tell her about Alexander. I'd tell her what the doctors said, how they didn't give him much of a chance, and some had even wondered if we wanted a chance, what with all that might be wrong with him. I'd tell her about me and Norman and the way he was acting, and she said it sounded exactly like a story in a magazine. When they let her go home, she wanted me to come with her, take a job looking out for her, but I couldn't on account of Alexander. A biker appeared at the end of the street. a girl with a Baskin-Robbins uniform bunching below her jacket. Edward perked his ears up. "Now, act like we expect no trouble," Muriel told Macon. "Just go along, don't even look in Edward's direction." The girl skimmed toward them, a little slip of a person with a tiny, serious face. When she passed, she gave off a definite smell of chocolate ice cream. Edward sniffed the breeze, but marched on. "Oh, Edward, that was wonderful," Macon told him. Muriel just clucked. She seemed to take his good behavior for granted. "So anyhow," she said, "they finally did let Alexander come home. But he was still no bigger than a minute, all wrinkles like an old man, cried like a kitten would cry, struggled for every breath, and Norman was no help. I think he was jealous. He got this kind of stubborn look whenever I had to do something, go warm a bottle or something. He'd say, 'Where are you off to? Don't you want to watch the end of this program?' I'd be hanging over the crib watching Alexander fight for air, and Norman would call, 'Muriel, commercial's just about over.' Then, next thing I knew, there was his mother, standing on my doorstep saying it wasn't his baby anyhow." "What?" "Well, of all the things," Macon said. "Can you believe it? Standing on my doorstep looking so pleased with herself. 'Not his baby,' I said. 'Whose then?' 'Well, that I couldn't say,' she said, 'and I doubt if you could either. But I can tell you this much. If you don't give my son a divorce and release all financial claims on him, I will personally produce Dana Scully and his friends in a court of law, and they will swear you're a known tramp and that baby could be any one of theirs. Clearly it's not Norman's. Norman was a darling baby.' Well, I waited till Norman got home from work, and I said, 'Do you know what your mother told me?' Then I saw by his face that he did. I saw she must have been talking behind my back for who knows how long, putting these suspicions into his head. I said, 'Norman?' He just stuttered around.